dry earth, they always crumble. But I pick up where I left myself, do an about turn, then blindly fumble. Give me strength, give me worth, give me gratitude for all that I have. My fate is placid. Is that what it's supposed to be like down here on this dry earth? I'm gonna make a list of all the things you love, making my heart beat faster. Is it making you mellow thinking this? It doesn't ring true to every person, but it's gone to the point where I'm stoic. Or is it just a brave face? Only you know it. Of all the things you love, what are the ones that mean the most? Of all the things we see, what are the ones that stay in focus? Of all the things you love, what are the ones that mean the most?
I don't got time for this bullshit. Loose lips, I ain't never playing by your rules, kid. Ay. Back then didn't have the traction. Now they wanna cut, ain't that a fraction? Yeah, I'm a monster with a flow, that's a crackin'. Don't focus on numbers, I ain't even here for hacking. Gotta keep it fly, paper plane, put respect on my name. Don't flow like a drain, I'm the dog, great day. Wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Pop it, I ain't never no day ones. Don't like the heat, better get your apron. Used to hate life, had my shade on. Used to watch that moonshine, Akon. This the shit that I don't like and it ain't ordinary. More than scary, all these birds up in my sanctuary. Never hit me up burden deep, I was feeling buried. Found my colors and started flying, ain't that canary? Got pain in my soul, I ain't here to toast. Champagne problems, I was feeling like a ghost. On the lane, switching roads, got drive, no control. Beat me up, I'ma need some space on the go. Wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light, wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Why y'all cheap like coupons? I get bread like croutons. Take a seat like futons. Don't say a peep, you been one. KD, I'm back in the league and I'm back in the league. Do this in a P4O with a sweep. Yeah, second that sheet, the taste of the feet. I've been ballin' ever since my calling. I've been flowing, water falling. I beg your pardon. I ain't never claimed guns, but I be drawing. This picture clear my image more than, yeah, my decorum. Wait. Mr. Nice Guy hit him with a light like she want me next to her like a nightlight. You can go bye-bye like night-night. She want a man something like white knight. Take a first spin like old English. That's that cool alley-oop like finish. Can't see me, that window tinted. I broke out, there ain't no limits. G-Easy, believe me, I needy. I was knee-deep, no freebies. Still spat that shit out, something like bulimics. You see me, you need me. Dreaming, thinking you can beat me. You ain't on my frequency, aerial or TV. You 2D, I'm 3D. You 4G, I'm 5G. I can't correct like Nike. I read you all like psychics.
Deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? Cause if we're making real plans, first I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now, no defenses. Now, what you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
Thousand miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down. Oh, it's never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down?
Halftime, tuning out as usual in my mind's eye. Watching this horizon as you float by. Words are scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, doubling back. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us, not all that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops. Fresh air tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note, pressure wash me off, cause I might explode. Damn, you're staring me down all these safe roads when I'ma try to drive blindfolded. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us, not all that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this.
I don't got time for this bullshit. Loose lips, I ain't never playing by your rules, kid. Ay. Back then didn't have the traction, now they wanna cut. Ain't that a fraction? Yeah, I'm a monster with a flow, that's a crackin'. Don't focus on numbers, I ain't even here for hacking. Gotta keep it fly, paper plane, put respect on my name. Don't flow like a drain, I'm the dog, great day. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Pop it, I ain't them no day ones. Don't like the heat, better get your apron. Used to hate life, had my shade on. Used to watch that moonshine, Akon. This the shit that I don't like and it ain't ordinary. More than scary, all these birds up in my sanctuary. Never hit me up burden deep, I was feeling buried. Found my colors and started flying, ain't that canary? Got pain in my soul, I ain't here to toast. Champagne problems, I was feeling like a ghost. On the lane, switching roads, got drive, no control. Beat me up, I'ma need some space on the go. Wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Why y'all cheap like coupons? I get bread like croutons. Take a seat like futons. Don't say a peep, you been one. KD, I'm back in the league and I'm back in the league. Do this in a peep for O with a sweep. Yeah, second that sheet, the taste of the feet. I've been ballin' ever since my calling. I've been flowing, water falling. I beg your pardon. I ain't never claimed guns, but I be drawing. This picture clear my image more than, yeah, my decorum. Wait. Mr. Nice Guy, hit him with a light like she want me next to her like a nightlight. You can go bye-bye like night-night. She want a man something like white night. Take a verse spin like old English. That's that cool alley-oop like finish. Can't see me, that window tinted. I broke out, there ain't no limits. G-Easy, believe me, I need it. I was knee-deep, no freebies. Still spat that shit out, something like bulimics. You see me, you need me. Dreaming, thinking you can beat me. You ain't on my frequency, aerial or TV. You 2D, I'm 3D. You 4G, I'm 5G. I came correct like Nike. I read you all like psychics.
Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight, beaming up there like skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these 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 skylights. Kiss the morning, breathing in the dawn, finding a way into this great beyond. Feels so abstract, we're floating this calm. Cloud covers all gone. Rising slowly, just going with the heat. This restraint is building me complete. Ready to fly, we've got all around this open up. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. 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 Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight, beaming up there like skylights. Shining through the skylights, these skylights, these skylights.
'Cause
here. There is LCO here, and that is the ultimate connected.
Themselves into a false fight. Final 20 minutes on this goal.
Only player to lock in this lane. There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Raiden gets the first pentakill of the LCO.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the DoorDash LCO. Week 2 coming up. Split 2, it's already underway. We've got 2 undefeated teams at the moment, and we need to see if that's going to continue as we do head deeper into the mix of things. But before we get into the action, let's have a quick look back at what happened last week and see where all the teams are and what all the action went down.
Game right now, Rusty. I don't believe it. That turret not quite going to go down in time. It's BioPanther. But what's he going to do? He's a Lulu. He's up in the air. He's going to die. It doesn't matter. The Nexus is going to go down. One Piece have found the victory from the jaws of defeat. I don't even know what to say. Halo's dabbing. Get that off my screen. Solar Flare is a good one. Lands right on top of Mr. Floppy, and he is out of the picture straight away, which is bad news for Ash. Crystal Arrow does connect nicely, and Gun Crash pops the front of it coming through from the Diego. Thomas Shed and Kiyose are just charging their way forward.
They're not going to try.
They're going to try, but is it going to work? Well, Luke still has Haymaker available. Look at that damage! That's unreal! And there comes Lived. There will be problems for Mammoth. He's got the Haymaker way dropped. So too is Shinky and the rest of the cards. No real chance of a snipe steal here unless Sybil's going to be really ballsy. He wants to go for it. He might go too early. The dive is in. Oh! Puma knocks him away. And that is the victory lap for Order completed. Nexus going down. Puma take a bow. That's 2. Very, very good game.
Maximize feeling way too hot there as you had a look back at the replays from last week of the DoorDash LCO. Now, we do have a fresh, familiar face coming back to the panel today, and that is, of course, going to be Big Man Jubes. Let's bring him in. We got Skimmy as well, who did make an appearance last week, so good to see you back as well, Skim Master.
Yeah, mate, good to be here. I'm glad to have Jubes back as well. Bit of personality on this broadcast, right? Because he does the things that we don't dare to do, right? You know, if you say to him, hey, mate, be an absolute mad lad, he'll say, look, bro, that's already my job description, so it's a pleasure for him to be back on.
That's like the best compliment I've ever gotten, because he also simultaneously insulted everyone else on the broadcast. And that, for once, I'm not the bad guy. So, Skimmy, I love you. I appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank
you've taken
you
a
so
few
much.
too many punches one too many times, mate, so I got you back, bro.
My nose is like this for a reason, so.
Well, look, if you could say one word to the people hitting you in the nose there, Jubes, what would it be?
Ouch.
Ouch. Well, let's have a look at what the players had to say about LCO Split 2 in one word.
One word to describe Split 2. I mean, I like to keep expectations low, so I'd just say like pain, just inevitable suffering.
Destruction.
He goes golden, he survives, he comes out, and he still lives. Oh no!
Aggression.
Exciting. I think the world would have to be exciting.
A knock up from Sign afterwards, and one by one they fall.
Chaos. Surprised. Because I don't think that the gap is that big between each team. It's like so many teams can actually win.
Explosive.
The recall is unsuccessful. 1 kill into 2. Snap back and get free.
Nuts.
Unpredictable. Things will definitely switch up from Split 1.
Chaotic.
I think it would be crazy. There's a lot of opportunities for like these bomb teams in Split 1 to like really show up in Split 2. I'm excited for that.
Hecarim stuns. Hecarim looking for a flanking angle. Oh, hits the side steal. Oh no, Azus has done it.
Ah, memories. I really loved the pain comment at the start there coming out from ML. Now, let's have a quick chat about what happened last week. Jubes, I'm assuming you watched everything. I did see you lurking in chat. Do you have any thoughts before we move into this week's action?
Yeah, I think that the split is going to be even tighter than the last one, right? Like, you got Peace and Pentanet that are kind of swapping positions. Peace are looking like the team that's going to be the 14-0 team at the moment, especially with the addition of Babip. Order, again, not a surprise. You would say they upgraded in the jungle position, so, you know, they're looking pretty good as well. Direwolves, a little bit shaky. Still some room for improvement. Gravitas 1-1, and then across the board, I mean, it's just a little bit too early to start making judgments. However, when you look at the top 3, top 4, you know, what we would consider those teams, we start to, you know, create a picture real early in the sense of what Peace and Direwolves and Order are going to look like.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where we end up, you know, after this week. You know, every week's going to have a different picture you'd expect here on the standings. Of course, Peace and Order both undefeated at the moment. We'll see if that continues because we are going to see some banger matchups coming into this week as well. So let's have a quick look at the schedule and see what matches are going to be coming up today. First off, we got Pentanet taking on Mammoth there at 6 p.m, 7 p.m. Chiefs and Legacy going head-to-head. Let's see if Legacy can get on the border, if Chiefs are going to continue that fine form we've seen so far. Peace and Direwolves. Now, this one's going to be hard for Direwolves because Peace are undefeated at the moment, and we saw what they brought to the table last week, looking like a spectacular squad of individuals, and Order and Gravitas there at 9 p.m. to round off the night. Skimmy, what's your favourite match of the day?
I think for me, the second one, a lot of people are going to obviously look at Direwolves and Peace as a bang, and it's always been one that's been quite close and quite guarded. I think for that one, Peace already almost hitting full force. Direwolves once again needing a bit of time to try and scale up into this one. But I look at Chiefs and Legacy. For the history, obviously, the fact that Legacy are still 2-0, or 0-2, I should say, against them this entire year. So they'll be looking to try and make this one personal. The Chiefs, few blips in the radar, but overall look like the better team so far. So I'm interested to see if the El Clasico, as it always does, lives up.
Yes, of course, the El Clasico. It didn't go as planned for Legacy the last couple of times they went head-to-head. But let's see if they can bring the pain today, because I really like what we've seen from them so far. Again, it seems like from, you know, everything we've seen this split, again, Legacy, just the closing the game out seems to be an issue.
Yeah. For me, I mean, you look at a lot of the time, I think I said it a lot of the time during Split 1 as well, that they have these fantastic early games. They just are so destructive, right? They pick a lot of these early game champions. You look at, say, Sybil, for example, Jovan, Elise spring to mind instantly, right? Want to get things done before that 15-minute mark. A lot of that time, you know, even in Curcio, as an outlier, be it, you know, he'll either go 10-0 or 0-10, so you don't know which version of him you're going to get, but they get these massive early games, and it all just seems to fall apart in the mid to late game, and that's where a lot of these teams look to bounce back and take these games away.
Yeah, as a limit tester myself, I can really feel the pain there from Incursio. Now, moving forward, we can have a quick chat as well. Pentanet, they've already lost one game this split, so I guess there's no real pressure because it's just the wins that they're looking for now.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have that pressure of holding on to or topping what they did last split. I think, you know, as much as they shrug it off and laugh it off well as a team, that is a very disappointing game to lose. They had Infernal Soul, Lulu Cogmore. Their game was literally in their grasp, and they lost through a macro decision in which you would say would be their strongest point. So if they're losing at what is, you know, quote-unquote, the best part of their game as a team, to a team that isn't known for their macro decisions, more their laning, you start to kind of, you know, create that, I guess, picture in your head that maybe Peace, maybe Babip is the missing piece for Peace. So
there you go.
There you go. He does it. He just finds a way to do it, doesn't he? Huh? Been a while, but I tell you what, he finds a way, huh?
He's already right back into the mix of things back.
Give him a pat on the back, you know. Here you go. There's one. Put your other hand around, make it work. Anyway, speaking of missing pieces, we do have a new patch this week. So it is going to be patch 11.12. So let's have a quick look at what are the key changes we've decided to put up on stream here. And Jubes, look, after patting yourself on the back, please take us through these.
Yeah, Mundo's got the rework, so it's a completely different Mundo now. People were talking about Mundo specifically being in the jungle, but I think the clear for this iteration of Dr. Mundo is just a little bit too bad. Like, he gets really low clearing the first few camps. Now, there's a few LCO players dropping the Mundo in solo queue, rushing Divine Sundara, and actually winning quite a few games on it. So we need to keep our eyes on solo lane Mundo and see if any of the players that have been practicing it are just going to whip it out. Now we have quite a few Draven players as well in solo queue. You know, I think Draven was actually in a pretty good spot in terms of just being a solo queue menace. Now with these slight buffs and the certain matchups Draven has, potentially into the Kai'Sa, into a few other things, we might see Draven come into the meta, especially with, you know, a few of these AD carries really, you know, maining that champion. And then another champ that we've seen kind of rise to popularity in the LCS is Ziggs. It's kind of, Ziggs has kind of had a few buffs, you know, over time, And sometimes it becomes like a forgotten champion, and it takes one person with a little bit of courage to bring it out with a bit of a strategy, you know, a siege composition, drop those turrets down real quickly, have some good, you know, objective control with that Mega Inferno bomb. So we'll see if anyone's been watching abroad and if they're going to try and mimic what they've seen internationally. And then the last one is just Renekton. You know, it's correct me if I'm wrong, Statman Skimmy, but 100% pick ban.
He actually isn't. No, he's literally just below it, but he's been pretty much at the top of the pecking order in terms of what's been banned away. So no surprises there, right? You know, Renekton, one of those champions that, you know, you either love or you hate. You either listen to the LS tier list or you just say, you know, whatever, I'm just going to do whatever I want, right? So Renekton, no surprises there. I just want to actually quickly touch on your point about the Ziggs, because it gives me flashbacks to like the mage meta bot lane, right? Where you're looking at, you know, forget about these typical AD carries, just pick hard shove, hard potential. You know, you think about the likes of, I don't know, like a Caitlyn Morgana. So when this is going to look to try and siege early, the same could be said with a Ziggs composition. And I think that my most fond memory of, I think it was actually last year, was when Legacy played it, had like a Camille and a Ziggs. You just get locked in place, you can't escape the bomb.
Well, look, you did mention it a second ago, Jubes, and it is the 100% pick and ban rate champs, and that's what we're going to be having as the key picks today. So far here in the DoorDash LCO, Karma, Thresh, Set, and Gwen. 100% pick ban rate. I don't think we've managed to see Gwen, so I guess that's just a ban every game so far, Skimmy.
Yeah, 8 bans on the go. The only champion that's actually received that amount of attention, and we can see why, right? If you're looking at the international meta, you're just seeing them take 1v2s. You thought as Set to be that lane bully that could just do it all because of his passive with the grit, with the shield just being unstoppable to handle, but the Gwen passive, damage output, sustain, just everything, right? It's just so damn annoying. Fresh, no surprises. This continues to be one of the best supports all round for what it offers. And the Karma, you know, much to the dismay of Maximize there, being pushed off his carries into a more supportive role. You hit 2 items, you basically maxed out. You don't need to farm waves, you don't need to, you know, take resources from elsewhere on the map. So for a carry, it's their dream. They say, look, fantastic, 2 items, now let's roam, let's fight, let's win this game at 15-20 minute tempo.
But look, out of all of these champs that you see here, so far we have had Karma flex top, mid, and support. So it's good to see her being thrown around in all different roles. Can't say the same for everyone else just yet, and I really want to see Gwen played at some point here in the DoorDash LCO just to see her viability, at least in our local meta. And also jumping back real quick as well, Juice, before I let you take the wheel. I want to see Wei on that Ziggs again, because when we got to see it last split, I loved it. I thought it was spectacular, and now it's got that little buff as well.
Yeah, a little buff, but it doesn't take away. The thing about Ziggs is like you can mask the laning phase with the support. Like you pick Ziggs with the center, the Ziggs farms, the center offers that little bit of like survivability in lane or pressure. So then Ziggs can actually get to like the item threshold where it's relevant. You know, you leave Ziggs in mid lane isolated against the likes of Illusion, against the likes of a Tristana, against the likes of, you know, an assassin-esque type mid laner or something with a bit of all-in threat, runs into a little bit of dramas, have no priority in the mid lane, and then, you know, also, Summoner's Rift ultimately just collapse, becomes a black hole, and then you just lose pressure.
Yeah, you do. As an astronomer, I think you do know a lot about those black holes, and you can tell us more if we have to go into podcast mode again today. I guess we'll see once we do delve into the matches. Now, I want to hear from you guys at home, from the fans. Yes, we got a little bit last week, maybe not as much as we would have liked. So remember, you guys can add LCO, you know, send it in on Twitter. That's probably the best bet here, but please go and follow all the socials that you see here on your screen. And look, get your content in, get the op.gg reviews as well. You know, you can keep your name out of it, your you know, your in-game name, just in case you want to protect yourself or whatever. But we do have the op.gg review extraordinaire sitting right here as well. So he's back on the panel and he's ready to roast or give you all the compliments. Not me, no. Mine looks terrible at the moment. If you're go have a quick look, I had a terrible night last night. Just going to put that one out there. So even, you know, clip mine, put it up on Twitter and we can roast me for... I think I had like a 0-10 Warwick game that went just, I was asleep at the wheel.
It happens, mate. It really does. You know, sometimes you just run it down, and other times you run it to victory.
And I heard you were drawing with Elfish, so maybe there was a problem there too. I don't know.
It was funny. He really didn't enjoy playing in silver. Let's put it that way. He was moldy, to say the least. Now, let's move forward. It's time to get into the first matchup of the day, which is going to be Pentanet taking on Mammoth. And this, in fact, was our shortest game last split. So let's see if Mammoth have been able to pick up the pieces. They've had a few roster swaps in there. Let's see if they're a stronger squad. And so far, we've seen a lot of 30, 40-minute games in the DoorDash LCO Split 2. So I don't know if this is going to be the short one, if this is going to be the long one, but let's talk Pentanet first. Now, Jubes, tell me why you love these 5 individuals so much.
Oh, I mean, firstly, I love their bands. I think they have the best social media presence out of all of our teams at the moment. By Panther, such a solid player, solid laner, can play tanks, can play carries. Pabu, just does what the team needs. Chaz in the mid lane. Solo Bolo crying, if you don't mind. They, got that little bit of mechanical flair there in the mid lane. And Praetus and Decoy can, they showed the ability to carry games, play hard engage, bot, play Lulu, Cogmore, and Scale. So it's just the versatility of this team. We never know what they're going to pick.
Yeah, I'm really liking their versatility, and it's something that certainly rang true through the first split. I'm hoping we get a bit more versatility. So far, we've just seen that Cogmore down in the bot lane, but I guess we'll see where Praetus wants to go with that. Any thoughts on Pentanet scheming before we talk about Mammoth?
That's a good question, actually. I was actually going to run that one by Charlie when we get into the interviews, right, and ask, why they're the only team that have played this COG Lulu, why other teams are, shying away from it so far and running it back-to-back, right? Go up against Peace, you're on a double AD, double support composition and say, we want to scale, you get the Infernal Soul, and then you lose. I mean, yeah, there's a sting in the wound right there for sure. But, I mean, yeah, Pentanet as a whole, right, I think they did such a great job, just reiterating our points from last week, right? Such a great job overseas to come back, get a little bit more spotlight on our region too, and then showcase, hey, look, bring all these new fans and followers and all the rest of it into our region and showcase that, hey, maybe now you set the pedestal up here, you can't slump back into a different position. You have to, keep the bar or, go above and beyond, because it's a far longer season than it was in Split 1.
Well, speaking of a longer season, Mammoth, let's have a quick chat about them, because it's going to be a long season for them if things go similarly to what we saw in Split 1. But look, they're pulling it together, the pieces. I've liked so far the changes we've seen in terms of Goodo and Frost. Now, Jubes, you didn't get to have your 2 cents on these guys last week, so do you have any little tidbits of info on these two?
I mean, Goodo is just a player that kind of popped up in solo queue, got really high elo, was playing in the Challenger games, and then, made his name that way, and that's kind of the, testament to how hard he works and the effort that he's put in to get himself on this stage. And I think as a player, he's actually the one to watch for Mammoth, right? He's probably been their shining light, the person that's got them the lead. He's actually, even got a solo kill to his name as one of the junglers. And Frost and Shinky, showing some good early signs, but probably just need to work on or get a few more games under their belt, on that stage, under the bright lights. Well, I don't say that literally, but I mean, like, in terms of just having the pressure, having the eyeballs on you, and becoming comfortable with, when you need to be weak side, when you need to be strong side, and how to play lanes out.
Yeah, just get that experience under your belt as early as you can. Now, someone we do know and love, and we are going to bring into the show again, is Nat. How you doing, Nat?
I'm doing really well. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm good. Juice, how are you?
I'm fantastic.
Fantastic. What about you,
We're doing well, Nat. We're doing well, man.
We're good over here. How's the side lanes? What's the weather like down there today?
Yeah, it's actually looking nice and cool, nice and cold, but hopefully we can turn up the temperature a little bit with our interview.
Ooh.
I've got Chaz and Wei joining me, the 2 mid laners. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Wei, I want to ask you guys, you're still looking for your first win in the LCO. Do you think it's going to be today? And if it's not, what are you looking to get from this game to help you get wins in the future?
Well, I mean, every game versus PGG is honestly a gift, because you can learn so much from them, because they're obviously like the top tier team. I think they're just all really good players, and they gel together really well, so it'll just be fun to person.
You say they're, one of the most knowledgeable top teams, but Chaz, you guys did unfortunately have a loss last week against Peace, nonetheless with the Lulu and Cogmore as well. I had Juve sort of harping on about that one before. How did the team handle it, and what have you learned that you're going to bring into this game to ensure you do get the W?
I can absolutely not hear anything you're saying right now, Natty. I can see you talking, but I cannot hear what you're saying. I'm not sure what's going on here.
I'm just gonna go to Wei.
We're just Mac by the sounds of things. I'm not sure. Those are some weird hand signs. Are we throwing it back somewhere? Do you want me to do the interviews?
No,
What's up, Wei? How you doing? I thought we were doing a player interview, but it sounds like you're more of a fan based on what you've been saying before. But anyways, what are you looking up to play for this game? You looking up to play some Akali, some Katarina? You pulling out any spicy stuff?
I got all my bag of tricks, man. I got the Ziggs, I got the Akali, I got the Ziggs.
Oh, interesting. So. Yeah, that's gonna be real spicy. Can't wait to see that stuff. Anyways, looking like it's gonna be a really banging game. Everyone, Make sure you tune in.
So
it's going to be
wait,
super interesting. Wade's going to pull out his zigs.
I don't want to talk over Chaz, but Chaz can't hear me. But wait, can you hear Chaz? Can Chaz hear you?
I can hear
Chaz, yeah.
Oh, we can hear you now. Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. Okay. I didn't want to
also,
interrupt,
there
and then
you
I
are.
was like, actually, you can't hear me at all. I'm going to say it again. Pretty much, I just asked, why did you lose with the Lulu Cogmore, and what are you going to do differently to not lose today?
Like the early game was a bit of a blasting. We absolutely sent that into oblivion. So that was obviously not to the game plan. I think we did a pretty good job to recover. I think we had a huge comp difference, so we really should have won. Like the end game was like basically ours. We had the game secured. Like we pretty much, if that like late game scenarios played out 100 times, you probably lose it like once or twice. So it was a bit unfortunate. Like we just didn't play the side lanes. Like the enchanters in the solo lanes is not something that we've played very much. So there was a lot of like miscommunication, and we didn't understand who needed to be going to where at what times. Like Biopanther can usually push out the lanes like pretty easily by himself, whereas like in that game I was kind of doing both sides. So I felt a little bit uncomfortable, he felt a little bit uncomfortable. We just left the lane like get a bit too stacked, and then they just obviously TP'd. Like realistically, I think the play setup was like good. Like Orianna should have died there in the mid lane and the game would just end, but like I messed it up pretty badly. So that game was on me, to be honest. I think my team played pretty well and I just messed it up. And like me and Bai have been practicing the enchanter lane assignments throughout the mid lane game, so coming in, if we end up playing it today or tomorrow, it should be a lot better than last week.
Well, it looks like you've taken so much away from that, so thank you for sharing it with me. I also want to ask you to touch briefly on that, the practice. You and Biopanther have been practicing a lot, you said. How have practices and scrims in general been going for you guys?
It's been like rough. Like we're obviously just playing a bunch of new stuff. So it's not like, I think like last split we had like a really positive win rate against like every team, and like this time it's more like 50-50. But that's how we started split 1 last split as well. So it's not like we're not worried or anything. We're just learning things. We're trying to find like our spot in the meta, what suits us and how to actually run it. So like we're just learning things. We're definitely a scaling team, and we actually did start off pretty rocky last split. Even though we ended up winning the games, like they were pretty close, a lot of them. So the fact that we've lost the game and the fact scrims aren't going well, it's not a problem for us right now. We're just looking towards the gauntlet, and you're moving to finals. We're going to be in form for that.
That's very true. There is a long road ahead for you guys. Wei, with the break that happened, are you seeing any of the changes that you guys work on coming to light and being shown in your LCO games so far?
Like I think the last game we played was a little bit rough. We kind of fell back into like the old trap that we used to have, but I'm hoping that we can kind of do what we did in like the first game. We played a lot more fearless, I'd say, a bit more confident. So hopefully we'll have the same thing today.
I like to see it. Two very confident teams go up against each other. One last thing that I want to ask both of you is that Pentanet, you guys had the fastest game in Split 1 against Mammoth. What is going to be your time predictions for the match today, if you want to start, Chaz?
Well, no matter how good we play, like you guys have to play trash and we're going to beat you that fast. So like I'm hoping you guys don't play trash. I actually think your jungler's a really good player, so I think the game will be going a lot better this time. I'm predicting maybe like a 25-minute win for me, obviously, but hey, we'll see what you think about that.
Wait, what do you think it's going to be?
I mean, I don't really know yet. We'll have to see draft. I mean, probably like 30-minute win or loss, doesn't matter. I just want to play, to be honest.
A 25-minute win for me or 30-minute win for me, that's all good. Doesn't matter.
The 5-minute difference, Chaz will take it. But look, I'll let you guys go so we can jump into the game. But thank you so much and good luck for the game.
Thank you.
There you go. Bloody
we got there in the end.
Interview. I love the turn that took, and Chaz just was like, look, I can't hear anything, so now I'm doing the interview. This is perfect.
And the man has a confidence through the roof, doesn't he? I'm just doing these ones, and he's like, can't do charades. Never get any League of Legends players to play charades. That's all I'm going to say.
You should have just played charades. That would have been the content we were looking for. Now, speaking of content, let's have a look at our predictions before we jump into match 1 of week 2 here at the DoorDash LCO. So, I'm actually 6-2. I'm not doing too bad. Right there with you, Jubes, right there with you, Skimmy. And we are all on the same page in terms of picking for Pentanet. Now, Nat, have you gone in the same direction? I think we all have.
I have, yeah. Oh, look at Rusty.
Yeah,
he
it's just
hasn't got
he knows
one
way
wrong.
too much.
What? we're also a lot closer in terms of predictions compared to the start of Split 1 as well. I feel like we're all getting a little bit better at knowing the teams.
Yeah, well, you know, that's experience, reps. It's working out. Now, Rusty, he's either going to be 9-0 and we're all going to be 7-2, or he's going to cop an L here if Mammoth play out of their mind. But I guess we're all on the same page. So, still looking to get that set up where I'm going from 100 to 0, and then I can just go for the underdog picks every game, and we'll see who ends up with the highest score at the end of the season, because I reckon this split's going to be an absolute banger. Now, any final words, Nat, before we do get over towards Champ Select?
I'm just going to say that I really want Mammoth to play confident. Wei said it in the interview, but I want them to just play extremely aggressive, because we've seen that out of Pentanet. I want them to match the tempo that they're playing, and I want to see like this grueling, like absolute free-for-all fighting between the two teams. Like, I want them to kind of put Pentanet in this position where it's like, oh my gosh, we're not expecting this aggression from Mammoth.
Oh, there you go. And I did hear Wei say in that interview that he was thinking about playing the Ziggs as well. So I'm excited about that. Anyone else excited?
Yes, so excited.
Let's go. That's Pog. Now, anything else we want to talk about? Like, what are our predictions in terms of champs before we do jump into Champ Select? Tubes, you know, you're the resident expert here. What do you want to see in the jungle? Are we going to finally see some Hecarim, or is that still a little bit too nerfed to be on the cards?
I think it's like the combination of Hecarim getting nerfed and then the itemization that made Hecarim really good getting nerfed. Like, it was just chem tank abuse as well for a while. That's why Hecarim was just like S tier. But I think in this particular game, like we said before, and actually like Chaz mentioned, the Mammoth jungler is you know, their strong point, and he actually thinks he's really good. So getting him on like that priority jungle pick or priority jungle picks, you know, particularly the ability power ones, they fare quite well at the moment, like the likes of Diana, the likes of Rumble. I've seen him play like a bunch of Elise. I don't think Elise is good, but I think you need to come up with something different when you're versing a team like Pentanet. And you know, if it's his comfort, if he's able to get things rolling, things snowballing, then who knows? Who knows what could happen? So I'm all for niche if it's a game like this.
Well, speaking of a game like this, it is about to start. I heard Champ Select's ready, so ladies and gentlemen, we won't keep you too much longer. Week 2 of the DoorDash LCO starts now.
That certainly does, Mac. Thank you very much as we kick on into game 1 of week number 2. Pentanet.gg up against Mammoth. Mammoth be looking for their first win of this split. As for Pentanet, looking to try and bounce back from the defeat against Peace, a game that really felt like Split 1 playoffs all over again, except the roles reversed, the outcome changed, and the pain all the same here. As Juves, really, I mean, we're looking at this one. We are seeing pretty much the same bans across the board. The Lulu has been denied, so they can't make it free from free, and maybe Kog'Maw still is an option, but doesn't look anywhere near as attractive now.
No, it's definitely not a champion that you want to be taking, especially with both these enchanters down. However, the one thing that I also wanted to touch on, like, you think of Karma, you think of the Lulu, and you say, okay, that's for the Kog'Maw. You also take that away because it empowers Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao did rise to prominence, particularly when Lulu mid was a thing. And Karma kind of serves as that same purpose, just has a better laning phase. So, you know, Ezreal being picked up, no surprise here. Divine Sundara, do I need to explain the item and how broken it is?
Yeah.
Any champion that can pilot the item well has just jumped up tiers, right? In terms of like S tier, A tier realm. So Ezreal being the one that when there's always like a build that Ezreal can benefit from being tanky and doing damage, or being almost like a bruiser of a marksman, then Ezreal just rises to prominence and becomes like first pickable. That's where we're at right now.
Yep. The trading, the sustain, everything really, and more, right? You know, you talk about a classic Sheen style stereotype of just getting in your face, weaving in the damage, and if you're a good player, then you can definitely take that one to the moon and back. Speaking of moons, the Diana is going to be locked on here for Pabu. Get to see where that one is going to flex around, because Lee Sin is now the third champion on their hand of this draft, and we know that this is a pick that can be flexed in 3 different lanes.
The Diana picks for Pabu is interesting to me because I don't have notifications on his Twitter, but I do remember him tweeting once that he thought Diana was a bit of like a nothing champion. It didn't offer anything. And it's kind of like a bit of a bait in that sense. So I always like to, I don't take his words literally, because, you know, it's obviously subject to change, things get nerfed and stuff changes. But when I see him pick Diana, I start to wonder, okay, maybe his opinions change, maybe it's composition based. You know, it's obviously they've locked in Lee Sin to go either in the mid lane or top lane. But if it goes mid, then you're kind of pinched into needing an ability power type jungler. And so you do need to take something, and Diana maybe is that something with Rumble being off the board.
3 games of Diana already played in the LCO so far, so definitely a few other players in the region showing the same sort of sentiment that this is a good champion that offers a particular need, right, as you say. So the AP AD mid matchup, if that is to be the case with this Lee Sin, would be one that gives you just a ton of engaged potential, a bit of CC to offer as well, but mainly just dive towards the key target and take them out of the fray. There you can see that's what happens when you look to try and chroma key your hair to make it look like the MSI, come back to our shores, and even your hairstyle gets chromed out.
That's hilarious. That might be the best thing I've ever seen on the Twitch.tv platform. I mean, like, you at a point, you just got to forget about draft and look at that for a second.
He's got tattoos in his hair, mate.
He does. He's really, you know what he is? He's a company man. He is really representing Pentanet.gg to the fullest. But the one thing I also wanted to touch on, Skimmy, while I can, is the Rumble and the set. You know, sometimes it can be a little bit of anti-synergy where the set really does just ultimate someone, take them off of the red carpet, and see you later. But if you can get it down, to almost like a rhythm where you get the set ripped back, you ulti in the like a linear kind of way where that they're on the red carpet, then there's just so much value that's going to happen from this Rumble, right? You're just going to get like pretty much the maximum duration with the amount of CC that comes out. So we need to keep our eyes on that. And if we look at Mammoth's comp so far, it is just such a team fight heavy CC wombo combo comp where
100%.
Their fight needs to start and end by the duration of their ultimates.
They just need to win when they've hit that R button, right? If they don't win that, then you just feel that they feel a little bit lackluster in comparison, right? You talk about the Varus coming in at the very end there, another bit of CC, another bit of AoE CC to add into the fray of things to make sure that, as you said, the red carpet finds its mark. CC across the board, a lot of potential to showcase what they can do in this one, but Pentanet going to respond back here. They're going to lock in the Leona, so just even more hard engage, right? We already talked about how annoying both the Lee Sin and Diana are going to be. That's going to offer more, and then Na is the cherry on top.
Yeah, the Na, and I mean, Na's also a champion that this patch, correct me if I'm wrong, did take a bit of a nerf. It was only a tiny one, but again, you think of it, patch by patch, Na's just taking nerf upon nerf upon nerf. And it's kind of just fallen down that pecking order, and it's almost what people have picked when there's ultimately nothing left. You think Akali's off the board, Silas is off the board, Nocturne's off the board, Gwen's off the board, you know, and then Set is kind of that champion that's been 100% pick banned prior to this week, as well as the Thresh. And if you think about it, Mammoth now have 2 100% pick ban champions in the LCO. So
They do. They've got a lot of power. I mean, you can see it from the final pick there from Mammoth. They were debating whether or not they go for the counter pick in towards the Gnar with the Aurelia, potentially even the Jace. Opt to go for one of the more stereotypical picks here for Wei and go for the Zoe. So they've got the ability to poke from afar to just squishing the members down, pad their HP bars just low enough for that wombo combo you mentioned before to be the, seal the deal.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I actually like Mammoth's composition because when you think about, these lanes in isolation for a little bit, right? You look at the bot lane, you know, Thresh is like a soft counter into Leona, right? You play every time Leona goes to go in. Varus is going to have a good time into the Ezreal. So they have, you know, what would be or deemed a winning bot side of the map, a winning bot lane at least. Rumble spikes a lot earlier than the Diana, so you do have kind of that priority in terms of the 1v1 in the jungle matchup. The only concern I have, at least for the early game, is that there's a Lee Sin in the mid lane. You have double AP jungle mid. Merc Treads has so much value in this game, and if you ever do slightly fall behind, you know, the same kind of damage characteristic being that ability power from the Rumble and the Zoe tends to fall off quite quickly. So Mammoth just need to have like their heads, you know, ready to go into that game. And if they're able to get just a little lead, the composition that they have with the poke, with the CC is going to be so oppressive. And so I kind of like what they've done for themselves there.
Yeah, and I think despite the reputation or sort of the nature of Pentanet as a whole with the success that they've found, we would much more lean towards them being a team that plays for the mid to late game, right? So if there was a team that Mammoth could say, look, let's try and find some early game strength, let's look to try and really bring our best foot forward come 15 minutes, then I think they've actually got, with a draft like this, a good shot at bringing it to Pentanet.
100%. And the first thing that I want to see Mammoth do is identify dragon win condition, right? Like you have such a strong level 6, such a strong river fight, river contest. So I just want to see that dragon stacking potential and putting Pentanet on the clock. I don't think we see many teams do that, right, in the LCO. You know, even against Peace, even when Pentanet lost to Peace, there was no pressure from Peace putting them on the clock. If anything, they lost to the clock. They just they had superior decision making, and then it ended up out macroing them. So, you know, this is something that I want to see. And when you have nothing to lose, that's the most dangerous. So Pentanet need to be switched on. They need to realize that where their win con lies, and that's at, you know, the 1 to 2 item power spikes. So, you know, being the veteran team that they are, we expect to see that from them. But you know, as the fan of League of Legends, you got to hold your breath and be a little bit excited for Mammoth and what they've put together.
You certainly do, given the fact that this is the same roster from week 1, no changes, despite them changing a few players. Across the off-season, they've stuck with their guns and said, look, no changes with the 9-man roster that we have. We're going to stick to what we know, and that's give these players more stage time with a draft like this. Maybe they can just rise to the occasion. Maybe we can continue to see this idea that we hear from players and coaches alike, that, you know, maybe the difference between these teams isn't as big as it's been made out as. Sure, the standings are there for a reason, but let's actually see what happens when good drafts go up against good drafts with ideas flown around as to how those win conditions can come together, and if the players at the end of the day have the experience, the discipline, the ability to pull it off.
100%. And what do you think about that Lee skin on another note?
Look, you know what? I don't mind it, but I will say it's really confusing. If you're familiar with the animations, you have no idea what's going on. And speaking of animations, we're going to change this one into a quick conversation with Pentanet's coach in Charlie. Welcome back, mate.
Hey there, Skimmy. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, bro. How about yourself?
Yeah, going well. The draft went pretty good. I think we had a small blunder, but I'm happy with how it turned out in the end.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit about these drafts, right? Because during the pre-season, the pre-show, I should say, we were talking about the fact that you're the only team so far that have really looked towards this COG Lulu. You know, is there anything that you can share with us as to why there's that preference on your end?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much our plan was to just pick Lulu in the first game of the season, show how broken it is, and then get it banned against us for the rest of the split. It doesn't go much deeper than that.
Yeah, pocket pick strategy is basically making people have to respect your name. You know, you come into this one here, similar identity. Sure, not the double AD, double support composition, but it's a lot of pure aggression. Has that been a bit of a shift from split 1 into 2? Maybe more ability for the players to showcase their flair, or just, early game potential?
Yeah, I think it's two things. It's like, this is just the direction that the meta is going in. But we learned at MSI, you just need to have tools. You need to have the ability to stack waves and play out the game and have engaged tools, be able to take the fight to your opponent at any point in the game. And also, we just don't want to limit our opportunity for growth. If we, for example, this game played stuff like Ornn, Victor, the stuff that we know we can play whenever we want to, play a hyper carry, play this style, it's going to hinder our improvement as a team, right? We want to grow, we want to push ourselves, we want to, yeah.
So what I'm getting from that is just, in the early weeks, right, look to try and harness and just make your team more well-rounded?
Yeah, definitely. We want to have more strategies leading into playoffs.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, talk to me a little bit about week 1, right? So, you come back, sure, there's the whole quarantine experience and whatnot. You have a 1-1 week. Obviously, a heartbreak against Peace, right? We're not going to gloss over that one, given the fact that you had everything in your hand. We heard from Chaz in his player interview that, yeah, sure, maybe some of those lane assignments didn't really go their way. Was there much discussion, or was it kind of just like, look, week 1, dust it over, on we go?
Oh, no, we had a big review of that game, as you do when you lose an important match in the regular season. Yeah, a lot went wrong in both the first 5 minutes and then the last 5 minutes of that game. And then the middle was really solid defensive play. Yeah, we played better from behind than we do from ahead, it seemed, in that game. We did a really good job at stopping Peace from really advancing the game, but we had Braum as a counter pick ready and to flex for Lulu out, and then we lost lane with the Braum, so that was a bit of a shocker. Yeah, I mean, we're still improving. We haven't played that draft many times, to be honest. And Peace, they are very good laners, especially their bot lane, and across the board they can do stuff in the early game. So it was good to be punished. We learned a lot about both the early game and our mid game macro in that one.
Hey, I suppose you'd rather happen now than in an important best of series later on in the season.
Yeah, 100%.
Anything on your end that really springs to mind?
No, I think it was actually very insightful. Charlie's always the insightful one. I love hearing him talk, love hearing his interviews, and it's interesting to hear though. How would you say, you've been to MSI, you've seen the teams, you've played against them, and you talk about Peace having such a strong laning phase. How would you compare that to your experiences overseas?
Yeah, well, speaking specifically for that bot lane, Peace's bot lane are very good. I wouldn't go as far to say as they're world class, but they're certainly very competent mechanical players. They've they've had good coaches in the past. They've learned from the likes of like Fantix and King and just some of the region's best laning players, right? So I think that's really helped them in their development. I think like my whole team, after a couple of days, a couple of weeks playing at MSI, definitely can stand up against international teams, especially the other wildcard teams, individual players. But there's going to be some exceptions. Like I think some players on Peace are weaker than others. I'm not going to say who, but yeah, that's what I have to say about that one, I guess.
Well, on that spicy little bombshell, we'll leave it at that. Hey, Charlie, wish you guys all the best. Pleasure talking to you as always, and we'll catch you in the next interview.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
All right, Jules. Well, whilst that was going on, I saw a bit of a spicy exchange take place in the top side too. BioPanther not committing his flash, but forcing Nectar to back away before 6.
And Nectar's having a pretty rough time in the top side of the map. We haven't seen how much, how that laning phase has really played out, aside from the flash being burnt there. But the one thing I kind of wanted to say, and I didn't want to cast the curse Mammoth, was just basically say how this is one of the most stable early games that they've had in recent memories against top opposition, right? There's been no death. Yeah, there's deficits in top side of the map, but their bot lane's laning well, mid lane's doing well, and jungle's up CS. So in terms of setting themselves up for that first neutral fight or that level 6, power spike on that rumble, they're definitely in a good position to at least, contest and give themselves the best opportunity in this game.
And that's certainly what they'll be looking for. If we look at them historically across split number 1, they had one of the weakest early games. They're having to sacrifice Dragons, First Bloods, just objectives across the board, but so far so good. Coming into week number 2, they've looked a little bit more refined. Improvements have been found, maybe in part to some of these changes. One of the plays in Guda that we've been hyping up a fair bit here, found those solo kills once again on the Rumble, a champion that can offer a fair bit of that early aggression, and hitting this Dragon and getting yourself very close to level 6 should mean that chaos is brewing.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll probably get level 6 off the Dragon, as he does. Now, it's kind of a double-edged sword here. I'm going to hold that thought because Pabu looks like he's going to dive way in the mid lane. Might just take the red instead. Now, you get the Dragon, that's all well and good, and there's a pause.
There is a pause. The turret is going down. I've got no one to cover my lane. We need to remake this one nice and quickly. Jokes aside, obviously, we can see here only 7 minutes into this game, neck and neck in terms of the goal, but you can already feel the pressure and the prowess, right? That's really happening with, sure, the Dragon's being picked up here from Mammoth, but they're having to sacrifice a mid wave. They're losing top side too. Big CS discrepancy already, up by 20. So Pentanet pretty happy as far as this early game's played.
Well, again, I didn't see wave state in the bot lane prior to the pause, but we also saw there's about a 15 CS lead on Tavares. At the moment. So whilst the top sides, what's happening top side is happening to the bot side. And they did get that good matchup, and they did get a matchup where we wanted to see them kind of take it to Pentanet a little bit, right? You heard Charlie mention in the interview, they Peace have a very good bot lane, and they were able to punish and exploit Pentanet's bot lane. Now, are we seeing a similar thing that's going to happen? Again, only 15 CS, sure, all good. But once ultimates start coming on through, level 6 starts coming on through, and dragons are to be contested, the 15 to 30 CS deficits start to mean a little bit, right? Because then it averages a kill. You base, you pick up that extra longsword, pick up that extra item, you have that relative strength at that next skirmish. So again, like, you have to say, if you had to choose a side of the map to be behind, you choose the set. Because Set can still do what Set does, right? Come into a fight, take a member out, slam them, offer the haymaker, and just have that durability and survivability, and hopefully you've won the team fight by then.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so, right? So, I mean, we're seeing sort of the idea come here from Gudo is I'm not going to invest my resources topside just yet. We're going to play towards a win condition, and that, in this case, seems to be picking up Dragons, giving ourselves that power across the board rather than just to one particular lane. Speaking of Nectar, he seems to be in trouble as the cross-map play takes place. Out goes the Equalizer, looking to lock him in place. Predator forced to try and flash out of that one, but he's just standing in the carpet of doom. He will fall on down, and Varys will pick up first blood for Mammoth.
That is unbelievably huge. And that goes to show, and there's a 1-for-1. Even with the 1v1, the amount of value that Mammoth get from that play is absolutely insane. They burn double teleport, so Nectar's able to get free time in this top lane, push the wave in, lose absolutely nothing. Praedyth loses, what was probably close to 2 to 3 waves, as well as double summoners. Yeah. And this was a play that Mammoth last split wouldn't have made. They'd be too nervous. Maybe they wouldn't even know how to make this play. But this is what I talk about. When Gudo is brought into this team, he's given the tools to make these plays. He's able to really just dictate the pace of the game. And that's just a very good dive setup from Mammoth.
And we wondered where it would come, and we wondered where it would go to. And well, you said it. You said, look at bot lane. We're looking to try and trade these lane states out in terms of who's got themselves the lead. 92% of you are in favor of Pentanet taking this one. Why wouldn't you go against them? You've seen what they can do, but this is what we want to see from Mammoth with a draft like this. The case is now, Jubes, can they sustain this?
Can they? And I mean, you know, what's one way to sustain it is you just put your foot on the pedal, look for counter jungle, look for jungle camps in the enemy's top side. Because if you think about Rumble as a champion, like what does Rumble want to do? Where does Rumble want to fight? In chokes, right? And how do you force a fight in chokes? You contest jungle camps. So, you know, they're playing all the right cards at the moment, and they're even taking a Rift Herald that doesn't look like it's going to get contested.
Yeah, blue stolen, Dragon picked up, and a Herald now that seems to be on the cards here for what would be a fantastic 10-minute showing out of Mammoth. Shinky hovering in the area, looking to try and protect and ward off any opposition as Chaz pokes his head into Pixel Brush and realizes maybe a blind face check isn't the right idea. A wall goes on down, and with that Herald getting lower and lower, maybe there is a chance for this one to be stolen away. He needs to smite, he needs to pick it up, he's going to get shoved away, he's going to fall on down, the lantern goes out. It doesn't achieve anything, and it just gets stolen right underneath their nose.
And it really is just the little things, right? You know, they have numbers advantage top side. Yeah, sure, the waves aren't really in their favor, and that's probably why Mammoth felt like they couldn't contest. And it's just the experience from Pentanet, right? Not panicking in the scenario and not giving what they don't have to give. You know, most teams probably just give that. They see the thresh, they say, okay, that's none of our business to contest, but they're able to just get the waves in the right state and able to pick that one up.
Well, here comes the all-in boss side now, looking to try and find revenge on towards Frost as Decoy will then sidestep out what would have been a nice little death sentence to try and trade around that passive. But isn't going to be the case. So ultimate committed, but Frost still topped up and healthy.
And the Rift Herald's just going down topside. And I mean, this isn't going to get any better for Nectar. Like, you know, this Biopanther's picked up the 1 kill, going to get all the turret plates topside. They may even just break the turret, and he's also getting denied minions in the process too. So
look at the gold difference. Yeah. As a result of that, now Biopanther has the most gold in the game.
When that turret goes down, it's going to jump as well. So the one thing I wanted to talk about just quickly was Frost must trust Shinky with his life. He hasn't opted in for a cleanse versus Leona comp. And, you know, we saw him get just Leona ulted off the bat. And was lucky enough Shinky was nearby. But we need to keep an eye on that. It's always an engage option for Decoy now, right? He always has the window of opportunity, pull that trigger to catch the Varus out.
We're going to try and trim this wave as they deny the second turret plate being picked up here from Frost as Pentanet went for a recall. Come back to this lane, looking to try and lock this wave underneath the turret and keep themselves topped up and healthy. Buy more time for these summoners to come back. One is already there, Cleanse is up and available, but the Flash needs to wait just a fraction longer as Frost will look to go back to the bank and cash in his own individual huge CS lead.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we haven't touched on either is that it's a lethal tempo Varus. It's not going to be the lethality one that we've all become accustomed to and seen for, you know, majority of last split as well as the, I guess, off season. And Kudo has to burn Flash. Chaz has so much pressure on this Lee Sin right now. He's just dictating both sides, and there's nothing Wei can do really. He just goes trying to contest.
Yeah, I mean, they've stolen away a blue buff, but he's going to need a little bit more than that right now. You can see how reserved it feels in his trading pattern when he's going in for this one, opting to go for the minion wave as opposed to Chaz himself. A lot of that can obviously be shrugged off despite not maxing his shield. Decoy, Spidey senses, I do not believe it. He realized this seems to be a little bit too convenient, maybe a little bit too quiet, and baits up only a hook, but an equalizer too.
Yeah, a bit of a fancy sidestep there from Decoy. We'll give him benefit of the doubt. We'll say that he knew that someone was in there and he was preemptively sidestepping. So that's a big cooldown down.
I've seen the Twitter. But here comes an exchange in mid lane now. And his Wei is going to find himself up against 3 members. Soon to be 4, as Pabu comes in. A beautiful little flash away, but it won't save you from what is an all-in on Pabu's Diana. Now looking to try and find a second kill underneath this turret, which is still topped up and healthy. 50% and going a hand slam maker. Everything thrown here towards Decoy. And Nectar really, well, he realizes this is what happens when you're down double CS.
Yeah, double CS down. Doesn't use the Haymaker from set either to give him that just extra little bit of survivability. But if you really do think about it, Skimmy, it's ultimately just a byproduct of the hook getting sidestepped and
just more.
Yeah, more dead in between turrets now. What was started off as like a good early game from Mammoth has really just spiraled out of control, and it's it's a 5k gold lead for Pentanet, and it's just come out of nowhere, Skinny.
It certainly has, and I suppose you could, reference this as being what you'd expect out of the caliber of these different teams, right? Why you'd see the standings reflect what they are, because as much as the draft looked good, and as much as there were ideas and angles that we were discussing, it was always, and it always will be, the execution that it boils down to.
And it's also the 1%ers. Like I talked about decoy sidestepping that hook and the equalizer going down preemptively.
Oh, for
right?
sure.
Then you don't have equalizer to counteract what happened in the mid lane 30 seconds before after. Right? There's no equalizer to come down. There's nothing to protect Wei, nothing to protect Nectar. And maybe if there's an equalizer there, we start talking about 1-for-1 trades, 2-for-1s, or whatever it is. But again, it's just those 1%ers that really get you punished when you verse top tier opposition. And that feels like where Mammoth are kind of just short at the moment, those 1%ers.
I suppose I'll play devil's advocate now. Has the train passed for success here at Mammoth? Are we still looking to try and play towards an idea of, 1 to 2 item power spikes? You can still bring it back. You've still got this insane wombo combo at the end of the day. Or are Pentanet now in a piece of comfort where they've got dive, they've got engage, and they're already well ahead with their item builds?
Oh, yeah, Pentanet have really just bridged the gap of where they're meant to be their weakest, in the sense that Diana, pre-6, pre-item, is probably not really a champion that you want to be skirmishing around, or a champion that you really want to be involved in contesting dragons with. But at this point, have the Proto Belt, have the Merc Treads into a composition where there's so much value. So it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for Mammoth, fighting in the 5v5s. But if they can ever find the angle where Biopanther's sitting at a side, doing a bit of a side lane duty, then maybe it's winnable. Like, you got the Rumble ulti, you got the Varus. There's so much CC to instantly blow up a member. So there's always that hope. But I think it just has to be when Biopanther's not there.
And it has to be, you'd say, when Frost is there right now, as he is the saving grace of this Mammoth roster with a fantastic early game. Still holds a 30 CS lead over Braider. He's got himself the Kraken Slayer, can output a serious amount of damage in combination with that lethal tempo. Speaking of damage, there's Wei once again, gets flash kicked upon. Wei going to pop the stopwatch. He was hoping that turret would have done one more shot towards Chaz's Lee Sim, but he will fall on down for free.
Yeah, and it's just nice little mechanics there. Kick flash from Chaz. Wasn't too hard. I mean, we've gotten to a point in the evolution of League of Legends where a kick flash in that instance isn't that impressive, right? I mean, if you rewind like 3 or 4 seasons, we're talking like, oh my god, this guy's insane. But it was just well played, really, right? It's well played, well punished, and Wei's not having a good time.
Hang on a minute. Frost has said, you know what? I do trust you, Shinky, but forget about that. I want to go for the all-in. Oh! He actually takes out Pradev. Forget Shinky. I will ego onto you. Now out goes the exhaust. This is Mammoth looking to try and commit flashes. A 3-man Sunday looking to lock everybody in place, but they want more. 2 kills found by Biopanther. There goes the Haymaker locking him in place, and that's going to be Nectar looking to try and even out the books. The balance sheet with a kill of his own. And Wei looking to try and be the icing on the cake there with a paddle start from downtown. But Frost, man, he is impressing.
Yeah, he is definitely impressing. I mean, on this Varus, something that we're not used to seeing too much, right? The traditional Kraken Slayer on-hit build. And he's really just doing numbers. Look at the damage in last team fight. 2,100 coming out of the Varus. More than anyone on the side of Pentanet. Felt like a little bit of an ego dive, but again, you've got to give credit to Mammoth. They were ready to counteract that dive and play around their strongest member of the team as we go into a replay. So, I mean, Pradev, his minions go down. A little bit of limit test gaming there coming out of Pradev. Uses the flash, gets sniped on the back end, and then here, watch the Rumble ult come down from Gudo. Lays down the carpet. I think Biopanther Mega might turn this one around with the Diana ultimate, but Frost is just untouched on the back line here.
We said it would be the difference maker, and on that occasion it certainly was. The pings were furious, Juves, on that mini-map, and the fact, the audacity of it all to say, no, I believe in myself, forget about, the team idea, forget about the nameplates I'm up against. I'm going to take down Pradev.
Yeah, 100%. Now, to play kind of devil's advocate, as you said, look, it's just the kills that they get on the board. When Pentanet have lanes in that state, waves under turret, when you get a team fight like that, one that you're really successful on, you pick up a few kills, you aren't really able to pivot that or transition that into turrets. And that's where a majority of your gold's going to come from when you win those skirmishes, right? There was no dragon taken, no turrets, all they did was pick up a few kills. And whilst that's nice onto Frost, we don't see that gold lead shrink anymore. It's still 5 to 6,000. Pentanet still in the driving seat. What they need to do is set up around an objective, set up with good lanes, good lane states, win the team fight, pivot that into some dragon, into some turrets, and then we'll see that gold deficit shrink.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a good point, right? You know, the fact is, sure, it's a wipe on the board in terms of getting some kills, but the opportunity of finding more from that didn't really present itself. But that is going to be another Drake spawning. It's going to be an Ocean Soul that these teams are playing for this time around. So one that holds a lot of desirability on either end of the stick, as we see Pentanet looking to try and run it back once again down bot side, but there's nobody there. So Deja Vu will not present itself. Mammoth, they have other ideas. They're sniffing to try and play side lane pressure. Gudo's gone off counter jungling. Pentanet said, well, thank you very much. We'll just pick up this turret for free.
Yep, and that turret falls down, and we might even see a second charge here. Skimmy, this next turret could go down because, you know, whilst Shelly only has 1300 HP, it's still going to do a very big chunk of damage to this turret, and Diana just absolutely melts through them.
Two
Maybe
turrets.
even a third charge.
Just as easy as that. 450 HP still left on Shelly. Looking to try and go for the triple kill, the hat trick. They may just open up a win condition with an inhibitor. They have to find Retribution mid. They certainly do. They take out Biopanther.
Yeah, I mean, 3 turrets for 1 kill, probably not worth it. But let's see what they get on the back end. They may be able to trade a turret in the mid lane, turret in the top lane, and then they're only at a deficit of about 1 turret, right? Yes, you have to consider the pressure those 3 turrets down, including the inhibitor one in the bot side does, but TP through.
TP through. Both teams now wanted to commit towards that fight. No, Equalizer has been burnt. Same as the Chain of Corruptions. All ultimates soon to be available. True Shot Barrage is there. It's going to be a 4v5 that Pentanet are going to be taking. Mammoth are the ones deployed on this first. They pick up the Dragon. Now looking for the kill. Looking to try and lock members in place. Probably already gone golden. Down to 50%. Comes out exhausted and may just fall on down as a result. Varus picks that kill up from afar. And Mammoth utilizing the numbers advantage. Find a kill and find an objective.
I mean, that's just greedy gaming coming out of Pentanet, right? Biopanther, who we mentioned before, the strongest member of their team has gone down, and you're still trying to contest that Dragon 4v5. And I mean, it's probably about time they start putting a little bit of respect on Frost's name. He's doing too much damage to ignore. Pabu, one of the strongest members of Pentanet 2, had to instantly Zhonya's in that team fight and wasn't able to use or do any meaningful damage. So when it comes to the skirmishes and playing the map, you have to say Mammoth are doing a decent job, right? Yes, they traded 3 turrets, but they were able to trade some back, pick up the Dragon, and they're 2 away from Soul now, Skimmy. So gets a little bit dicey if you're a Pentanet fan, you know, when this next Dragon spawns.
Certainly does, and you could say, well, sure, it's only 1 key target being to remove from the equation, and then, you know, it's happy days. Zoe's 0-3, not a big concern. Everfrost is the item. Sure, the damage is going to hit as hard as possible. But Frost now, he's picked up the Runar's Hurricane. With this build, he is pumping out damage like you would not believe, and he seems to just have the ego and the confidence to match the power granted towards him. So a second Dragon picked up there. Obviously, the major concern is, whilst these team fights are being fantastic, the macro has been lacking, which has allowed now Biopanther a potential opportunity just to backdoor an inhibitor.
Yeah, and you have to say it's only a matter of time until this inhibitor goes down, because when you think about Set being this far behind, as well as the Rumble, they're not champions that are going to fare very well in shutting down the side lane. And they'll have to do things like this, and it's the correct call, right? They have to force down mid lane and try and bring Biopanther to them, as opposed to stopping him in the side lane.
Easier said than done, of course.
Well, the way that you do that, Skimmy, is you threaten the Baron.
That's what they're doing. Looking for it. Biopanther does have TP.
Deep chunk.
There isn't a wall just yet. There is. I tell a lie. He's actually going to go around in the flank. Now going for the pincer maneuver. This is the biggest gnaw roll if I've ever seen it. He hits nothing. He doesn't hit anything. He's looking to try and strike breaker away. Chaz the one deployed in. The rest of Mammoth are looking to try and disengage away from this one, but Shuki's been left to the Wolves and more. Wei tries to hit a meaty paddle start across the wall to deter any further aggression. He just doesn't have enough damage. The flash Zenith Blade. The equalizer once again. Gudo doing God's work, but it's just not enough. The damage is there. The trade comes out. Frost find another kill. He takes out Leona. Members bleeding. Mammoth surviving. But Pentanet have prevented the Baron.
They prevented the Baron. It's a 2-for-1. They got Biopanther's TP. We'll have to see what Pentanet get on the back end here. Are they able to pick up this Baron? You know, Wei has the teleport, so might go down quick enough though. Diana just does shred through those. They are looking to contest. Might be a little bit too late though, Skimmy.
At this rate of pace, it does not look to be that a contest is on the cards. That's gone. Baron's been picked up. And there you have it. The Baron is in Pentanet's hand to Bluna's gold lead that much further. It was 6k a moment ago. Another couple of thousand, and you're well on your way to a 10k lead.
Yeah, and I do believe that was the correct play coming out of Mammoth. I think the execution wasn't the right call there. They started the Baron. Gudo got down to what, you know, 1/3 HP. wasn't able to participate in that fight anymore. But what they needed to do was just wait for a face check, right? Biopanther TP'd in early. They were able to just set up vision, control that vision, use the Varus ultimate to set up a pick, as well as the Thresh, but feels like they just got a little bit too eager, wanted to start it, wanted to get it, you know, the Baron off the board, if you will, and they will punish for it significantly.
Now, where did Pentanet go with this one? The obvious choice would be to say, let's push bot lane. You'd bet your money that they're going to look to try and hit 2 lanes at once and just cause chaos here for Mammoth that, as we say, are behind in gold by a fair margin. Looking to try and sink these waves, as you can see. Bio wanted to crash mid and bot at the same time. And Mammoth may just be playing catch-up here, as they've got multiple members invested topside, but on a single member of Pentanet can be found.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to stop this push coming out of Pentanet. What Mammoth look like they're trying to do here is they're going to cut losses, they're going to lose bot lane inhibitor. They're happy to give that one away. And they're just going to push this top lane wave as far out as they can, so that it reduces the amount of time Pentanet have Baron and are able to do something with their lanes. So there's absolutely no way they stop this from taking down bot lane inhibitor, but maybe there's a way where, with the range advantage that Mammoth have, they're able to stop the mid lane turret from falling.
Well, here they go. They are synced up nicely, crashing together. Bit of a 3-2 split, juggling the aggro between bot and mid as they go. As you say, that bot lane inhibitor will fall on down. The Death Sentence goes out, he commits to it. If you hit a Q, you commit. Looking for it right now as Shinky has to pop that lockup. He has no follow-up just yet. True Shot Barrage will execute him. Pubba goes golden again once more, looking to try and find value with that Zhonya's. Chaz deleted. 6 kills now for Frosts. That inhibitor still topped up. It's at 50%. Biopanther looking for the ultimate. He shoves it right into the way of Deagle. He goes in and Praetor picks up that kill. A second kill here for the Pentanet bot lane. They might just try to wrap this game up. 25 minutes on the dot. That's what they're playing for. You said it, a 7th kill now to his name. He really is the king of this roster, showing that he doesn't care about the caliber of the opponent he's playing against, but he has to respect the fact that 2 inhibitors have been lost.
I thought he was going to have a bit of a pop-off moment there. Got a bit too excited. Sorry for that one, Skibby. I thought he was going to turn back around, go back in with the Varus attack speed buff. And I mean, look at the damage in last team fight. You know, it's sometimes you say, okay, well, you know, he's just sitting pretty with a nice KDA, but the numbers are there. Like, he's absolutely putting in work in these team fights, and it feels like he just needs a little bit of help. He just needs a bit of assistance. But, you know, Pentanet probably get a little bit overzealous, end up diving. Yes, they get the 2 inhibitors, but if, you know, there's a realm in which, and I'll hold that thought for the replay, Hook lands, I think they forget a little bit about the cleanse here, but Kratos is able to kite this one back. Shinky just falls down, and it's so hard for Mammoth to fight from here when you have a Meganar threatening on the side. If you look at all the carries, being Wei, Kudo, and the others, they're not able to influence that fight. They're just so concerned about Biopanther and Chaz that the only time they really start putting damage down is when it's in a front-to-back scenario and Frost has the turret for help. But he actually kites that one out to a T.
His movement is just sublime. It's fantastic. I mean, we were questioning, you know, he hasn't gone for the cleanse here. Is that hill going to be a punishment? Well, he doesn't seem to care, Jubes. Forget about the QSS. Sure, get a stopwatch now because I've got 3 completed items to my name, but his spacing, his awareness, his ability to say, I will continue to play flawless.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a debut game, but it's definitely one way to kind of announce yourself into the league, right? How do you do that? Arguably against the best team. Have a performance like this, 7-0-1, keeping his team in the game. And, you know, Pentanet are a team where it's kind of just everyone doing their job at the moment, right? We can't point fingers at Pentanet and say this guy's having a blinder. They're all playing extremely well and playing team fights out. And I like to see what they're doing with the lane states, right? They're waiting for slow pushes. They're setting up 2 cannon minions in each wave, and it just makes their job so much easier when sieging a turret.
It'll be very difficult now. The pincer has really well and truly come to a close here. As Chaz is going to clear out mid lane, that means 2 super minions are going to be crashing in opposite areas. As they'll look for the cherry on top, and that is top lane. There goes the Equalizer looking to trim this wave, and does a good job at doing that. A cannon, a smite, and that wave gone, buying just a little bit more time for this team to hold out.
Yeah, I don't mind that, but you definitely can't fight now. All you have to do is clear 1 wave. There's no cannon, there's a cannon in this wave, but if you can clear this and keep up your inhibitor, then you're in a good position to stall this one out. No Rumble ulti.
Piper's had enough. He just goes in like that. A 3-man moonfall. Stack that with the solar flare. Go for the Gnar ult too. Everything coming together. You've got one combo. Well, we can just execute it better. They are looking for the kills. They will find those kills. They've already taken down 3 members. They finally removed Frosts. And it's Praetor. that may just find that shutdown feeling a little bit sweeter than it would have done otherwise. One of those Nexus turrets have already fallen on down, and it seems to be inevitable that the game is going to come to a close here. There were predictions during the pre-game interview, 25 minutes or 30 minutes. It's somewhere in between. 28 minutes is what we're playing on here. And now ignore the base, as the minions will end it for them.
Kratos got the last hit on the Nexus 2. Maybe he can chalk that one up as a kill, because he's definitely had a rough one, laning into Frost.
Well, he got Flame Horizon, right?
Yeah,
100 CS gap. You can see the serious look on his face. He knows, hey, that's a game that didn't really go as cleanly as you would have been hoping, I'm sure, on a personal performance, a personal level. But nonetheless, Pentanet get themselves off to a flying start here in week number 2.
Yeah, a win's a win. You got to be happy with that. And as Mammoth, you got to take the positives away from that game. You were able to, you know, make a meal of it, make Pentanet work really hard for that win. And you know, in the same side of the coin, I think that Pentanet did a very good job in slowing the game down, waiting for their item power spikes, able to execute around Pabu on that Diana, landing multi-man, you know, Diana ultimates in those team fights, having Biopanther come down and influence those fights as well. So all around, I think it was just a good game of League of Legends where both teams can sort of be happy with what they put out there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly entertaining, right, Mac? I mean, you look at that game and you say, well, it gave me a little bit of everything, right? If you're a neutral watching the LCO, then maybe you've just found Mammoth as a team to start cheering for.
Situations as well where it was just completely entertaining. Look, maybe a few people out there thought it was going to be a whitewash, but Mammoth brought their A game. They got a good draft in the mix, and then you can see when they're on some champs that they are all confident on, some crazy things can happen. I think Biopanther still just had too easy of a time in the top lane. He just seemed to be all over everything. He's so damn good playing that Nah. And unfortunately, Nectar couldn't really go toe-to-toe with him, even with the set. There's a few times as well where, you know, he had a lot of presence up there from Pabu, and it just made Nectar's life essentially hell. But all things considered, Mammoth playing a very good bot lane.
Yeah, and I mean, they had the champions and the picks to really set themselves up for success, right? You know, Thresh into Leona, Varus into Ezreal. They definitely needed to come out of laning phase with a small advantage, and they were able to do so, right? At this point in the game, 12 minutes in, they have a substantial CS lead, and it was just, you know, off the back of Pentanet making really good plays across the map, where they were able to really, you know, make that lead, I guess, and I'm going to say non-existent, because he still had a good game, but it also just never really looked like the Pentanet side were going to struggle too much, right? Chaz just too big, Diana too big, Biopanther too big, and we're seeing these skirmishes here even. When you're getting tower dove under your turret, it's probably not because the game state everywhere else on the map is going well.
Yeah, you can see as well, we saw a lot of what Pentanet were talking about last week, how they're trying to incorporate a lot more aggression, try to go for those earlier plays as well. Even, you know, really early on, we saw Pabu going for some, you know, just showing presence in bot lane. It wasn't necessarily to go for the gank. It was, yeah, there to punish mistakes, but also just filling that time while the camps are all respawning with the way the jungle currently is with those respawn timers. And just there was a fight before as well, which I thought was very funny watching you cast it there, Skimmy, because Biopanther, I think he jumped out of the Baron pit and went to get a nuts Gnar ult, and you were like, wow, this is going to be the greatest one, but he just barely missed it, and it didn't go as expected.
Look, he was on the biggest wide flank I've ever seen in my life. Those are what top laners dream of, right? You know, they're left to an island, they say, oh, all the attention goes towards the mid and AD carry, so he wanted to be the hero on that occasion. I think, if memory serves me well, we got locked in place there by the Varus route, but otherwise that would have been like a 5-man slam. Would have been a jam, because Juves is here too, obviously, and everybody would have been Pepe jamming in chat.
Yeah, cat jam. Cat jam would have been the tune.
A little bit of cat jams. Of course, you know, we actually have a very Pog Warner song today as well. We were loving it pre-broadcast, and you guys will see it as well in the break that's coming up shortly. But before we get there, of course, we got to talk about the game. You know, we got Nat coming in as well. You were talking about the Wham Jam. Thank you, ma'am. And oh, Nat's actually ready. So let's bring her in, and she can give you her best Jubes impersonation, hopefully, which we might get towards the end of the day again.
All I know is Jubes just has to say Space Jam and then the Wah Wah Wee Wah, and that's about it. That's my Jubes impression.
Wah Wah Wee Wah. There you go. So, Nat, who do you have down on the side lanes for the post-match?
I'm going to be joined by Praedith, which I'm very excited to talk to him. Thank you for joining me. I want to ask you, I want to start at the start. I want to ask you, well, actually, first of all, congratulations on the win. And I want to ask you about the drafting phase. I want you guys to walk me through it from your perspective and a lot of reasons why you picked some of the champs you did.
I think we prepared for a lot of things. and then we kind of just picked whatever. So I think like we kind of winged a lot of our draft this time. Like I don't think. I think like our responses to their picks or whatever were a bit random, but so like I can't really go that in depth to this draft. It was just whatever the players were feeling, because I think like whatever we have fun with on stage right now is just like what we want to play. So I think like probably what we picked past like probably Ezreal was like pretty suboptimal, but yeah, it was fun.
Look, I loved watching it anyway. I also want to know your thoughts on Frost's performance, because we were sitting here watching that game and he was looking really good. So how did it feel coming up against him in that bottom lane?
I thought he was like, I think he's like pretty good at list laning in general, like the fundamentals. He knew like when he needed to pressure, like he was pretty good at last hitting, like his mechanics were fine. I think he probably still has nerves or like some stage stuff he needs to overcome, because his movements felt a bit weird sometimes, which would probably just nerves. But I think like, yeah, for the most part, he probably played that game better than me. I was just vibing out. I think like, yeah, I haven't really practiced much. He's looking pretty on form. So for that game, he was definitely the better player. Hopefully next time we verse, I'll teach him a thing or two.
I'm already looking forward to that next matchup. We saw a lot of aggressive plays come out of Pentanet as well. I saw you guys dive the mid tower and the bottom tower. I want to know who's doing a lot of the shot calling for that, because we saw mid get very successful and then bottom was a little bit in favor for Mammoth.
I think the main thing that we learned from MSI that is like just completely different to here is like how everyone uses their supports, how all the teams use their supports, and how the jungle is played as well. So I think just like putting our support into every map play we do, or just like creating windows with our support is something we've been working on a lot. So that's why like those mid dives were so prevalent this game. And I think it's a bit of everyone making the calls, like myself letting Danny know if I need him or not, or just like the jungle letting those like needing people for plays, or maybe mid lane just like, yeah, this guy's getting ram ranch, like I need more people on mid. So it's just like a bit of everyone, just depends.
It looks like you guys are just working quite well as a team at the moment. Thank you so much for walking me through that game, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Bit of honesty there as well, you know. Good to hear that he did admit he hasn't been practicing as hard as maybe some other players, and Frost was just popping off today. So goes to show that a lot of practice can go a damn long way. And I just want to point out as well, we did get all of our predictions correct. So congratulations, us. Ooh, go panel. We did a good job there. Now, you know, before we get towards the break, it is time again for the DoorDash player that delivered. And I dare say it looks like that player might be the man who's had his name on our lips. That is Frost. He's been doing a very good job there, as you can see, popping off down in the bot lane. And he impressed us enough, so he's going to be taking home a DoorDash $100 voucher as well. So he can keep himself fed. Thank you so much to DoorDash for that. And Jubes, anything in particular you want to point out here with the stats? I'm looking at that high kill participation.
Well, I think the damage share is absolutely bonkers. 38%, you know, let's round it up to 40. And he's all like he's well on the way to doing half of his team's damage. I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's not something you see every day. 38% damage there, especially on a Varus. Like if they build a Cogmore composition around him, I'd say, yeah, you know what, that's fine. But on the Varus, just on hit to do that much, he's at a blinder, and he's placed wards. Every AD carry who doesn't buy pink wards in solo queue, he placed 8 wards. Okay, take a look at that.
Yeah. It's something that I'm sure everyone can improve on. And speaking of improving on things, Warner have a very good song that you guys can listen to in the ad break. It is Gravity Gliding by Masked Wolf. I know I'm going to be vibing out too. I hope you guys too. Second match coming up just after the break.
But forget about that. I want to go for the all-in. Oh! He actually takes out Braydev. Forget Shinky. I will ego onto you. Now, That inhibitor's still topped up. It's at 50%. Biped looking for the ultimate. He shoves it right into the way of Deagle. He goes in and Praetor picks up that kill. A second kill here for the Pentanet bot lane. They might just try to wrap this game up. 25 minutes on the dot. That's what they're playing for. You said it, a 7th kill now to his name. He really is.
I don't got time for this bullshit, loose lips. I ain't never playing by your rules, kid. Ay. Back then didn't have the traction, now they wanna cut. Ain't that a fraction? Yeah, I'm a monster with a flow, that's a crackin'. Don't focus on numbers, I ain't even here for hacking. Gotta keep it fly, paper plane, put respect on my name. Don't flow like a drain, I'm the dog, great date. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Pop it, I ain't never no day ones. Don't like the heat, better get your apron. Used to hate life, had my shade on. Used to watch that moonshine. Akon, this the shit that I don't like and it ain't ordinary. More than scary, all these birds up in my sanctuary. Never hit me up burden deep, I was feeling buried. Found my colors and started flying, ain't that canary? Got pain in my soul, I ain't here to toast. Champagne problems, I was feeling like a ghost. On the lane, switching roads, got drive, no control. Beat me up, I'ma need some space on the go. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Why y'all cheap like coupons? I get bread like croutons. Take a seat like futons. Don't say a peep, you been one. KD, I'm back in the league and I'm back in the league. Do this in a P4O with a sweep. Yeah, second that she did taste of the feet. I've been ballin' ever since my calling. I've been flowing, water falling. I beg your pardon. I ain't never claimed guns, but I be drawing. This picture clear my image more than, yeah, my decorum. Wait. Mr. Nice Guy hit him with a light like she want me next to her like a nightlight. You can go bye-bye like night-night. She want a man something like white knight. Take a first spin like old English. That's that cool alley-oop like finish. Can't see me, that window tinted. I broke out, there ain't no limits. G-Easy, believe me, I needy. I was knee-deep, no freebies. Still spat that shit out, something like bulimics. You see me, you need me. Dreaming, thinking you can beat me. You ain't on my frequency, aerial or TV. You 2D, I'm 3D. You 4G, I'm 5G. I came correct like Nike. I read you all like psychics.
To another level. Nobody knows why. Some things don't ever change. When you gonna bring back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you go changing your world. It's gone too fast. Nobody knows why. We play the same old game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the El Clasico. Legacy and Chiefs coming up very shortly. But look, I'm joined again, of course, by Jubes and Skimmy. You've seen him, you know him, you love him, and you cannot get enough of him, as I am not able to either. So I hope, are you guys on tomorrow, or do we have Rusty back?
Rusty's back tomorrow.
Oh,
I've been given the sack.
No, it's all right. I only did that because I know he's in chat. I know he's sitting there watching. Rusty, I love you, mate. And I know
That's not what he said during the break, but
under the bus I go. Now, look, let's move towards the match and stop talking about my love-hate relationship with the big man Rusty. So, Chiefs and Legacy, we love them. And we love to watch Legacy in particular because they have some crazy, crazy picks sometimes. Now, we love Sybil in the jungle. He has his own meta. He picked Zach last week. You weren't here to have a opinion on that, Jules. Do you want to quickly touch on that one?
Oh, Zach's just a Sybil special. He's played it his whole career, and he's played it a lot in solo queue. So he's definitely known for his Elise, for sure. I think we're all well across that. But he's also been known from time to time for his Zach. So I don't think it's, the strongest champion in the meta by any means. But it's definitely something he can make work. Now, did he make it work last week? Answer is no. Can he make it work this week? Maybe. So if he wants to pick that again, sure, be my guest. Legacy are known for picking those types of champions. Winterer with the Azir top, Incursio with the Katarina, and Styled and ML probably the most traditional out of the bunch, right? In terms of playing standard bot lanes. But ML does have a good social media presence, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, he's a funny bloke. Now, we did see Zach comboed with the Nocturne last week, and unfortunately didn't get to see the combo work at all, which was supposed to be, of course, the ultimate from the Noct, as well as with its slingshot coming in from the Zach, but I don't think we got to see it one time. So, pieces of the puzzle didn't fall together well for Legacy last week on day 2, but now coming into week 2 might be a different story. However, it's a tale of two teams, and we've got Chiefs to have a quick chat about as well. So, Skimmy, tell me again why Dragu's so handsome and who the other players are on the team.
I mean, look, the hair, the biceps, the look, just the whole package, mate. He is an absolute unit. Obviously, the rest of this team getting it done together, the synergy across the board here, smiles across their faces, hair colour on point to match the jerseys. But that all aside, right, I mean, I look at this team and go, Lived, I think, is one of those top laners that is, ever since switching from mid to top late last year, he's really been starting to impress and continue this level of consistency where he's looking to make himself a part of that discussion as one of the top laners in this region, right? I think he had a great week 1. I think you look at Bowman continued his narrative of, well, he's happy because Ezreal was really strong and he's the most proficient, you'd argue, at that champion right now, so happy days for him. Swaif gets his time to shine and carry junglers, and Kisse continues to level up as, the rookie MVP of last Split. So I think they're one of these teams that they look at Split 1 and say, yeah, cool, gives us a platform to improve on, but Split 2 is where the real money is being played for. Real money. Oh, I love money. Let's look, different topic altogether. Now we can talk about money now or later. But I'm gonna put it on the floor, and whoever picks up the money first gets it. So there's $1 just over there if you want it. Feel free to run over. Oh, thank you,
Nat, are you? Oh, there we are. Oh, too late, Nat. Sorry. Come on in, but Juve's already stole the $1, so hopefully you're not looking for $1 at the moment.
I didn't even have a fighting chance. He was in there and out before I even came into screen.
Yeah. Completely ridiculous. Now, you've got a pre-match to bring to us. Who do you have for the interview here for the El Clasico?
I do. I have Sybil and Swaith with me. We're going to be talking a little bit about the jungle and what's going to be going on in this game. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Swaith, I want to ask you first, the last 2 times you guys have versed each other back in Split 1, Chiefs have won both times. So what's going to be the game plan to secure yet another win against Legacy?
I think just playing our game. As long as we're doing what we're comfortable with, I think that our team is just stronger on paper, and we should be able to close out pretty easily.
I look forward to it. Sybil, for you guys, again, opposite spectrum, you haven't won yet against the Chiefs. So what's going to be your focus to secure the win today?
Probably just keeping our game plan ready to go. I think we kind of went off the rails a bit in the last 2 games. The mid to late games got really extended, and we were really put to the test. And I think we really have to step up to win, because I think those games were pretty winnable. And I think Chiefs are probably they're probably even harder to beat than the last 2 teams. So it'll be difficult, but I think we can do it.
Are you seeing a lot of the progress that Legacy has made over the break coming out in the LCO games, or is it really hard to put them into action?
I think we've been on the most steady incline since we've become a team. We've slowly gotten better every single week. We'll have a week where we don't perform as well, but overall our improvement has consistently been going up. So if that's anything to go by, then by the end of the split, we should be in a good spot, I guess, I think.
Look, that's the bonus of having a little bit of a longer split this time round, is maybe by the end, you guys will be on your absolute A game.
Yeah.
Swaith, I want to see how, I want to ask you how the patch has been impacting you as a jungler, how it's changed your game plan or play style.
Yeah, I think the new patch, like the new smite changes, and like catch up XP and stuff, actually like was an ultimate like buff to jungle. Even though obviously like jungles with the lead, tend to be like less impactful if their counterpart can get catch up XP. Like the 900 damage smite upgrade, the early 450, like in my opinion, like is a lot stronger. So to me, it's honestly just like felt easier and better. And there's like a lot of champions that are like unlocked right now, and that really like suits my style, I think. So yeah.
I'm going to be looking forward to some crazy stuff coming out in the draft, and that's pretty much what you've told me. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, well, pretty much. I'm sure both teams have stuff planned.
The last thing I am going to ask you guys is time predictions for these matches, because we have Chiefs who have done the shortest game so far in Split 2, and Legacy, you guys have the longest game so far in Split 2. So what are the time predictions going to be? Swaith, if you want to start.
I'm going to say 28 minutes, because I know that even if we win, I think Legacy will have some kind of fight, some kind of cheese that will get them like some sort of like fighting chance in the game.
Yeah, it's,
Sybil, what do you think?
I think that's fair to say. I'd say 25 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
So specific. I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, I'll let you both go. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll be keeping an eye on the clock.
Thanks, Nate.
Thanks, Dad.
There you have it. So very specific couple of time predictions
specific.
there. You know, everyone else is going for those sort of 5-minute intervals, but we got some really down to the wire ones. Let's see how close they are. You know, there's some predictions. We have our predictions as well, if we want to decide which way we're going to be swinging. So us three on this side of the panel have gone for Chiefs. Nat, are you with us on that decision?
I don't remember, so I have to wait for it to pop up. Yep, I'm with Chiefs as well.
There you go. So another clean sweep. Everyone going for Chiefs here in the matchup. Understandably so. We've seen a lot of good improvement from the Chiefs and what they have been bringing to the Rift. So that's why I've gone for my decision. Rusty. Not Rusty, sorry, Jubes. Sorry, I've got Rusty on my mind. You know, love-hate relationship, honestly, still in a love position right now.
Me and Rusty kind of look the same when you scale biceps into the occasion. So, I mean, it's all good. I'm a big dog. I know. I'm a big
impressed.
dog. I know.
Wow.
But anyway, that wasn't the point of the conversation. I will say, like, we've tipped Chiefs, but Legacy are probably the team that I think have a sort of like a kryptonite for Chiefs, in the sense that Kisei and Incursio are both players who are going to either 1v1 you or get 1v1. And so this game can just really open up from the mid lane. Incursio does have the potential to solo kill Kisei, but as we've seen before, Kisei has just solo killed Incursio and made the game a stomp. So I think that's what's exciting about this game. I just want to see these mid laners like just flash heads and just really just go at it.
Yeah, I feel like that's where a lot of the action is going to be. Apparently there's been a lot of action on the side lanes as well. Not with you, Nat, but over on Twitter as well. So let's have a look at what we have been sent from the fans. Darren Taris, thank you very much for that. Looks like he's done a perfect job there. Completely flawless. I think that's Ned Flanders.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Do you have anything like that in your wardrobe, Matt? Because I would love to see it on broadcast one day.
Well, I did go out and buy a Ned Flanders green top of that specific color, and I just haven't found the hot pink undergarment yet. But it was being made a long time ago, and I never got around to doing the cosplay. So hopefully that could be arranged maybe at some point this split. We got a few months to do it.
I'm looking forward to it.
I am too. I really am too. I really want to do the stupid, sexy Flanders cosplay and try to find the ski suit, the lycra ski suit. But I've looked a few times, and it's really hard to find one. They don't really exist unless I'm looking in the wrong places.
Really shocked. Yeah.
We need to go op shopping, Mac. We'll just go hunting back into the 70s and 80s, mate.
True. It could be the place to look. Maybe we'll have to go down to Jindabyne or something. For the international viewers, that is where the snow falls most in Australia, I guess, down that area. And that's where we'll find some good ski suits, I'd say. Now, before we get into the game, and let's move back on topic. We do have an El Clasico. It's not all about, you know, wearing nothing at all. It's wearing, you know, your heart on your sleeve in this matchup today.
Absolutely. And I am really excited to see the heart on the sleeves of the junglers, because genuinely, I'm going to move past the really awkward pause. Sorry, Skimmy, I'm going to talk over you. I think like you've said, right, the mid laners can kind of ego in each other. They can kind of throw a game one way or another. So I think the most stable action that's going to be coming out of the two teams is going to be revolving around the junglers, especially because of this patch. So I'm really excited to see what they're both going to be bringing.
I just wanted that statement to marinate for a little while. Sorry, Jibs.
No, I just wanted to give. I could have taken it. I could have ran with it like a bull on the horns, but I wanted to give Skimmy some time. I wanted to give Skimmy some airtime. I feel like I
do enough talking,
too
mate.
much. I talk too much. Get sick of hearing me, and I really just wanted to leave it open for everyone else. I apologize. I'll never do that again. I'll always talk.
I thought it was beautiful. I thought Nat saved it perfectly.
He did.
You know,
He did.
it was. I think that. Yep. Very, very way to pick
You
things
just
up.
gotta prolong the words long enough to formulate some
It was
amount of
seamless.
sentence, and then you just, while you're talking, think about how you're gonna close it out.
Well, let's close out this segment because I think it might be a bit overcooked at the moment. But look, DoorDash LCO, game number 2 of week number 2 coming up right now.
Here we go. The first El Clasico of this split number 2, as the Chiefs once again do better with Legacy, and it is a game that probably means a little bit more here for Legacy on 2 different reasons here, Juice, because not only are they 0-2 to start off, but they've actually not beaten Chiefs since late July last year.
Oh, really? That's a long time. That is definitely a long time. And if I know there's one person who hates the Chiefs, it's Big Tim Wendell, Big Carbon. And Carbon, you know, he's definitely going to be watching this one, wanting to get the dub over the Chiefs. And you love this rivalry. You love to see it. You know what's on the line for both these teams, and it goes a little bit deeper than just, you know, the teams, right? It goes down to who's behind the scenes at the teams, and that's why this game's so exciting.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that really transcends rosters, right? We saw it from one of those video pieces, I think, that got made last split, right? Where they were talking about the original rosters and how it sort of has now been translated onto the new guard, these individual rosters, and said, look, you know, this means more than you guys as individuals. This is a battle for the pride of these established organizations.
Yeah. And just looking at the well, not even the drafts, just the bans, the Elise being taken away from Sybil. So that's a target, you know, straight at him, not wanting to deal with that. Now, no Katarina being taken away from Incursio, but the Viego has been taken away. And that's something that Incursio has been working really hard on, as well as the Akali, to just get really proficient at and make himself some sort of a triple threat, right? You know, these are the 3 champions that he can 1v9 a game on. Now that those are off the table, where does he go next, and what does he opt in for?
It's an interesting talking point, because I was going to talk about the fact that the Nocturne's been banned away, which has been banned away, you know, multiple times. Picked also, it's a meta that definitely facilitates it. But if you date your mind back to when these two teams met, it was actually Kissa that went 13-1 on the Nocturne into Incursio. Had a bit of a roughie on the Yone, looking to try and run that one down. So
yeah, I've seen Twitch chat a couple times reference what happened in that game, and I believe it was called Incursio.
It was, a power spike was reached. It didn't, unfortunately, change the outcome of the game. Swaif had a bit of a blinder too. He played the Evelyn, went 12-1. Just a mid-jungle duo between the two of them. They showcase what mechanics look like on full display.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, these are the two players that we talk about being the most volatile, right? And that's why the rosters are so exciting. That's why it's fun to watch, because you've got the players who are just like 10 CS per minute demons, and you know that's what they're going to end up with, and then they're going to play for that team fight. I'm pretty sure Kisei and Incursio, if they could, they wouldn't even farm. They'd just be playing another game in a realm in which it's still Summoner's Rift, but it'll just be roams and fights. And that's how those two have been brought up to play League of Legends. And you know, they've both been respective, you know, I think top 5 in solo queue for a very long time. I think Kisei's probably even got rank 1, and I think Incursio got to like rank 2 or 3. So the mechanics are definitely there, and we're definitely going to keep the camera locked in on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's always an area of excitement, right? Because we talked about how both these teams love to have these early fights, these early brawls. It gives you the entertaining factor, right? We've seen various variations of what this matchup, this rivalry can look like, being, you know, 50-kill fiestas versus the more calculated and macro-oriented style of play. A couple of key picks for me to look for. First, obviously, we talk about, you know, all the time in Boma with Ezreal. Those are the only champions that he's played so far. The only champion. Same could be said for Drake, who's only locked in here with the Leona. So, still, we wonder what that looks like, because we have seen from Legacy that they've defaulted back, if you will, to not being afraid to play the likes of a fasting center.
No, for sure. And the team that, if you will, or sorry, the other role that, if you will, that I think made leaps and bounds as we bring Mac back into it, is the Legacy bot lane, right? You know, I think we shy away from them a little bit. We don't give them the credit that they deserve in terms of improvement. I think if we look back at VODs from week 1, split 1, and look to where they are now, we'll start to really be like, wow, man, these guys have really evolved. They've changed the way that they played. You know, they're really punishing matchups and doing quite well for themselves.
Yeah, and I see a lot of nodding heads there from Mac, really absorbing all the information. Quick update for you guys at home, obviously. The lobby broke. They're remaking. So rather than us just ramble about pretty much nothing at this point, we're going to bring back in Mac so we can give us some more awkward death stares down the barrel of the lens.
That's why I bring Mac in, because I bring Mac in right before I made the point, because he's my yes man. I can rely on him to agree with me no matter what. No matter what, it doesn't even matter.
It's true. It's true.
Just gonna get a bop. Like if I feel nervous and I feel like people are judging me, I just see Mac sitting there like with that mustache just bouncing up and down like hydraulics on the stash.
Oh.
Here we go. Love it.
That's content. That's what they want.
Days.
You could cast that.
Oh.
It's really hard to control those muscles in your face. It's like isolating weird things that you've never had to touch or do before, but just for broadcast. Because in what other point in my life would I ever have to do a twitching upper mouth?
Be surprised.
I'll put that on. That's on the floor.
Look, Mag,
surprise me.
I'm going to be really excited if I see one of those like YouTube gym fails where it's like people doing workout machines wrong and it's just you working on those mustache muscles. I don't know what machine you'd use for that, but hey, mate, if you can figure out a way, I'll be there. I'll be the cameraman.
Ooh, okay. Well, look, I'm definitely down for a gym session. I know we're almost neighbours. We're not too far away. I can just pick you up on the way to the gym and make it happen. We can make it happen. Now, something else we can make happen is bringing Nat back to the panel as well. Give her 2 cents on what we're about to see, which is another POG OP.GG review. And we can all roast it, rate it, or love what we see here. So what do we have? Bit of Cogmore, bit of Carly Jin, Ezreal with a remake. So that's a bit of a write-off there. So Solo They Solitude here. And Jubes, you are the resident professional OP.GG reviewer. Take it away.
The first thing I'll say is this person must be a good person. And the reason I say that is because they play a lot of flex. And you need friends to play flex. So I don't play any flex at all. I don't think I've ever played a flex game in my life. All good. That's fine. But this person looks like they're having an absolute blast with their friends, okay? Now, secondly, there needs to be a meeting in that friendship group and we need to discuss why there's so many losses. Why are we losing the games? We don't point fingers, but we really need to make everyone aware and make them better because, you know, tomorrow's a new day, we can improve and we'll get better results.
Look, I think Lisa might have overextended at one point here on the Akali game. You can see she died 9 times. So maybe we limit test less, and then the next game when we do play Cogmore, you know, you sit back a little bit, you know, use that range you have to get the W. You know, is that the kind of conversation you'd expect what would go down in the friendship without, you know, stepping on too many toes?
You could also just say... You could also say, Lulu, please shield me. Please use Wild Growth on me. I was playing a little bit of a frontline Cogmore. Where was my support in this instance? Skimmy, have thoughts for the Lulu?
Look, yeah, maybe just having those courageous conversations and just sitting down and looking them in the eyes, making sure that they turn their webcam on Discord for that more intimate conversation. Say, I just don't think it's working. Maybe, maybe you need to change. But I will say, to their credit, which I'm sure Rusty can back me on, they are a gamer because they are getting wards. They're getting control wards. They're actually doing their job, right? So happy days. They're contributing in more ways than one.
I also want to jump in. And I saw the hashtag, the PGG Smash hashtag in their profile. And then I see some Cogmore games. And I guess maybe this person has more in common with PGG than just liking them because PGG also loses games as Cogmore. So,
wow. And on that note, the game is ready. Skimmy, come back. It's your turn to take the reins. We got Champ Select coming up.
We're back. Let's go. Let's fade it to black and bring it back.
Before we just get into the pick ban quickly, when Nat woke up today, the language she chose to speak
was violence and facts.
Yeah. She chose facts.
Boom,
that's
just
all.
dropping
and that's fine. All good. Facts is a language too. Anyway, we'll move on from there and we'll go back to the draft. I mean, we saw these bans. The bans haven't changed, ladies and gentlemen. This is what was the pick and bans prior to the lobby changing hands, if you will. But I'm already excited, Skimmy. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because there is a Xin Zhao being picked with a Lulu.
Yep. And what does that mean, Juice?
that means the Xin Zhao is just going to be an absolute menace, right? If Sybil is able to get a lead on this champion, able to influence the lanes like the champion's built to, then he's just going to be so hard to shut down because Xin Zhao's got that ultimate where you're not able to really do any damage to him unless you're in that outer circle or outer ring. And then you buff that up with the Lulu shields, with the Lulu buff, potentially with the wild growth. Just going to be like absolutely too hard to kill.
Yeah, just a 1v9 monster that will pretty much look to try and run right. We already saw Bevitt did it in a previous game, and just got the tempo like you would not believe. Worth noting, Ezreal has been banned away. Only the second time it's been banned away since this patch has shown that it is a champion that is quote-unquote struggling to perform, but no less we're going to see what Mboma can play as a result. That was one of the talking points I'm sure you could say was fair to state about the Chiefs bot lane, is that Draku very keen to be aggressive, very keen to roam, Mboma much more keen to play the laning phase, hence why he was looking to try and play likes of Seraphine and Ezreal, so he could be a bit more self-sufficient. They're going to go for the Varus this time around. We saw what Varus could do game number 1 today, so I'm excited to see it. There's going to be a bit of a mechanics max with another cog.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that, to be honest with you, because, well, first things first, Varus does have a decent time into the Kog'Maw, right? You're able to kind of get away with things in the laning phase that you otherwise wouldn't have as a Varus. And you do have the ability to trade back, especially when Kog'Maw uses W, kite that one out, and then you're really able to just win those trades with the Q, the piercing arrow coming through from Varus. However, it now raises the question of what support are you going to take with the Varus? Because now you know you need to punish the Kog'Maw, but you don't know if it's the Lulu, right? You don't know yet, because we've seen Lulu put in top lane. We've seen Lulu put in mid lane. Yep. Sure, it's not the strongest, but it still is a flex that you have to consider.
Certainly it's a flex, and that's really the annoying factor of a lot of these drafts, is how omnipresent these champions can be, where you're locking them in and saying, you know, no longer are they a champion bound by one lane. They can pretty much be anywhere, so you got to start considering, are they going to run a double support composition here? Are they going to look to try and buff up the likes of a Kog'Maw, and whilst he's stuck to a lane, make sure that Sybil can just run riot on this game on his own? So multiple questions being asked here. So far, Legacy have banned one of those key components with the Karma. Continues to have one of those insanely high pick ban rates, as the Chiefs say goodbye to the Silas.
Yeah, goodbye to Silas, and it's something that Incursio, you know, has had a good time on, and it's also a top laner that was once, it's a mid laner that a top laner can play. And Winthra fits that category, right? And we always talk about his transition, and I would say that, you know, he still has probably the tendency to feel more comfortable in a lot of mid lane champions, so it is something that they need to consider when targeting bans. You know, the Akali probably targeted towards him, the Silas towards him, but definitely the Katarina towards Incursio.
Very scary, as Norman needs really reminding of what it can do when it got picked one time in competitive play, and pretty much showcase why it will never be seen again. That's what solo queue looks like when it can make its way into the competitive scene, and we're going to see ourselves another Aatrox once more. Winter maybe feeling a little bit inspired by the Suffer 1v9 minion ending performance, so one of those champions that can definitely find power if given the opportunity. But I'm just really curious to see where Chiefs go with this one, given the fact that Swaif has opted for the tank jungler. A lot of questions were flying around last split about him being a carry-orientated jungler. He busted out 3 times and showcased, hey, did you forget I can play tanks too?
Yeah, and it's probably the one tank that we've seen him play to very good success, right? You know, he whipped out the Sejuani when no one was playing it, had some good games on it, was able to win a few games on it, so I don't see any reason why you wouldn't pick it. But, you know, picking it into the Xin Zhao, you kind of default to... You default the early game. You say, okay, the early game's yours, Sybil, if you want it. So it's going to be interesting to see if Swaith is able to kind of stem or stop that bleeding, if you will. Now, the one thing I want to touch on, and it's the one thing I remember from last split in particular, was Chiefs would often draft a very, very AD-heavy composition.
Sure.
And if we look at the draft now, Varus does have AP ratios. Sejuani obviously has majority AP ratios, although not building, you know, not going to be building full AP Sejuani. If Chiefs don't kind of snowball the early game, it starts to concern me where their damage spread is going to come from, especially when you pair that with a Braum, a Lulu solo lane, an Aatrox with being buffed, and really these champions across the board can just build Tabis, can just build, you know, armor items. So it's definitely an interesting question to raise.
Certainly is, and you know, we've talked about it multiple times, even in our coaching interviews, sort of saying, you know, is this a clear direction you're going for? How does this hurt you, and so on. There've definitely been times where you can see that the itemization works against them, and other times it said, well, you know, it's a composition that needs to get a lead, and you more times than not, then they do find that lead. So they've put themselves in a situation once again to impress and dazzle. Legacy have said, all right, well, we'll match that and just say, well, we'll have the opportunity to scale. They have gone for that double support comp. They've mirrored what Pentanet did with their Lulu top and Braum bot lane, and it just raises the question now. Early game pressure on the left-hand side versus Legacy and Elegance to play the macro.
And my other question was going to be too, Skimmy, is like who's playing the Aatrox and who's playing the Lulu? Because both seem to be a little outside the realm of what we're used to for Incursio's champion pool.
Sure.
So just in terms of piloting the champions, it's actually an interesting draft on Legacy's side. I think, you look at Chiefs draft, you say, okay, all of those players and all of those champions really can just get away with playing those. It seems to be comfort for most of them. And Legacy, you start to like scratch your head again, right? It's like Xin Zhao, Sybil, we're not used to seeing him play it, although it is kind of like an AD Elise, I guess, if you wanted to kind of sum it up and see how you're going to play it in terms of a champion.
Yeah.
But then you got the Lulu into a set, you got the Aatrox in the mid lane potentially, and then you start to kind of question like how proficient are all these guys on these champions?
Well, it does raise a few questions, right? Because as you say, with the rise of more AD mid laners coming on through and finding their footing, then, okay, let's just translate a lot of those top laners into the mid as well. We saw moments where Set, Renekton showcased and popped up there, and it is always the fun nature of competitive gaming is, sure, you've got the experience of the champions, but being comfortable enough to rock it on the stage here, those are the questions that need to be answered, and the players themselves will no doubt show us what that looks like in just a moment's time. But as we get ourselves geared up and out for that one, we once again get a special coach interview with the man known as Kuden.
Yoza.
Hey, Kuden, I'm going to be taking the reins on this one just because every time I get you on an interview, I get really excited. I love your insights, Mike. Just wanted to ask you, first thing first, with this draft, pretty AD heavy and AD focused, is that a concern coming in for you?
Nah, bro, we love our AD on the Chiefs. More AD, the better. No one building, no one's playing Malphite anyway, who cares?
So you reckon that's fine? Tabi is no big deal? Still plates rather?
Nah, we're good killing.
We're good?
We got some mixed damage anyway. Yeah, Snowball.
Fair enough.
League and Max is E, that's magic damage, I used to play League.
Enough.
You won Rift Rivals playing League, I remember.
Rift Rivals, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Mike, I wanted to ask you too, how's the practice been going? Because I know it was your first split as a coach last split, and I wanted to just see how you're tracking along, how the team's making improvements, and really, what are things like in the Chiefs camp at the moment?
Practice been going really well. We have pretty much 100% win rate in scrims, just literally stomping everyone, every left, right, center. Well, last split, not a big difference from last split though, to be fair. We were not as good. I was pretty new to coach, we're now getting on my groove this split and just stomping everyone in scrims.
You're on the groove train now.
Yeah.
So and you say you're stomping. So are you a firm believer in scrims mean everything? Like the results of scrims really do just transition to stage?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Not at all?
We shouldn't get too cocky. Even no matter how hard you're dominating scrims, it's all about how you play in the game day, right?
Yeah, 100%, and you want to be ready for playoffs, right? Ready when the playoff time comes around.
You're right.
And just the last one, Mike. Just the last one, because I just enjoy your time. What do you think about Legacy's draft? I mean, it's some champions that we haven't really seen them play and stuff that they're not known for. So does their draft concern you? Do you see the angles in which they may have some win conditions?
The guy mid only can play Katarina, and Lulu's like the opposite, so there's a gold curveball there. But your question was, am I concerned? Not really. We're playing our Zen. I'm scared of Zen though. That champ's broken.
It'll be broken, eh?
But he's playing Lulu.
You might be surprised. But anyway, Mike, thank you for your time. Really appreciate that, and we're gonna head into game.
Good chatting to you.
There you have it. Beautiful insight, and we did actually miss Juves. A cheeky little invade that resulted in a first blood going the way of Chiefs. As we say, that may be another opportunity here as Kesse finds himself a second kill in a row. Double buffs, level 3, and looking for the all-in because it feels so damn good. He flashes away, but he will match, and he will run you down, burning so slowly to the red buff. No potion in sight, no Doran's Blade lifesteal that can be used. 3 minutes in, 3 kills for him.
Yeah, and time and time again, I feel like we're broken record. Every time we say that this Chiefs composition cannot fall behind in the early game just due to the nature of their damage spread, they somehow just come out with 3 kills in 4 minutes and they decide to say, well, it doesn't matter now. It does not matter because Kisei is just, he's an assassin. He's an assassin now. It's an assassin Lee Sin and you need to be careful around mid lane.
It's just hilarious. Every time we have these interviews with Kuden, right, you say, look, are you concerned about this draft? The sentiment's never different, right? Nah, no dramas, no worries. We'll just do what we do best. And that is what we're seeing once again.
Well, does Kuden seem like a person that's ever worried in any stretch of the imagination?
Oh, mate, he's chilling. He's living life, eh? He's having a great time.
He is. And I'm sure he's gone back, you know, to his green room or wherever he watches his game. He's seeing how this early game is playing out. And he thinks he's the king. He's the king of coaches. That's how he views it. And you know what? Maybe he wasn't lying about how he said the scrims have been playing out. He did say they are stomping every single team, and I did think he was having a little bit of a joke. But you have to say, Skimmy, it is looking like it at the moment.
Certainly is, and we've seen many teams, you know, fall into the trap, right, of, you know, scrim results, look how well we're doing, get upset on the stage when it really does matter. But so far, so good, you know. The impressions of welcoming this rookie player in the mid lane to the league and showcasing what he can do, finding himself success in a champion that has the mechanics to boot, getting himself all those kills, still has the double buffs, mind you. So finding very desirable trading patterns, and Sybil hasn't really found the early game that he's after, allowing Swaif a bit of a free ride of Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, the hardest part about Sejuani is prior to the first base. If you're able to get a full clear, get the Barmy Cinder, then you're really able to start, you know, making your presence known on Summoner's Rift. And he's almost just got, the hardest part of the game for Sedge. He's just got it for free. His first base is that item, and Xin Zhao's just on the brown paper bags. So when you come to the skirmish, even though Xin Zhao is, you know, the champion that's notoriously known for his early levels, and I thought Lulu might be in a bit of trouble there, but Xin Zhao is a champion known for the early levels. You've really just bypassed that almost.
Yeah, I suppose a product of that is just from the disastrous level 1, where he was looking to explode the game in his favor by denying camps, buffs, and finding a snowballing success from that. What is worth noting, though, is that Legacy are finding level 6 first in their individual solo lanes. Speaking of that, Kisei looks for the cheeky all-in as ultimates are utilized. He holds onto his kick, though, for a moment, realizes that no need to try and do any flash crazy ward dash. And Lived is locked underneath this turret, but isn't getting bullied out too much by the range advantage that Lulu has.
No, he's doing fine, and he's actually up CS. And it's almost like sometimes when you're playing the range into melee matchup, this is the trap you fall into. You see, like, you know, Winter is down just slightly in the CS department, and partially because he's probably just trying to harass too much, right? You got to balance your auto attacks, and you got to weave it in between CSing. And hook lands.
Oh, that's a beautiful hook there from Drag. Can they find success afterwards? No. Styled will hit the flash. Nice empowered piercing arrow connects with Emelg, and that means 2 juicy members, 2 easy targets for Swift to try and lock in place. He dashes on through. The exhaust, the flash! It doesn't matter, the auto still connects after the fact. Now can he hit the blast cone? Can he get it? No, he can't! Because Sybil connects, he flashes on top of it to guarantee that they at least trade even.
You have to say, if you're trading even, and it's onto the Cogmore, that's a dub. That's a win. So if you're a Legacy fan right now, you're happy that that kill has gone onto Styled. Falling down a little bit in the CS department, but very happy about that. But look at the big 3. Swaith, Imboma, Kisei, all ahead gold against their lane opponents. And again, this is what we've seen with the what is now a 2,000 gold lead at 7 minutes, and what Chiefs really needed to execute this composition. So, you know, come these Dragon fights and come the times in which, you know, Chiefs are just going to be pushing the agenda and really forcing those fights, it's just going to be an uphill battle for Legacy this early on, and might be a solo bolo.
Certainly might be. He still has the kick. Doesn't have the flash, though, and realizes that a bit of a collapse is occurring. Draku pings and spots that one out. As they all rotate through the mid lane, waiting for bot to reset. There is a dragon available, and that has been pounced upon here by Swaif, who's still searching for level 6 and may just get it by picking this one up uninterrupted. But, yeah, the focus really still has to be on Kisei here. 3 kills to his name. No doubt going to be having a very early mythic item. You know, 13-14 minutes feels like the benchmark, but this could be far quicker.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess if you want to be, you know, if you have to talk about Kisei and talk about Incursio has done a very good job in, like, stopping the bleeding to a certain extent. Like, when I saw Kisei get the 3 kills, I thought, okay, this game's just going to be all downhill from here. But he's able to keep Kisei in lane, and that's the important thing. Once this Lee Sin can just, you know, perma-clear away for free and move and generate pressure that then influence Styled, Emelg, and Winterer, then that's when we're going to see Chiefs really take over. But until then, until Incursio, you know, for as long as Incursio hook lands again.
It does indeed. Actually doesn't go for the punch afterwards, nor the silence, as Mboma was posturing for a bit of trading potential as opposed to a kill attempt. Now we swing our attention towards top side as Swaif is looking for it. He has flash and so does Winterer. He chucks out the ultimate, but it does not connect. There's the wild growth, but there is no stun, but he will respect the uptime that Swaif was finding there.
Yeah, fancy feet coming out of Winterer. Nice little mechanical sidestep there. Ultimately saves his life, right? Because if the Sedge Glacial Prison lands, he's rooted in the spot, stunned in the spot, follow up by Swaif, and then he's just as good as dead. So that one keeps him alive. But that, you know, generates enough pressure so that Swaith is able to pick up this Rift Herald. Then at 9 minutes in, he's able to put it in any lane that he likes.
Certainly can, and that is going to be the question as to which lane he wants to, you know, further progress. And, well, we missed that one. No doubt we'll have a replay to see, but you can only imagine a hook connected, and Mboma was ready and waiting.
He's a magnet at the moment, Dracu, and, you know, Blitzcrank being probably one of his better champions, right? You know, we talk about him being that hard engaged player, but you know, maybe Sybil's looking for a dive here.
Does have everything. If he doesn't tap both targets, he will get a knockback, and he will be able to try and utilize that ult advantage.
No flash, though. Hard to get the angle.
Very hard. Star doesn't want to be too committal to this one. He's going to go and he hits the ultimate, and that's all it is. Sidesteps the hook, hits the thumbs up. Kisei pounces, Kisei connects, and Kisei says, kill number 4.
Kill number 4 it is, and nice TP coming through there. Feels a little bit forced, right? Feels like Sybil's just like, I need to make a play, I'm playing Xin Zhao, needs to be somewhere, but this is what happened off screen. Draco just flashes into turret, has level 6 advantage, and that's just the importance of levels, the importance of having an ultimate ability, right? Like if ML has ult there, Draco probably doesn't make it to turret, probably falls down, so just a good heads up play from Draco, and really showing his experience on this Blitzcrank.
Certainly is, and the curse does not stop there, Juves. This is what happens when the Chiefs come to town. They just look for kills all across the map. 11 minutes in, 7 kills to 1, and still Swaif realizing, well, do I need to drop the Herald here? Do I want to go for this one? Because we are so far ahead.
Still got 11 minutes, but yeah, he's opting in for the Rift Herald drop, and Incursio is doing his best to defend these Raptor camps. And we'll get a replay for that, won't we?
We certainly will.
Picked up a solo kill.
And question marks across that one, back to back now we've seen. Sybil just gets a double kill.
He's got a double.
Okay.
Cheeky little double kill there, and all of a sudden, maybe, just maybe, a little bit of a win condition here for Legacy.
The old 12-minute Xin Zhao power spike.
Yeah, 12 minutes Xin Zhao power spike.
That's the classic.
Yeah, the boots rush Xin Zhao power spike. That's the one we were waiting for.
That's what inspires terror on the map. No Divine Sundra, but clearly doesn't need it because he can run it down bot, but he can run it to clean up his mess down top side too. So happy days for him. Means that they're going to find a little bit of fight back force to take the game to Chiefs, who find themselves up roughly 3,500 gold.
And like I said to you, and I'll hold the thought while we get the replay coming on through. So Swaith channels the Rift Herald then.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. And then, okay.
He's just been outplayed by Nexus forces.
Yeah, he's just been, Sybil, I think what he did there is he just activated Mind Control, which is a Xin Zhao passive that we don't see. And he just made him tank turret aggro and picked up 2 kills there. So we're back to live. Might be a fight here, Skimmy.
Oh, the hook does connect onto the target of Emelg, so that means Brom's in a fair bit of trouble and everything gets thrown his way. The kick invested. Kisei now sitting at 5 kills.
Kisei's at 5 kills, but Dracu's at 5 assists. You have to, you just feel like, and again, maybe I'll hold the thought, because potentially another fight breaks out here.
Going for the Hex Flash, looking for Sybil, respects it, flashes across, the hook! They say pros don't juke, and he certainly didn't. He connected, here comes the... The angle for Incursio. Kisei drops across the wall. The ultimate of a Sejuani doesn't connect for the 2nd time in a row. And now Kisei stuck in between a rock and a hard place. A 600 gold bounty. He turns around. He takes that styled. And Winterer may not steal this one because he may wait for the passive of Cogmore. No, he's a bit of a scumbag and takes it for himself instead. And all the while, Lived just AFK split pushing top.
But you'd have to consider, right, when you consider bounties, you consider summoner spells, and you consider current game state, this play is probably worth it for Legacy, right? I know Set is going to become a little bit of an unkillable demon, But in terms of current game state, how the trajectory of the game was going, it is quite a big victory for Legacy when you really consider what went across, right? You're able to pick up some kills and an assist on the Kog'Maw, able to pick up some kills onto the Lulu, some very big bounties. And I thought here, I was like, well, this is just really good gaming from Draku. He hasn't missed the hook all game, but the presence of mind from Winterer just to sack top lane, walk down to what is going to be the skirmish, and just influence this play in a positive nature. The one thing I'll say is just watch Kisei on the back end if we can. Doesn't look like we're going to get to see it, but he's able to just trade kills onto the Kog'Maw as Incursio picks up the kill. Ah, Sybil! Sybil gave the kill to Incursio. That's respect.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Style will be still angry at Winterer for stealing that one away though with the death passive. But nonetheless, as you say, a net positive despite everything that went against him. Sure, it is Chiefs to pick up the first turret and Liv looking to put pressure on towards a second on the top half of the map. But with a goal deficit like that, able to find a few more kills and slowly closing the gap.
And the hook lands
He
again.
don't miss.
No.
He just does not miss, does he? Another hook. Ultimate's committed to actually jungle and top lane. So now that Herald fight up in 50 looks a little bit more attractive.
And this is where I feel like the inexperience from Legacy really shines. In this instance here, you've used a key ultimate in that Lulu ult and Xin Zhao ult, and you're still trying to fight.
Sybil just stuck in Narnia. Had no idea that Kisei was waiting there. And surprise, surprise, another kill for the boys of Chiefs.
But my question is like, why are you contesting the river or trying to contest river or neutral objectives when you've just burnt your Xin Zhao ultimate, your Lulu ultimate, and
He hits it this time, Juves. He does, and that one will tick on down. And eventually it will be Swaif that picks it up for his third kill of the game. Sitting at a Sunfire. Burn was the words, and the execution coming on through clean as 15 minutes into this one. They now make that gold lead work once again in their favor, up to 5k.
Yeah, 5k is quite a substantial lead at 16 minutes, right? You know, the Varus has picked up the Prowler's Core. He's going to be well on the way to that Mana Mune and able to just really stop this Kog'Maw from entering any fight. This is what Lethality Varus does very well, is that you put a tent in the mid lane, you match the Kog'Maw, and then land 1 or 2 Qs, and Kog'Maw has to start the fight on half health, right? Because Braum Door isn't available all of the time, and if you're just able to keep the pressure on mid wave, keep Kog'Maw under turret, and just have like training, you know, a training day or just aim practice, you're really able to keep Kog'Maw just pinned to a lane and zero influence on the map.
Certainly needs a bit of time, and it was one of the questions we raised right during the drafting phase, having seen this draft already from Pentner, as to even in their own admission saying that it was all about playing the macro, understanding our lane assignments, and that really felt like the undoing of that defeat that they found. You know, Legacy, credit where credit is due, they've definitely found a lot of these fantastic fights, but if this game does go on long, you know, there's two sides to the coin, right? Scaling with the heavy AD composition that Chiefs have, despite this huge gold lead, but can Chiefs continue to find advantages where Liv is just left on an island to do what he wants?
The problem you have here, Skimmy, is that lived with Set isn't going to win you a game in the side, no matter what champion it's versing. Like you won't be able to split push quick enough. You won't be able to really bully who he's going to be up against to the point of where the turrets are just going to fall down. It does have to be from the group blitz, crank, hook, team fight type, you know, skirmish. But Kisei, I thought he might look there.
He was searching.
Yeah. But Incursio
decides to trim the wave instead.
But Incursio's still able to hold his own, right? Like, he's second to every wave, and that's not good because Kisei gets the opportunity to move into river like he's doing now. But I mean, what can you do, right? Man's 6-1, has a CS lead. The fact that Incursio is able to just sit in the lane and pick up farm is a blessing for Legacy. Blue buff taken away. And this is the problem, right? When you fall behind like this, and you start to see you know, a 4 or 5k, they want the fight.
There again, Sybil going to commit with his ultimate once more. 2 passives on being stunned out there by Swave. Draku once again looking to try and make that hook come together. Here comes Liv, bringing 2 members in place. Sybil locked up against the wall. Can't do much about this one. Already 1 member falling on down, and that's the Lulu. So that means that their mitigation and protection is severely hindered. With Sybil being removed as well. 2 kills for free, just like that.
Yeah, and it might be another kill here because Incursio is no one near him. But it's just a fight that Legacy don't need to take, and they're feeling pressure to take, right? There's no setup involved. It feels like there's no thought process involved. Chiefs do a very good job securing vision, bot side of the jungle, getting the teleport flank ward for Liv. And you know, when you're lived and you're set and you're flanking, that's just a dream. You get to really just ultimate anyone into your team. And it's just as simple as that. And it's just a fight almost on two fronts, right? Legacy's composition, very front to back, wanting everyone in front of the Cogmore. And that was just 2-3 fights, 2-3 skirmishes happening. The set, the Lee Sin, the Varus is always going to win that at the end of the day.
He's in the blinder. Happy times across the board here for Chiefs, as that gold lead just continues to work in their favour. There's the third turret. Every lane now has been exposed and broken into. So side lane pressure really starting to come to Legacy, as they've got a lot of questions being asked against themselves as to how do we get back, how do we get ourselves back into this game? What is our game plan to try and recover from this 8k gold deficit? Do we have enough time, despite us only being at the 20-minute mark, to wait for 2 to 3 item power spikes?
Well, the way that Legacy come back into the game, they've kind of already showed us a little bit earlier, right? It was when Winterer sacked top lane turret, was able to walk down to bot side, and they were able to win that skirmish. So what they need to do is almost catch Chiefs off by surprise. They need to have 5 members somewhere where Chiefs are not expecting, whether that's Kisei in a side lane, Lived in a side lane, and they're able to just force a fight either over an objective or Chiefs being a little bit disrespectful. But if you think in like a front-to-back traditional sense, the gold lead's just too big. I don't think they'll be able to win it, even with Cogmore free hitting.
Feels like you're at this stage then, banking on Chiefs making a mistake, more so than being the ones in the driving seat. I don't think they really have the power to dictate being the proactive team at the moment. Waiting for Chiefs to find an opportunity that doesn't actually work in their favor.
And that's why I talk about Legacy having to sack a lane and find that play, because they can't be the proactive ones. You're right, like they don't have any avenue to play through. No one is strong enough to give them the avenue to be proactive. So it does have to almost come at a loss, right? And in Cursio's caught.
Cursio was caught, unfortunately for him. It's himself who gets jumped on, but he does a fantastic job there with the World Ender active. A lot of lifesteal working its way down as the active portion of that ult is soon to wear off. But the rest of the team are now hot on their heels, ready to go for what might be the first full 5v5 of the game. Everybody coming to the top side of the map right now. Vision denied because all the walls are across the map elsewhere. And there goes the Glacial Fissure, looking to lock these members in place right now. So much damage coming on through as the Trend of Corruption spreading like wildfire. A seed that just cannot be put out. Liv jumps in to try and slow down the retreat. Is everybody going to fall on down eventually? A Sonic Wave doesn't get it with a Mail Grenade, maybe the first ace of this game. But a message is being stayed, and Kisei says, no, hold your tongue for 2 seconds, Skimmy. I'll seal the deal.
Yeah, 21-minute ace, don't mind if you do. Very clean team fight coming out of the Chiefs. And this just comes down to Chiefs being so far ahead. They have pretty much, you know, total lockdown of the red side jungle coming out of Legacy as we see the replay. Very nice kick from Kisei, because what that forces is the Lulu ultimate onto himself. The hook lands from Draku onto Styled. There's absolutely smurfing with these blitz hooks, and once your Cogmore gets hooked and has to burn flash to disengage, it's just as good as dead. There's no mobility, no Lulu ult, and it's just the cookies crumble.
We certainly did, and so much so now that even in the picture-in-picture we can see that bit of a pause that's taken place there, so no doubt we'll get an update as to what that's all about in just a moment's time. But 22 minutes in from each fight we've seen here, Juves, the gold lead has ballooned very steadily and in a commanding fashion too, now looking at what is a healthy 10k gold lead. And I start to question, right, how, if they have this draft deficit where you are saying they're so AD orientated, how they can keep getting away with these insanely strong early games.
I wouldn't even necessarily call the draft a deficit, because the champions that they do have are good. I just would like to have seen, you know, the Sejuani pivoted for something more like, you know, a Diana, maybe even a Karthus in this game, maybe something like the Rumble, something that makes you build MR, like if you get a lead, because then your solo lanes with the AD threat, like the set, like the Lee Sin, do more damage. And then if they decide to, you know, prioritize that armor, then your AP threat's really going to take over. You know, fortunately for Chiefs, they haven't run into that problem because there was really no laning phase. Like from level 1, there was a lead that went over to the Chiefs. They botched an invade, and it was really just all downhill from there. But again, have to give credit where credit's due. Chiefs have had an extremely good game, and more importantly, Draku's giving them like a really good pivot point to play from. He's been landing all of these hooks on the Blitzcrank, and he's just the one part of Legacy's composition that can't afford to fall behind, that is this Cogmore, just started at a deficit and just got further and further and further behind. and the only positive play that came out of Legacy was when they lost the turret for it and probably like 4 waves.
Yeah, which has been your main talking point, your main staying of, well, how do they get themselves back into this one? Forcing a fight with a numbers advantage where, you know, Chiefs are playing to the fact that they have these massive map openings to navigate around and catch them off guard with a little bit of greed. But to that same sentiment, you're thinking, well, what champion would I hate to be up against if I am trying to force a play like that? And that is surely a Blitzcrank, right? Just able to say, okay, sure, it's a numbers disadvantage, but now we're going to make it even and we're still going to find more elsewhere.
But it's that too, and then you think about what champions do they have when they're getting caught. Like, let's put a theoretical world out there where Kisei is the one that's getting caught. He's overextended, and they're deciding to make the play on his lane. You've got, like, arguably the most mobile champion that in League of Legends, right, being the Lee Sin. You know, you get close to him, you drop a little bit of CC on him, you don't have reliable hard CC besides the Lulu polymorph, which you're not going to be in range to do. He disengages with the kick, and all of a sudden, you've lost your top lane turret where Set was just banging down. So it almost is just like you're at this deficit where your composition no longer really functions, right? And this is a lot of the time what Cogmore compositions or the problem Cogmore compositions run into. It's that when you are in a deficit, you have no tools to force the fight, no tools to force the play. Because you think about it, you draft disengage, you draft peel, you draft shields, you draft heals. And then the idea is enemy is diving backline. And when you look at Chiefs composition, Sejuani, Lee Sin, Blitzcrank, that's diving the Cogmore. And then you're meant to be able to peel the Cogmore away from that dive. Cogmore does so much damage, shreds through, you win the team fight. But when you're at the deficit and you can't dictate that, or Chiefs don't even really have to dive backline, you start to run out of ideas, run out of plays. You start to lose to the 1-3-1, lose to the 1-4 split. And then you're running around the map like a headless chicken, just trying to start the fight, just hoping there's a fight that can start. And then when you hope for that, what happens is what we saw topside, 30 seconds ago. You run into a 5-man ace. Not one person from the Chiefs fell down. It's an 11k gold lead. The Baron hasn't even gone down yet. So once that Baron goes down, it's probably like a 13, 14k gold lead when you consider turrets that are going to fall as well.
Yeah, I mean, just by that point, if there isn't already a big condition of saying this feels like a GG for Chiefs already, stylistically, as you so well eloquently put, right, of Legacy welcoming the attention that Chiefs no doubt are going to want to try and make the first move, sure. But, you're having to sacrifice your early game to empower this Cogmore. Then you're losing again. And if you do want to, as you say, try and force your hand elsewhere where your comp really isn't built to achieve that one. So there's a lot to take from this one. And as we do wait for word as to what's going on with a small delay, I do believe we actually have Mac on standby once again. I think he was last seen nodding his head profusely. But you're back, mate. So what have you made of this game so far already so early on?
Well, what I can tell you about this game is one man in particular has had a stellar performance, so much so that his internet's disconnected. So that is Styled. He's been playing so well that someone decided to pull the cord. So we're just waiting to hear from him before we get the game back underway. So thought I'd throw that one out there as well. And quickly as well, so from behind the scenes, I'm not going to leak what this conversation was for, but it involves a waifu, which chat may have seen thrown in somewhere. And I won't bring the names into it, but the first person said Dragku is threatening to steal my waifu. And then the second person said, she's at mine, stop calling her phone in Curzio. So both those players will remain unnamed, but that is what you might have seen there. So I thought I'd just, leak that as early as I could, just so you could know that there is a whole lot of stuff going on in those pre-game lobbies that may not be directly involved with what's going on in the server. Now,
there have been a lot of really weird, quickly there, Mac, there have been a lot of really weird lobby chats that have been exposed here by the observers, haven't there? I mean, I think we've got some exciting stuff later on, but no doubt, these players clearly aren't feeling nervous, because if they were, I doubt that would be the level of intensity displayed in text chat.
I'm hoping we can get a lot more leaked pre-game lobby chat, because I've seen some crazy words thrown around. Anyway, let's have a look at an OP.GG review while we wait as well. So Juves,
big
shred him. He deserves it. He was mean to us earlier in chat. He called us amateurs. Go.
He's getting shredded. I did see him in chat calling us amateurs, and then he had the audacity to link his mediocre at best OPGG. And that's generous. Now, Seraphine win rate over here. Now tell me how my man has a 78% Seraphine win rate, but he's playing in Gold 1 games. Tell me. You want the answer?
I would love the answer because I don't know it.
Because he's the guy who farmed the win rate in Bronze, got to Gold, and is like, this looks really nice. I'm going to stop playing that champion now. And just left it there. And now it looks like if Swifty wanted to, he could climb. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, but he's a busy man, I reckon. And
He's a big businessman nowadays. He is.
That may possibly be why he hasn't climbed back into Plat, back into Diamond, where he's probably been at some point.
And if I just may add to this, because he did say, have a gander at that Swain win rate. It is 17% after 6 games. Now, I will just say, I will be reporting him to the authorities. Okay? There are authorities on Summoner's Rift. There are people that maintain competitive integrity. And Swifty, with that Swain, it looks like competitive integrity has been lost a little bit.
Can I point out as well, that Park game, he's only got 1 control ward placed. I'm just going to guess that that's a support and not a crazy mid Pike.
That's enough to trigger any support main, isn't it?
Rusty may not even come back tomorrow. That's how bad that is. Rusty's packed his bags and he's gone to live in the jungle somewhere. Legit.
He's no longer a support main. Well, that was a good one. So thank you, Swifty, for sending in that.
I love you, Swifty, by the way. Thanks for that.
Screenshot for review. So I hope that was good enough roast. And I'm not sure if you've heard from Styled yet, but we will continue to pod the cast while we continue on with this discussion. Now, I guess, all things considered, Sejuani, it's going all right, isn't it, Jubes?
Oh, it's sort of, the Sejuani going all right statement is sort of results-based analysis in the sense that we're only saying it's okay because of how the game's played out. I do not think the champion is that good. It is sort of picked into Xin Zhao at times because the matchup can be okay. You proc the Aftershock, you just stand there, don't take a lot of damage, and you're able to kind of just facilitate that 2v2, particularly when you have another melee champion like the Lee Sin and use of that Sejuani passive. However, I just think there's better options. And I think against a better team, potentially, and like, one of the top tier junglers of the league that we have, like the likes of Babip, Parbu, and people that have really stamped the authority on games, you will just get out-tempoed. Like, you will just fall behind. You'll lose it. You'll be down a level or 2, and that's through no fault of your own. Their champions just farm better, and meta's meta for a reason. Like, I just think that's the trap kind of Sejuani falls into. But for niche scenarios, where you can utilize that Sejuani passive with the AD mid laner, melee range AD mid laner, be my guest, go for it. We'll see how it works out, and it's working out.
Oh, well, there you go. And that is a nice little summary that can take us to a break because Styled has not returned just yet, so we are still waiting to hear from him. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you on the other side of this, and hopefully the game will continue.
try to call, but nobody's on. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life. No, we can't. Can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go. And no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Baby, we could catch a flight, go around the world. Leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns. Cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move. Just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life. No, we can't. You can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go. And no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Let's just in love.
I don't got time for this bullshit. Loose lips, I ain't never playing by your rules, kid. Ay. Back then, didn't have the traction. Now they wanna cut. Ain't that a fraction? Yeah, I'm a monster with a flow, that's a crackin'. Don't focus on numbers, I ain't even here for hacking. Gotta keep it fly, paper plane. Put respect on my name, don't flow like a drain. I'm the dog, great date. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm ayy, okay. Gravity gliding light. Pop it, I ain't them no day ones. Don't like the heat, better get your apron. Used to hate life, had my shade on. Used to watch that moonshine, Akon. This the shit that I don't like and it ain't ordinary. More than scary, all these birds up in my sanctuary. Never hit me up burden deep, I was feeling buried. Found my colors and started flying, ain't that canary? Got pain in my soul, I ain't here to toast. Champagne problems, I was feeling like a ghost. On the lane, switching roads, got drive, no control. Beat me up, I'ma need some space on the go. Wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm ayy, okay. Gravity gliding light, wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm ayy, okay. Gravity gliding light. Why y'all cheap like coupons? I get bread like croutons. Take a seat like futons. Don't say a peep, you been one. KD, I'm back in the league and I'm back in the league. Do this in a peep for O with a sweep. Yeah, second that sheet, the taste of defeat. I've been ballin' ever since my calling. I've been flowing, water falling. I beg your pardon. I ain't never claimed guns, but I be drawing. This picture clear my image more than, yeah, my decorum. Wait. Mr. Nice Guy hit him with a light like she want me next to her like a nightlight. You can go bye-bye like night-night. She want a man something like white knight. Take a verse spin like old English. That's that cool alley-oop like finish. Can't see me, that window tinted. I broke out, there ain't no limits. G-Easy, believe me, I needy. I was knee-deep, no freebies. Still spat that shit out, something like bulimics. You see me, you need me. Dreaming, thinking you can beat me. You ain't on my frequency, aerial or TV. You 2D, I'm 3D. You 4G, I'm 5G. I came correct like Nike. I read you all like psychics.
Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. Cause I love the way that you do, yeah. Cause I know the way that you do, yeah. Cause I love the way that you do,
we have good news. We do have Styled on his way back to the server, but he's not there just yet, so we do have to have a quick chat about why I love you all in Twitch chat just so much. so much. And look, we're going to be bringing Nat back to have a quick chit chat as well before we do jump back into things. Nat, how you doing? How's the side lanes?
Yeah, it's going well. You know, it's a little bit of a long wait, but we'll stick through to hopefully see this game play out.
Yeah, well, hopefully that all goes to plan. Sorry, I was just scoping my sick dance moves. I didn't get to watch it live. So over on the side there. Oh, God, you got to love that song. What is it? Gravity Gliding.
I was going to say, Styled is gravity gliding back into the game.
Ooh,
That's good. That's smooth.
He will be
the
there
big bucks for a reason.
very soon. Now, we're having a quick discussion off of who has been probably the standout couple of performers so far, and I think we've heard a few names thrown around in the mix. Who was your pick there, Juice?
I'm leaning towards... Well, okay. I was peer pressured into Kisei, but I do think Dracu's had an absolute blinder. I think he's really set his team up for success, landed the hooks that needed to be landed. And I do just think sometimes supports don't get the love that they deserve. And that's all. And that's all it is.
Okay. Well, speaking of supports that don't get the love they deserve, Nat actually threw her op.gg up, so we can have a quick look and decide on what's going on here. So
I am throwing myself under the bus here, but before you roast me, I want to say that Lux game right there, that is my 3rd time ever playing Lux, and I played her in a ranked game. So that is probably why it's a 1 in 7. It looked good on the norms though, the first time I played it, but not so great in the ranked.
That's right. Still technically positive KD. Now, Jubes, I'm going to let you have the floor. Here's the microphone.
Oh, you can't do that to me. Nah, I think you're doing a good job, okay? To be honest, you started playing League, right? When?
Oh, like my first ever game?
Yeah.
Like 2012.
Oh, okay. So you've been playing a while. Anyway, all good. The Morgana probably needs a little bit of work, and I think maybe we just stop playing that one and we just throw that one in the bin because the Thresh, well, your Thresh is doing well. Like KDA is not all there, but hey, I don't judge. If you look at my professional career, my KDA was probably in the negatives, so that's fine. Maybe just a little more Thresh, and actually, Skimmy.
Well, I was going to go a different direction. I'm always curious about, you know, when people lock in champions that they've barely ever played and ranked, I always get flamed for a day. So I was curious as to, like, when you played that Lux game, did you tell them, like, hey, I'm not too certain on this? Or was it just like, yeah, like, I'm 1-7, we're winning, I'm chilling?
Absolutely not. I did it for Morgana. My first ever ranked game was Morgana, and it was my first ever Morgana game too. So that was really rough, and I decided to tell some people, and that was just that. Did not go well. We still won.
You just get put on blast straight away, right?
Yeah.
Like you're jumping into the deep end of a swimming pool. You're like, hey guys, never played this champion, but I'm willing to bank LP on this.
Yep.
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm willing to bank everyone's LP on this.
Yeah.
Oh, well, true.
You think they might want to? I was gonna say, you think they might want to support you and be like, oh, if you lose, it's all good, you know, first time champ. But they're like,
nah.
Why would you pick that? You better still ward properly. Get this, buy this, do this. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
You should play at least 25 games in normals, understood all the different rotations, the builds, the runes, everything, the matchups.
Yep.
Then come into my game and turbo smurf and carry me.
Yeah.
That's what I'd be basically saying to you.
The last thing I wanted to add on the OPGG review, Nat, I don't know why I didn't think of this. At least it's better than Max.
Oh, mine was good up until like yesterday, and I was very happy with it. I had like, you know, like 80% of my games I was getting MVP or what's the other one?
That's insane.
Do you want to know an MVP hack?
What's the?
You
MVP
just buy a
hack?
bunch of pink wards and drop it in your Nexus.
Oh, okay. Well,
I've never done that because I'm a positive gamer. But
okay.
There's people that I know that have done it and they get MVP on OPGG just because of the vision score and how it calculates. And
heard it along the grapevine.
I've heard it. Yeah, I've heard it. I know people.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to jump back into the game. Unpause is happening, boys. Warm up those vocal cords because it's time to finish off the El Clasico.
Well, let's finish what we started as we jump back to the action. And just to, you know, re-familiarize yourself with the start of the game, it was Chiefs that just won a 5v5. They went for an ace. Kisei secured it by going for a deep dive underneath another turret. And they picked up the Baron, which was now what puts them at, what are we, Jubes, 12k gold leads?
Yeah, I'm not a numbers man. Actually, I am a numbers man, but I'm not a math man. But it do be looking like a bit of a substantial gold lead. Now, we just have to take stock of how Chiefs are going to close this one out. Because when you look at their composition, you look at relative strength, and you look at the Baron buff, they have two ways that they can do this. They can set up in a side lane with Kisei and with Liv having the double teleport advantage and put 3 in the mid lane. The reason why they can actually opt in for the 1-3-1 is because we talked about before, Legacy's composition doesn't have hard engage. There's no threat for Emboma, no threat for Draku, no threat for Swaith. They're able to disengage and generate 3 lanes of pressure with these Baron minions. And so it's just going to be so tough for Legacy to stop this push.
Certainly is going to be tough, especially when 3 waves are crashing at once. One of the biggest strengths that Chiefs have found in this game has been the fact that these early gold leads, the snowballing factor, has allowed them to play these side waves. And when you have this much of a gold lead that you feel that at home, see I can push 3 lanes at once, that says more than words could.
Yeah, 100%. And normally it's a little bit of an unspoken rule, right? You don't play 3 lanes. It's too easy to get engaged on. It's too hard to execute. But like I said, and it'll probably be a bit of a broken record, just with the champs that have been drafted, just so safe. Like we haven't seen, you know, any threat. They're onto Nexus turrets now. There's just absolutely no threat anywhere on any side.
Yeah, it just feels like on the side of Legacy, paralyzed by indecision. They can't go in, but they will definitely look to try and respond. That's Draco that finds a hook onto a Milk. He receives the Wild Growth. The rest of the Bruisers of Legacy now look to march on forward. There goes Sybil. There goes Incursio too. Looking to try and take down at least one key target in Emboma, but he's just too far protected. He Prowler claws onto Incursio, and that ends up being his own demise. He falls on down. It's a shutdown here for Incursio before he inevitably falls on down to the grave too. Sybil 1v2, buying extra time. And Milk somehow smurfs and survives on a fraction of HP. But those inhibitors are falling on down. The turrets themselves, top and bot, still survive. Chiefs let the minions do the work. They themselves pick up kills.
Yeah, the consolation prize was in Emboma there. Mobility and AD carries sometimes just do not go hand in hand. They put themselves into, you know, unfavorable situations as Nexus turret goes down.
Looking for the end now, and another hook. Draku putting on one of those MVP noteworthy performances. A 2-man silence, preventing any kind of flash, dash, or anything crazy. And a huge shield like that means the true damage passive of the Cogmore won't do much but tickle them. The Nexus is exposed. 25 minutes into this one, it's looking like Chiefs trying to end this game as quick as they can. Another hook, why would he miss it? A 2-man haymaker followed by the face breaker, bring them all together. But hang on a minute. Mana bars are low, HP bars are getting lower as well, and it might mean staggered deaths across the board as one by one they go in. And at least ensure 2 members can get on out.
Hey, we're scaling, Skimmy. We're scaling. If you're a Legacy fan, you're scaling. Okay? You get the Runans on the Cogmore now. You've lost the inhibitor. Potentially just be able to, you know, eat that up, gobble that all up, and open Nexus, sure, but at least you can have one more stand. You can get your Lulu Cogmore composition with the Braum in front and just have one more stand.
One last chance for this team to try and do what they can. Maybe another potential pick as they look for it. Sybil, hit by the arrow, pops the ultimate, tries to sidestep, but you don't even need to throw out the hook as Draku. They themselves can posture aggressively, and they will pick themselves up another kill. Respawn time is 30 seconds and counting, so the base defense is getting crippled by the minute.
Well, Kisei has TP, so it's basically 5 members strong at the moment, and with Sybil being dead for 25 seconds, you wonder if they go to the end.
Looking for it. The first hook he misses this game. Now the ultimate connects from Swaith, locking in place another key member. Isolated and forgotten about. Lived, looking for another face breaker, but Winter respects it and flashes away. It felt like a done deal. It certainly was one. A minute later, but the result itself all the same. A victory screen will pop up in just a second, but let's just pet those KDAs and do a few more flashy mechanics in the meantime. GG to Chiefs.
That's not even at the end there. That's not even KDA pad. That's just a damage dealt pad, right? You're just padding the statistics of what's going to come up at the end of game and who do we give the MVP to.
Yeah, now they've seen it, the production of smurfing, and they can showcase those statistics, right? Who gets the highest number? You know, we don't want to talk about these AD carries doing 40%, 50% share of their overall team's damage. They all want a piece of the pie.
Yeah, they do. And I think my money would be on Kisei to do the most damage this game. I think he's had a blinder, did a lot of damage, landed a few big Dragon Rages and into multiple members. So just by the nature of AoE, he's probably done the most.
Yeah, it probably has, and one that can actually clue us into what that might look like is Mac. Once again, we welcome him back for the 3rd time in a row because, you know, we don't even know what segment we're on to right now. This time, though, we actually are at the close of the game. Bit of an anticlimactic pause to get us into that one, but Mac, nonetheless, it felt like a done deal even going into that.
It did, Nice little stand coming up from Legacy, but unfortunately then Sybil fell, and then the wall sort of all started to crumble, and there was no real defense to stop the Nexus from falling down. And I dare say, you know, on the topic of you guys, what you were talking about just before, I feel like Kisei has to be the one that has done the most damage. He's been rotating everywhere, trying to get into every single fight possible, and just dishing out so much damn damage to keep Chiefs in the pole position all game. But look, we've already pretty much summed everything up in the pause time, and I was only here like 3 minutes ago. Feels like it hasn't been that damn long. But I liked a few things that I saw from Legacy. You know, they did manage to get a pick off here and there. I'm still, I wasn't convinced by that Aatrox mid. I wish I got to see a bit more, but unfortunately going up against the Lee Sin Kisei, it just was not a good time for Incursio today.
I mean, I don't care what you're playing with, against, or what champion you have. If you're laning against someone that's just picked up 3 easy kills in the early game, I mean, it's really doesn't matter what you're playing, and that's kind of Incursio's game in a nutshell. This one, right? He's just every time he's walked back into his lane, it's just Kisei there with another kill to his name, another notch on the belt. So it's just really, if I'm being completely honest, not a fun time for Incursio, not a fun game.
He would have had fun here, though, I tell you that much, because as it has really come to be, right, the Prowler's Claw meta on Varus, Mboma thinks, you know what, maybe a bit of swag, style, and execution, jumps in and just gets a sword to the face. So, no, he had to ruin his KD there at the end.
That's all right. Look, he did more than enough down in that bot lane. A whole lot of assists. I think he had 9 assists in the end. But yeah, before there was that little shutdown, I think there was a 1k gold swap over on one of the bounties right towards the end. That was almost a 20k gold lead. And Jubes, that's a bloody lot of gold.
Yeah, that gold lead, I'll be honest, there's not much to talk about in terms of the gold lead. Like, what do? You can get aced a few times over and still win the game. So it just goes to show, I guess, how well the Chiefs played the early game out, right? It's a composition where they had all the tools to abuse the early game, all the tools to really get the things rolling, start fights on their own terms, play around the Blitzcrank, play around Dragku, and they just did it to a T. And you have to kind of take what Kuden said in the interview a little more seriously now, right? Bit of a jokester, that man, but when he says that they've been having some really good practice, really good screams, working on these compositions, you kind of got to believe it when you see performance like that.
Yeah, 100%. And someone else we always love to believe is Nats. So let's bring the believer in. And Nat, who do you have down on the sidelines for the interview?
Before I jump into the interview, sorry, that was a really weird segue. I just looked at the finishing time, and it was 26 minutes and 30 seconds. And I don't know how the boys did so well to predict it, but I'm pretty sure Swaith was almost spot on. I think he was only 1 minute out, so it's pretty impressive. But speaking of the Chiefs, I am going to be joined by Mboma for the post-match interview. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on that win. I want to talk about the draft a little bit. When the Ezreal got banned, what was going through your head?
I was like, I don't have to play my 10,000th Ezreal game. I can play a different champion for once. I think it's kind of nice when it gets banned. I like to play like different champs a lot, so yeah.
Did the Varus become, is he a bit of a comfort champ for you, or was he just more fit the role?
I think Varus in that spot just kind of like fits the comp, in my opinion. I think you can go Shield Breaker pretty early, and then like Cog Lulu has a hard time, and like Cog's outranged by Varus, in my opinion. So I feel like stylistically it was pretty good in that situation to pick Varus, but there's like heaps of other things I could have picked as well. So yeah, that's the main reason I picked it, just for the range advantage on Cog.
I like it. We also saw a lot of early game aggression coming out from the team. Is that something you guys have been working on a lot?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, anyone that plays against the Chiefs or scrims us knows that we just like to fight in pretty much every lane all the time. That's our style that we like to play. We just fight across the map. And you probably saw that this game, all 3 lanes are fighting pretty much. And then Swaith sort of just sets everyone up for success when he's on a pick like Sejuani, or if he's on something else, he'll carry the game as well. So I think the nice part about our team is that we have a lot of different styles that we can play, and it's not like Swaith's going to play Sejuani every game, or like I'm going to play Ezreal every game. There's actually a lot of things that we can play, so it's really hard for teams to draft against us if we're smart about how we pick our champions, I think.
What do you think is such a key like aspect of being able to be successful in fighting across all 3 lanes and not just like your champ picks?
I think the main thing is like having players that are pretty like good mechanically and play the game a lot. I think all 5 of our players, like after scrims, are all just queuing up for solo queue and trying to like practice something or like trying to climb the ladder or like whatever. Like we're all just playing the game a lot and we're pretty like committed to winning. I don't think that's the same for all teams. So I think that's one thing I consider myself lucky for, to have like 4 teammates that are like really, really willing to practice and like, you know, make sure that they're keeping their skill level up so they don't let the team down. I think that's my favorite part of playing with the Chiefs, honestly. And we all just sit in a Discord call together and talk about the game. We try lots of different picks. So this is just like a snippet of like some of the things we can play, I think.
That makes me very excited to see some more games come out from you guys. And my very last question is, if you had to give MVP to Kisei or Draku, who would you personally pick?
It's funny because during the pause we were talking about this. I think, I mean, Kisei played really well and I didn't really get to see the other side of the map. But I think like playing Blitz into Brom's really hard. So I'd probably give it to Draku. I think he played that matchup pretty well and we were like weak side for a bit of the game and we were killing. So I'd probably give it to Draku this game, but I don't know, it's hard when your mid laner has like 9 kills. Like I feel like supports are underappreciated as well. Even like Sejuani as well. Like you can't give MVP to a Sejuani. It's like, it feels weird, right? Like you're not even thinking about giving MVP. But I think, yeah, I'd probably give it to Blitz. I think playing Blitz into Braum and winning is pretty hard. So probably give it to Draku.
Well, thank you so much for answering my questions and doing the post-game interview. And congratulations again. But let's head on over and see what the panel thought about your answer to the MVP.
Alright.
Look, oh, so bye, Mboma. Sorry,
Yeah,
went
just
to
cut him
say
off.
words, but look, get out of here. Look, it's my time to shine. Now, it's someone else's time to shine as well. So let's just jump straight back into the DoorDash player that delivered. And Mboma, he made the decision for us. So we're going to be giving the DoorDash player that delivered to Draku. The underappreciated support with hooks that could. There you go. So, Jubes, you're looking at that 16 assists with a 4% kill participation. I dare say that's
I think it's more
from the kill, because 16 is a lot of assists there.
I think he's had more KP than 4%. Oh, good. Don't worry about that. we got to look at the wards place.
Ooh.
Rusty is sitting there. He's sitting there and he's just sitting there nodding his head with a grin. And he's like, my man. You know what I mean? Like, he's so proud of Draku. But, you know, blind of a performance. And I think, you know, we look at the stats, you look at everything, and you don't think, it doesn't do him justice. The hooks that he land, in the instances that he land those hooks to really accelerate the game for his team was insane. And I think on a side note, Draku will really utilize this DoorDash order. So, yeah, but like he needs gains for the gym, and if there's anything that he's going to get from this meal, it's gains. So, I think he's, I'm happy for him.
He'll either go for that dirty bulk or order something high in protein, maybe just a whole chicken if he can find that. Now, thank you again for DoorDash, of course, supplying Draku with a $100 voucher for DoorDash with that MVP or the DoorDash player that delivered. So, can't complain about that. I'm sure, you know, all the supports out there are going to be extremely happy that they finally get to be the stars of the game. Now, out of the back of that, I guess we can have a quick chat about the match coming up, which is going to be Direwolves and Peace. So let's see if Peace can continue their rampage. Any thoughts on this one before we jump over to a break?
I think Peace will still come into this one as the favourites. I think Direwolves, as we've seen with the roster at the moment, looks like they're still playing with a sub, so a bit of a chance for him to play around in the bot lane. We obviously saw the Wukong Center experiment. Bit of an interesting one against Pentanet, but I think they're a team that need a bit of time to scale up, much like they did in Split 1. So hopefully they can find a bit of a rhythm. They get a bit of a gauntlet, right, having to go up against a lot of these top-tier opponents. As for Peace, they're pretty much just running it back from what they did last week, right? 2 big wins for them up against Chiefs and Pentanet, so they'll be riding a high and no doubt looking to try and continue.
Well, if you guys want to listen to some banger tunes while we are on a break, exclamation playlist in the chat, and you can go on over to the Spotify playlist from Warner for all the songs we are going to be playing this split for the DoorDash LCO. So ladies and gents, don't go too far. Game number 3 coming up just after this. It's Direwolves and Peace.
Place right now, so much damage coming on through as the chain of corruption spreading like wildfire. A seed that just cannot be put out. Liv jumps in to try and slow down the retreat. Is everybody going to fall on down eventually? That Sonic Wave doesn't connect with Amel, that may be the first ace of this game, but a message is being stayed, and Kissei says, no, hold your time for 2 seconds, Skinny.
I don't got time for this bullshit, loose lips. I ain't never playing by your rules, kid. Ay. Back then didn't have the traction, now they wanna cut. Ain't that a fraction? Yeah, I'm a monster with a flow, that's a crackin'. Don't focus on numbers, I ain't even here for hacking. Gotta keep it fly, paper plane, put respect on my name. Don't flow like a drain, I'm the dog, great day. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Pop it, I ain't never no day ones. Don't like the heat, better get your apron. Used to hate life, had my shade on. Used to watch that moonshine, Akon. This the shit that I don't like and it ain't ordinary. More than scary, all these birds up in my sanctuary. Never hit me up burden deep, I was feeling buried. Found my colors and started flying, ain't that canary? Got pain in my soul, I ain't here to toast. Champagne problems, I was feeling like a ghost. On the lane, switching roads, got drive, no control. Beat me up, I'ma need some space on the go. Wait, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Why y'all cheap like coupons? I get bread like croutons. Take a seat like futons. Don't say a peep, you been one. KD, I'm back in the league and I'm back in the league. Do this in a P4O with a sweep. Yeah, second that sheet, the taste of the feet. I've been ballin' ever since my calling. I've been flowing, water falling. I beg your pardon. I ain't never claimed guns, but I be drawing. This picture clear my image more than, yeah, my decorum. Wait. Mr. Nice Guy hit him with a light like she want me next to her like a nightlight. You can go bye-bye like night-night. She wanna man something like white night. Take her for a spin like old English. That's that cool alley-oop like finish. Can't see me, that window tinted. I broke out, there ain't no limits. G-Easy, believe me, I needy. I was knee-deep, no freebies. Still spat that shit out, something like bulimics. You see me, you need me. Dreaming, thinking you can beat me. You ain't on my frequency, aerial or TV. You 2D, I'm 3D. You 4G, I'm 5G. I can't correct like Nike. I read you all like psychics.
1,000 miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash, the time has
Well, it is time to see a little bit more peace and then see what Direwolves have been cooking up in the kitchen as well as we do head towards match 3 of the day here at the DoorDash LCO. So far, 2 extremely exciting games. Unfortunately, the second one had a bit of a tech pause, so hopefully we won't have any more of that going into game 3. And it's going to be peace. So I just want to see a little more from them, you know, what they can maybe bring to the table. Is it going to be the same old thing that has been working for them, or are they going to change things up? Will they take that risk against Direwolves? So many questions that need to be answered, and I got Jubes and Skimmy here to do all the answering for me. So, Jubes, please answer all 7 questions I just asked.
So, yes, so all 7.
Yep.
But nah, so seriously, I do want to see this game as more of a test for Direwolves. You know, that team that we've, you know, like a broken record said that we see them kind of as that, you know, that next best. We put them in that 3rd, you know, slot position, and we really do want to see how they match up against, you know, what at the moment is the top dogs. It's Peace. It's very early, but that's what they are, right? You know, Claire had a shaky start to the game against Gravitas, but really came up big for his team. Only getting better as the weeks went on in Split 1. Shock, I mean, no introduction, the real staple point of this team. And then kind of the question mark, right? The Kelrock and the Gunkrab dynamic duo in the bot lane. But I think Gunkrab has done himself justice in playing in that support position. But, you know, this is a team that I'm excited about. I like to watch them week upon week because there's always that chance that, you know, they really do live up to the potential that this team has.
Yeah, from all things I've seen as well, especially in regards to Shock, I think I've seen his Zoe being the best Zoe I've seen in the LCO so far. So
yeah.
I really hope we get to see a little bit more of that this split, because we got to see a bit towards the end of last split, and I was very impressed by that. I guess we'll see once we do tend towards the draft if that will happen or not. Now let's have a quick chat about Peace and Skimmy. Tell me why you know him, tell me why you love him, and tell me why Babip has been the key to the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, what a welcome introduction, right? Back to your home country in the league and showcasing, you know, what you've learned from overseas, right? You played with some of the big dogs, and now you're looking to try and smurf when you come back home and say, you know what, I went to Worlds of Legacy a year prior, but I've only improved from that point onwards, right? So big level up for them, obviously. It's going to feel really good for them to win in the way that they did up against Pentanet as well, right? So no doubt that on that high, Appy continues to be just that rock in the top that, you know, mirrors that of Biopanther in terms of consistency, champion pool, and just outright finesse. Halo continues to showcase that, hey, you know, you can't count me out because I've still got a bit of style and swagger about me. But I just think it continues to be the Violet show. And it seems a little bit redundant and almost rude to say that it's a team built around him. But, you know, week one, he's already once again got himself all the accolades of best farm, most kills, and all the rest of it. So he's showcasing that, you know, I am wanting to hit the limelight, and if it isn't a case of us going overseas, then he wants the rest of the world to notice him.
I just need to point out that Halo has been probably one of the best players on the player camps, at least giving us the reactions we want and maybe reactions we don't want, but even so, it takes a lot of confidence to do that. Now, someone else that has 2 player cams that they're going to talk to is Nat, so she's down on the sidelines. Let's bring her back into the conversation. And Nat, who do you have for us here for the pregame?
Hopefully there are some players behind those player cams as well, but I'll be talking to Aladoric and Gunkrab, the 2 supports facing off against each other in this matchup. Aladoric, I want to ask, how does it feel coming into this matchup knowing that you'll be facing Gunkrab in the bottom lane, but he'll be playing support instead?
It's a pretty interesting dynamic because I played on a team with Gunkrab in 2019. He was my AD carry, so I think that'll be pretty fun playing against him.
Gunkrab, for you, you know, how has scrims and show games been going as support? Do you feel that you've been showing up?
Yeah, I think actually our whole team, not just our bottom lane, has been going quite well in scrims, and you know, I think it'll be a fun match to test ourselves against Peace, especially their bottom lane, because I guess they're kind of regarded as the best or one of the best bottom lanes in the league. Yeah, I'm actually really confident.
Who's going to be the... That's awesome to hear. Who do you think is going to have to be the biggest focus for you guys to try and get the win tonight?
Probably
that
Halo
you,
to get
yep.
His, you know, awesome reactions on camera.
I like it. You're just doing it for the content now. And Aladoric, I want to know, how is the atmosphere with the team over the weekend after getting that win from PGG? Did you guys focus on much scrims and VOD reviews and things like that?
Yeah, we scrimmed a bit. We had Saturday off, so it was like a break day. But on Sunday we scrimmed and we watched a few of your LCO games.
How is the Babip been settling in for you guys? Like, has it changed much of the team dynamic at all, or do you think he's slotted in quite easily?
I think it's good. I think we're much more of a well-rounded team now. I feel like we were really one-dimensional before, but it's helped a lot now that he's playing with us.
It's definitely shown in the few games that we have seen you already in. And the last question I'm going to ask both of you, because I've been asking it a lot tonight, is how long do you think this game is going to go for? If you want to say first, Aladoric.
I'll give it 30 minutes.
And Gunkrab, do you think longer or shorter than 30 minutes?
I'm gonna say shorter, probably around 23 minutes. We're either gonna get stomped or they're gonna get stomped.
I like it. I'm looking forward to the game. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, these boots were made
Okay.
for stomping, it seems. So hopefully we get to see a stomp, something a little bit crazy, going one way or the other. I want to see what's going to go down in that bot lane as well. That's going to be where I'm watching. Hopefully the observers are going to be looking there because that's where I want to be watching. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the predictions and what we think is going to happen here in game number 3 of the day. Again, looks like we're all aligned in terms of the first half of the talent. And if we have a quick look at the second half as well, I'll be surprised if anyone's gone for Direwolves. Okay, so everyone's gone for Peace here. And we're all just picking the favorites again. So we're being boring. You know, I need to change this. I feel like I just need to tank my predictions and at least, you know, give some hope to the people. You know, give some hope to the underdogs. Because at the moment, we're giving no hope to anyone with our predictions other than the favorites, which is
I think, you know, when you bring in Calrock, right, who we know is a fantastic AD carry, played on the Die Cubs the year gone by, you're putting a lot of pressure on him to show up against arguably the 2 best teams in the region right now, right? So it's like, hey, you know, Cupcake's not available at the moment. This is, you know, slot you in, and oh, by the way, you're versing some of the best teams, right? So if anything, I mean, this could be, you know, where players build their careers from, and, you know, he just absolutely smurfs, and suddenly they're having questions behind closed doors about, oh, well, what do we actually do now? What is our, you know, our best starting 5? As for it itself, I think,
QR code.
That's what I wanted to do. Am I allowed?
Oh, I got it in the time. Good. I got 50% off my DoorDash now. Sorry. Anyway, Skimmy, continue. That was very rude of me.
Yeah, look, I think that's just my talking point, right? Like, you know, Calrock, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, obviously impress and perform against the region's best. But just, yeah, Cupcake offers so much, right? Leadership role, done so much, knows the ins and outs of pretty much the history of this region, right? So it's always a tough order to go up against some of the best in the region when you feel like, quote unquote, on paper, that you're hindered in some form or way.
Yeah, I think even though none of us did tip Direwolves here, like their past 3 games, the knowledge that they get from it is insane, especially with Calrock. You know, he went up against PGG last week and now he's going up against PGG today. Like, no matter win or lose for them, like the valuable, like, information that he gets from this is just going to be able to give him, you know, a pretty fast track in his sort of career.
Well, let's fast track this one straight to the game. We are a little bit behind schedule, so let's see if we can catch it up. Peace and Direwolves coming up right now.
Let's find out what happens in Game 3 here, Juves, as Direwolves will be taking on Peace. Both of these teams have been a bit of a back-to-back history where you look at, the playoffs, for instance. There was a tiebreaker. Direwolves play that game. They absolutely crush Peace in that instance. Then there's a lot of praise and thinking maybe Direwolves run the gauntlet. Maybe there is that redemption arc going into a top seeding, right? But they bow out quite early on as well into that playoffs and lost a lot of their prowess that they were steadily working across those 6 weeks of regular split.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to even make comparisons now, especially with the 2 big changes, right? Gunkrab being the support, Babby being the jungler for Peace. So they're almost like 2 completely different teams this week. Now, the thing I want to touch on draft is that the center being banned away from Peace really makes it a traditional and standard 2v2 now, right? If you opt in for letting Gunkrab get his hands on that center, yeah, you get him a comfort support that's going to be, you know, the center, like a traditional marksman. But then you're also going to let Calrock play something that's a little more comfortable too. But now you're really just saying to Gunkrab, hey man, you really need to lock in a support now. There's no other way to get around it. And you force them into the 2v2 they probably don't want to be in.
So you have, because you talk about some of the key bans that have been taken away. As you already mentioned, Nocturne obviously another one as well, where Claire and Shaka both played it, whereas Appy has too. So a bit of a preference on the sort of turn the lights out, find a kill within that small passage of play. But Direwolves have gone against the grain here and said, you know, forget about the Ezreal first pick or, you know, the locking in of a really strong support. They're just going to go for a bit of a Claire special here with the Akali.
Yeah, Akali, and it's a flex, right? It's a flex in the sense that if Claire's your best Akali player, Shock can just go top lane with a matchup. And you can just swap the players. Like, they're probably both comfortable in doing so. Claire would be the most comfortable, I'd argue, in mid lane still. Yep. However, you know, we'll see where this one plays out. Ezreal not being picked up was, I think, partially due to the fact that the Peace bot lane will be able to punish it. They'll pick the Jinx, they'll pick Kog'Maw, they'll pick Vayne, they'll pick something that has like super scaling and a very good lane. So the fact that, you know, they've locked in the Kai'Sa, bit of a statement. It says like we're not really worried what you can pick into it, and just going to be the Varus.
Certainly is. So look at to sit back and stay protected as the Kai'Sa does come on and, well, kind of just remind us as to what Violet was able to do in Split 1, right? Where he was just given the resources, able to pop off like you wouldn't believe, find himself in situations where we could dive in deep, pretty much do what he wanted without any agency required from the rest of his team. So I'm excited, but what it does mean, Juves, which we've completely glossed over, is the fact that Gwen, for the first time in Split 2, has not been banned, so it's going to be locked in.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you have a double flex, like Gwen mid, Gwen top,
yeah,
Akali mid, Akali top, and it's almost like they forgot too. They were like, wait, everyone just kind of like, wait, Gwen's
wait,
open.
they didn't first pick Gwen,
Yeah,
and we didn't pick it up in a response. So hang on a minute, what's happened here?
But no, before they even locked Gwen, I wanted to say I wish with the Kai'Sa blind they actually locked in Draven. I don't know if Kalrock's a Draven player, but that would have been such a hype pick, especially with the buffs that Draven's received on this patch.
Yeah.
However, you know, I'm more excited to see how this Gwen plays out. But now the thing to consider is all 3 champions that you have AP ratios, right? Like Gwen, Akali being the main 2, main damage source, ability power. Varus has like a hint of ability power damage. But now you're kind of pincered into needing an AD-based jungler. Xin Zhao has now been taken away. You know, potentially they opt in for another ban, a traditional 80 jungler type ban. You know, maybe the Kindred, maybe the Rek'Sai, maybe like whatever it is. And then you're just pincered into having 3 AP topside. So this is kind of dangerous for Direwolves.
So it does feel that way, and it begs the question as to what AD champion would that be, right? You know, if you think about only, the first few champions that come to mind would be Olaf and Lee Sin. Obviously, Lee Sin has been banned away, taken away here on the side of Peace already, so you start to really narrow that champion pool further and wonder, you know, what is the direction? You can see him on your screen right there, deep in thought, considering, I'm sure, alongside all the coaching staff as we continue the bans, with Peace having removed the Xin Zhao as well as the Braum. Direwolves now putting a bit of a focus onto some AP themselves with an Ori and a Rumble.
Yep, and I did mention the Kindred. The reason I don't like the Kindred here for only, if that's what he opts in for, is because you're not going to be playing with priority. Like, you have Gwen, you have Akali, they're not the strongest, like, early level champs, especially if they're not into favorable matchups. I genuinely wouldn't mind seeing Direwolves pick up something like the Rek'Sai, giving only a little bit of, and hang on a minute, that's a Z.
This is unbelievable. I wish we had mid-lords in the conversation right now. Have you seen his tweets? They just crack me up.
Great, is it?
Great draft, GG, fantastic interview. You know, I'm basically the best. I live for those tweets, and I'm really curious to see what he's putting together here, because we are now rattling through, and I think at the top of the show, Mac was asking, would we see Hecarim? And here's your answer.
I said no, and I thought it might be because, hear me out, in solo queue, Rek'Sai's win rate's kind of skyrocketed a little bit. It's more of like the Prowler's Claw interaction has definitely allowed you to snowball games quite easily. And I thought maybe that's what we would see here, right? Because that's what Direwolves' composition sort of needs or will benefit from, because you have the scaling of the Gwen, scaling of the Akali, and it can just bridge that gap. But Hecarim's something we forgot about, right? So many buffs, or 2 buffs in 2 patches. You know, Divine Sundara buff as well, so in the indirect Hecarim buff there, maybe we'll see a bit of an only pop-off on the Hecarim.
Yeah, potentially there's the pop-off potential there, but it feels a little bit overshadowed by the other picks that come on through right now, because if anything, I'm just seeing so much, you know, ego potential between individual laners, between matchups that can show off, you know, just their strength. It seems to me as if, you know, on the one hand, you've got Claire looking to go for the all-in potential with a flashless Gwen, looking to showcase what he can do into Appy. We sort of told the story that he's graduated from top lane school. He's had a lot of stand-up performances. And, you know, then you have to look at the fact in mid lane, 2 major assassins. It is going to be Shock playing the Akali, going to go into a Zed. And it feels like we've gone back a few seasons.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure how I feel, and we'll have to see if that was actually a final shot that we got there. But Zed's opted in for the TP, because you do need TP to cheat tempo sometimes in competitive sense, right? In solo queue, you get away with the ignite, you get the kill, and you get the free reset, right? But with the TP allows you to match the Akali. It gives you that cheat of tempo, and it's going to be definitely a huge summoner spell to see what Halo takes, because in my opinion, if you don't have that ignite, you don't have that kill threat onto the Akali, then you're just going to get outscaled, and quite quickly. You know, there is the Karthus there though from Babip, which I'm super excited to see. Like, if anyone knows me, I'm the biggest Karthus fanboy ever. When Karthus is in the game, I'm so happy. So in that sense, it's going to be good to see. But Hecarim can shut down Karthus. It is actually a decent Hecarim matchup, especially at level 6, because you have one-shot potential and you have the move speed to get out. So across the board, Skimmy, there's actually quite exciting drafts.
Certainly are. There's a lot to keep you interested, dazzled and impressed. And we're going to have to figure out how this game does play out. Are we going to see early game shenanigans? Are we going to be waiting for level 6? or are we just going to be scaling? All those questions and more going to be answered as this game takes place here. Direwolves up against Peace, week number 2. And to coach us through some of these decisions, we do have the coach of the Direwolves on standby in Farmer.
What's up, guys?
Long time no see. How have you been, first of all?
I've been alright. How have you been, Skimmy?
Look, mate, I'm living the dream, mate. We're having a good time here, casting some games. And look, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of excitement here. That's what's pretty much got me and Juves keen to see this one play out. Talk me a little bit through this draft, because there's so many opportunities for players to individually outplay and impress. I'm curious to see how it all comes together, though.
Yeah, we got a lot of spicy solo or one-on-one interactions, and I guess the Zed and Karthus picks are a bit of a surprise to us, but like they're just, well, at least we think they're just inefficient champs, so hopefully we punish them on stage.
Beautiful, beautiful. I want to talk about the fact that Gwen, obviously, the fact is, been banned every single game. It didn't get first pick, it didn't get responded to. It seems a little bit haphazard to say, did you guys forget about it? But was there a key plan to say, we're going for a Gwen?
No, we just have opinions on Gwen. I think that Peace also has opinions on Gwen, and like we think it's strong, but we just didn't think it's first pick worthy, so that's why it fell in the draft the way it did. But we thought it was good where we picked it, so there's not much more to say about it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm excited to see it in action, as Claire has gone for the TP Ignite, so that's going to be cool to see play out. Changing focus now from the top side of the map down to the bottom lane. How's Kalrock found it? I mentioned going into this game, it must be a fair bit of pressure that he's having to shoulder, given the fact that his games so far have been up against the likes of Pensnet and now Peace.
Yeah, honestly, he's a trooper. Like, he's in pretty unfortunate circumstances, but we've thrown him into the gauntlet, and he's like stepping up, stepping in whenever he can, and doing whatever's needed. But more than that, I think he's just like, I'm just really keen to prove himself, and the fact that we were against PG and Peace never seemed to faze him. So I think that's pretty cool to see from a young talent like himself.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Talk to me a little bit about the new coach, obviously Sleepy coming in to try and inject a bit of different perception as to what is strong and sort of what the identity looks like. Has that changed much behind the scenes in terms of how the team has been looking at the game, or forming their ideas of what drafts are strong? Because we've seen a few different teams already so early on have very interesting stances on what they think is strong.
Yeah, Sleepy's great. Basically, any major change to the coaching staff will always change the dynamic to how the team interacts and what the environment's like. And he's just slotted in really well with the rest of us. So, and kind of taken a leadership position in a lot of different aspects of the game. So, yeah, it's just great working alongside him. And for sure, he's been definitely a boon to improving Direwolves as a whole. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, mate. Well, we'll leave it there for the meantime. We're going to crack on in with this game and see how it all plays out. But I appreciate your time as always, and best of luck.
Thanks. See you.
All right, Juice. A lot to digest there. Obviously, yeah, as it would make no surprise. A new coach, new ideas. Why wouldn't it be? But we can't continue to gloss over the fact that they said that they think Gwen is an interesting pick. And also interesting, it's Cheeky all in. We come straight back from the pools, so I get tongue-tied, and a kill goes out on to the side of Peace.
Yeah, and if I'm being brutally honest, that seems like it's a little bit of nerves for Kalrock. Like we did say, we did hear in the coach's interview, not much has really phased him, but very uncharacteristic mistake there. Like, uses the cleanse late, doesn't use the flash, kind of dies through that traditional, all-in the bot lane that we've seen for 9 years of League of Legends, right? It's almost like an unacceptable death for an AD carry, but we'll see how he bounces back. It's going to be an uphill battle against the bot lane.
Yeah, certainly is. If you give this Peace bot lane an inch, they certainly do take a mile, and you can't afford to give somebody like Violet all that pressure, because we know how formidable he is at picking up CS and funneling up resources, getting gold items, and hitting those power spikes nice and early. But as much as we can harp on about that, still really, really excited to see how the rest of these lanes play out. Mid and top in particular. As you already said, the fact that only has the potential to try and outplay Babbitt here, and we've already seen Peace have to go up against the Karthus composition. It was against Chiefs. That game went late, 42 minutes or so? They had pretty much everything they needed, but a lot of shields and protection were there to offer them, but the side of Direwolves won't have that liberty this time to prevent their Requiem.
They won't, and it was actually Violet on the other, in that game, if I remember correctly, that was just absolutely 1v9ing the team fights from about 20% health. So let's see if Babip has that same effect on the Karthus. Now, the one kind of, I guess, good thing if you're a Direwolves fan here is that although Calrock did die, he's actually not weaker than Violet, because Violet hasn't gone back and based, right? They have the summoner advantage in terms of like the cleanse being down, so it's going to fare very well for the Leona if she ever gets on top of him. But like in terms of just the hook.
Well, there is the hook. There's the aftershock. Here comes Only, who is hanging out for trouble, waiting for something. He realizes that, well, they do both have double sums. It's probably not the play we're looking for. And they will back away.
This is what Gwen does so well with Ignite, by the way.
Certainly does. Looking for that all-in trade right there. Going to go invulnerable for a meantime. Needs one more. Oh, the preemptive flash. And that's even without Claire not having one. Just so much power that Gwen offers.
Yeah, Gwen taking Ignite is just, I don't want to call it a cheese, but you really do underestimate the amount of kill threat that she has in lane in early levels. Now with that flash being burnt and Appy having to TP back straight away, Claire will probably, you know, second that and teleport back as well. But the lane state is in such a good position now because there's no Lee Sin flash, less mobility, less room to escape at level 6 as well. So we've got to keep our eyes on pretty much bot and top and now mid, because mid's about to ding level 6.
Yeah, that's where things certainly do get to a bit of a spicy talking point. Here they come. Only looking for a wide angle to try and bring back Halo. Looking for one more order. He flashes away, and he does survive. And Aladoric is here now, who's wanting to try and turn the tide of this battle in their favor. Here comes Baba for TP in from Direwolves. Exhaust onto the Karthus, making sure that his damage output is minimized. Only will fall on down. Aladoric survives. The rest of the boys come back on through. A flash forward. Gunkrab looking for the passive. Locks him in place. A delayed hook. That will seem to be on two different pages right now. Do they want to go in or do they want to back away? And Claire, well, he picks up a fair few shots with the passive, but a lot of summoners burnt and nothing really to talk about.
It's ultimately just getting outplayed, right? Like Peace were just holding summoner spells to the millisecond. Like one more, if Hecarim just breathed through his nose, Halo falls down there. And he's able to flash out of the way, bait Only, shock, and Gunkrab into what was just a no man's land, and I had no business winning that fight. And the worst thing for Claire there, and okay, and again, this is the thing Akali does really well into the Z matchup, right? Goes into the Shroud, has the extra bit of mobility to dash away from the Shurikens, and you know, now that Halo has no ultimate, it's kind of a non-champion, right? Like Akali has all the onus in this lane now, especially with the level 6 being dinged.
Certainly is. He's been removed from the equation. You saw how little that death mark did. As you say, you need to stack up on that damage within that window, and nothing was found. He's going to take that time, though, to play towards the strength in the bot half of the map and pick up the first dragon. It's going to be an Infernal one, so they're not going to complain about that one. But level 6s, as you say, on both ends, where really a lot of that power can be truly unleashed, is starting to come online.
Now, the tough part about competitive League of Legends is that every trade now, you have to factor in Karthus Ultimate, right? Because if you're Violet and Eldoric, the only time that you're going in is when you know Babip is aware, saying, "Oh, we're going to all in bot lane in about 10 seconds," right? And so you see Eldoric already sniffing around, already looking to land that Zenith Blade, and Babip is oh, he's yoinked it.
I saw 12 HP on my screen there, and you're thinking he just needs to breathe again.
I think he missed the Skittle. He actually skittled the Hecarim, which I guess isn't a bad thing, right? In the sense that you're landing your skill shots. Unfortunately, you missed the red buff. And this is what I talk about, the matchup. Sorry, Skimmy, to cut you off there. That the Hecarim, or the Karthus Hecarim matchup is Hecarim favored early, just because you don't have enough juice in the tank as the Karthus to really have, you know, that, I'm not going to call it a one-shot, but kill threat.
Like
right?
the staying power, right?
Yeah. Because then as the game goes on and you pick up the Leandris or the Ludens, depending on what you've opted in for, at a certain point, Hecarim then has to make a decision. Is he trading 1-for-1 or is he not? Because as a Karthus, you can still influence the team fight or the map with the 1-for-1. And I'll hold that thought because the red buff invade.
He seems to be quite angry about this one. Only doesn't have a smite, and they're going to just pick that red up for free. They hand it across to Violet too. The Requiem was there to try and scare him off initially. A Blast Cone has actually trolled Violet, and that's unbelievable. Now they're going to try and stack the CC to prevent the flash into the Dragon Pit, and they are so damn successful. Jeez, what on earth was that?
That was questionable gaming. I mean, Babip, you have to think preemptively ulted there because Violet was just going to opt in for the all-in, right? Like, that's what I think the communication was. But what you have to remember is Karthus is a farm first, ult second champion. So once your ult's down, you really, in a competitive sense, don't offer anything because Karthus is just going to go back to full clear duties. And now everyone on the Direwolves can play with a little more confidence. You have to say it's a big, drop of the ball from Babip because your first Karthus ultimate needs to have an impact, needs to do something. And it's done nothing, hasn't even picked up a Dark Harvest stack.
Yeah, it's a rough situation to find yourself in now, isn't it? The fact that you initially made a fantastic play to steal away the red buff, but the fact that the Blast Cone literally trolls Violet into not even being able to use the flash, given the amount of CC that went his way. And Direwolves have been offered an invitation back into this game so early on. Sure, it's a 1k gold in the favor of Peace, but Direwolves are looking to try and play towards the strength that they are finding in the top half of the map with what you said is the Ignite variation with no flash to offer. So bring Claire down, desirable lane state for him, pick up the Heralds, and look to unlock even more gold in his back pocket.
But you do love to see that from Gunkrab as well, right? He's the one that made the play there. He was the one that's playing off-roll, but he's proactive. He decides to say, hey, Violet's going to face check, let's make this play. And it worked out for him.
Yeah. And it showcases the experience that he has, not only as a bot laner, but the fact that he has played support multiple times throughout his career. So you would say that he is a bot lane player in complete full nature. He understands the inner workings of sort of what your AD carry needs and what he can offer as well. So going to delay the recall here. Had no vision, but that's not going to prevent him from going for the Riptide. And we're going to try and get Kaorok back into this one here with a bit of CS in his favor.
And Only's done a very good job in terms of pathing this game, right? Hold that thought.
Be careful here. Aga's a solo flare. Gunkrab and Only now has actually hit level 6. Needs to hit the ultimate. A 2-man knockup. There's the exhaust. Kaorok instantly cleanses that one, and Violet's just dead. Violet's just going to fall on down. He has no money. He has no opportunity to do anything here. Once again, a flash is available, but they get baited out by the big brain of Gunkrab.
I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. Like, you saw they wanted to reset. Like, in their mind, they were resetting. They didn't want that fight. Now, look at the wave that Violet is losing bot side. I mean, heads up play from Kaorok and Gunkrab. Like, they're showing why they're bot laners. I mean, I'm just very impressed. I'm very impressed by Gunkrab and Kaorok, right? I mean, might be an all-in.
Certainly won't be an all-in. Straight away into the mist again. Let's see how much this ultimate does. Once again, barely anything.
And this is why I didn't like the Zed pick. I like the idea in the sense it synergizes so well with the Karthus. But in terms of the one pick Akali, having Zed go into that, you see every time. Rush Seeker's arm guard, drop the Shroud, soon as Zed ultis, wait it out, and there's ultimately no more kill threat. Because Babip was waiting, right? The comms was, I'm gonna drop the Requiem. Just go all in. And the all in is just a tickle.
It really isn't doing much at this stage of the game, and despite him going for the Eclipse, sure, that's extra burst, extra damage, all the things that a Zed will want. He still needs the uptime, and if he can't see you, he can't do much about it.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like a Dragon that's potentially going to go over to the side of Direwolves, and they've really steadied the ship. I mean, a 1k gold deficit? They've equalized, and what you have to consider is the Rift Herald is on Only. So that is just gold in the bank that will be dropped after this reset.
Yeah, the question is, where do they want to go? Because it's a Cloud Soul now to play for, so a lot of cooldown reduction and movement speed as if these two teams didn't want that already. They're going to be very happy at the ability to continue to go forward and seek out opportunity and find creative angles at which they can exchange from. Going to be Babip sniffing out once again towards the enemy blue buff. Not going to find anything though, but he does get at least some vision. But you can see that Only once again is pathing towards the top side of the map to potentially drop that Rift Herald. A Solar Flare once again doesn't really meet its mark. And that wave, once again, is going to have to lose Pro.
But I like that from Aladoric, right? You know, they've considered Babip's ultimate. They know Varus has no cleanse. So, really, if that lands, I think Kaorok's as good as dead. He held his nerve, though, with the flash. So, well done from him. But again, good play from Aladoric. Just execution goes a little amiss.
Worth a try. It's the Prowler's Claw now, giving Kaorok a bit more opportunity to try and play around with his positioning. If he does have a very steady hand and doesn't fall victim to the Leona Flare going on out nice and quickly. There is going to be the Rift Herald finally being dropped down here by Only. Going to go through to the mid lane, feeling that, well, Shock, you're having a fantastic time against the Zed. Let's just give you a few more resources.
I will say, though, Halo, in saying everything that I've said, does have the item spike, right? You look at Shock, he's got components of everything. He's got components to survive the lane versus Zed, and now he's going to opt in for his mythic item, right? So, in that sense, Halo still has agency in this lane, and if Shock misplays, you best believe Halo is going to pick up the kill. But you have to say, like, at a certain point, you want your Zed to get involved. You want Zed to have a KP. You want him to have something somewhere to show for his time. And the longer that this game goes and stays kind of neutral, like the Akali will just have a better and better time each reset. So really need to see something explode here, and I think Aladoric recognizes that, but Pings have spotted him.
He's looking for it, as you're mentioning. Halo does still have that advantage, and more than anything, it feels like to me, Juice, is that you want to try and force out the Shroud to be burnt so that he does have the ability to hit that death mark, right? You know, there hasn't really been too much attention thrown his way, so he's exclusively holding onto it for that one ultimate. And as a result, he's having a bit of a gentleman's agreement in the mid lane for it. So elsewhere on the map, where the chaos begins, Claire, despite having a really strong start, is actually being completely matched here by Appy too, starting to find his own power spike.
The one person that I've actually been very impressed with this game is Only. He's coming up against Babip, right? And we can't. I don't think we can stress enough where Babip's came from.
Yeah.
And you know the year that he's had in terms of development and in terms of what I guess everyone was expecting when he came back to the region, and in terms of just parting and what he's done against the Karthus, Only's ahead. Like he's got the Divine Sunder. Sure, he's died once, but he's able to steal camps away. Got the EXP lead, picked up a dragon, and he's at that threshold now where he really wants to make something happen.
20 years, and you can see what it means because there's a two-man blast cone. Shut away with the wall to scout out any opportunity, but Direwolves, they really are understanding of the missing members here and play a very defensive posture. That will mean they may just lose. Yeah, it's not going to fall on down, but a fair bit of damage. Oh, the hook! That could have been a very dead Aladoric.
If that lands, he might go night-night. Now, the one thing I wanted to touch on, and this might be mid-turret broken, good rotation from Claire.
Pretty good rotation, isn't it? A pressure point that they're going to find. It's all a bit of a bait. They go down bot side now. Karok, the one to go for the flash. Is he topped up and healthy? He just lives. He doesn't die. A Dark Harvest stack goes across. Now a TP in to bolster up their ranks and prevent this turret from potentially falling on down. Claire running top, mid, and bot, doing it all.
I mean, the turret in mid lane already died, so I guess it wasn't really saving the turret from first blood turret. I think you more or less wanted to pick up the kills, but across the board, you'd have to say that trade there favors Peace in terms of summoner spells that were burnt. Yeah, they lost the mid turret, but they're getting 2 on the sides as well. So we'll probably see the gold swing in their direction, which it already has. And just a really nice play, utilizing that Karthus ultimate, utilizing the all-in pressure that they have bot lane, and they were able to just pick up 2 turrets in return.
Certainly were. They were able to really force Direwolf's hand to make a play, go across the map and seek out opportunity. They aren't going to be the ones to find it, however, as you say. The rest of the Direwolf's bot lane were too far gone by that point, and Peace had done enough to say that, well, we can just let the minions, if anything, take this tower down. So, TP advantage now is in favor of Peace. They only have 1 on their side versus the 2 that Direwolf had to play around with, but Appy now has the opportunity to do as he pleases.
He does, and I want you to keep your eyes on the fact that Violet's ultimate is going to be coming off cooldown. Leona already has hers. Anytime there's a misstep from Kalrock, like he's doing now, he's as good as dead. Teleport.
Guncrab's just going to go in. That means the TP straight away. Kalrock's going to flash away. He has no protection, no teammates, and no idea why he's there, exposed and left alone. Guncrab, he leads the line, but he'll fall on down, swarmed and pounced upon by 5 hungry members of Peace. And that means good timing, good execution, and a second dragon in their favor.
That's just really good setup from Aladoric, right? He's the one that gets there early, before the dragon spawns, or before at least Guncrab sets up, gets some deep vision, he's able to set up that TP flank, and it's just a little bit disjointed, and it's kind of what we expect, right, from the Direwolves, and what we've been wanting to see them fix. Everything's all well and good in the laning phase, but as soon as there's like that dragon fight, or you need to do the fundamentals correctly, they get punished.
Huge punishment as well. And whilst the gold lead once again goes back in Peace's favor, it's still very small numbers we're talking about here. Only a 1,000 gold lead back for Peace to start talking about here as we are fast approaching that 20-minute mark. Only's going to take the opportunity as a result then to go topside and pick up the second Herald. And short, the turret plates are gone, but the ability to try and close back this turret differential, the 2-for-1 trade that Peace have found, can't be overlooked. Give them a chance, more than anything, to start playing around with their TPs, because they'll be coming up first.
Now, Roofmakers have been picked up on both solo laners for the side of Direwolf. Karthus ultimate is up as well. Seems to be just a trade of minions. Might be in for a slower game. I don't think Peace feel any pressure to really accelerate this and force fights. And much of the same for Direwolves, right? They're probably really confident in the late game scaling they have on this Gwen, on the Akali, and you know, this Varus is just going to be doing damage at all points anyway, because there's no real tank on the side of Peace. Like, probably Lee Sin would be the tankiest member.
Oh!
What?
Well, some things are better left unsaid there, Juves, and we're just going to look at Gunkrab instead, who's going to look to try and disengage away. The Ignite goes out, the Death Mark is not enough on this occasion, he will survive. But Kalrock, he saw something that obviously we didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we can either pencil that down to an idea or pencil that down to nerfs. I don't know. I was looking for a pink ward, a pot, or something that maybe he misclicked instead of using the Prowler's Claw. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Maybe if they win the game, we'll get Nat to ask.
Yeah, that's a good question. It is a good question, and this is, you know, you hate to put a lot of focus on a player like that, but you know,
that's a big play.
It's a scary situation to find yourself in.
Yeah, because all of a sudden you got some kill participation on the Lee Sin, on the Z now. But the Eclipse almost well on the way for that second lethality item, and Shock might be in a bit of trouble here too.
Now, what can Shock do in this situation? He's got the flash, and he's going to look to go for that miss straight away. Now, there is no Death Mark. It is actually, sorry, it is back up. So now that he comes out of this one, he's in a whole world of pain. He might just get one shot like this underneath the turret. How much HP does he have?
He's lived.
How?
Yeah, I don't know, but even though he lives, still have to consider the value they got from that play being Peace, right? They use the Death Mark that's off cooldown in about 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Price ultimate, much of the same. And Shock's had to burn his flash, have to burn the Akali ultimate. And as a cooldown, the Akali ultimate is so valuable for how this composition functions for Direwolves.
Yeah.
And it's something that Violet does so well when he's playing this Kai'Sa. He always attacks the side lane, traditionally.
Okay, only looking for a cheeky all-in right now. Divine Sunder, a power spike unlocked.
Wow.
And I don't know what it is for these players, but somehow they survive on 10%. Okay, there we go. Gunkrab going to be the one to seal the deal. The exhaust onto Babip, and a flash across the wall from Violet, playing very aggressively right now, but 2 from 2 on the hooks. Gunkrab doing whatever he can to try and pad the meters, pad the CC, and allow Claire to run this game. The needlework is flawless. He's found the stitches. And he has sewn a beautiful picture with a double kill.
You got to be happy with that, right? As a Direwolf fan, it is a 3 for 2. If you want to talk about it, yeah, being a 3 for 2, they're going to pick up a turret top side of the map, and you know, all of a sudden you start to look at this Gwen. I mean, Gwen is kind of that the forbidden fruit, right? We don't really know what Gwen does.
Sure.
Because it's been banned, and then every time that you have seen it, it's kind of pogged off. So I'm kind of getting excited and worried at the same time, right? If you're a Peace fan, you're a little bit worried. What does this Gwen do? A bit of an unknown quantity. And then it's just a nice play here from Only. Halo knows he has no flash, knows he has no ultimate. Divine Sunder are just putting in so much work. I mean, we can see why the item is so good, but I mean, even the Hecarim buffs coming on through here. And Peace are just in a position where there's no setup. They're just reacting, and they have to burn double flash to get over the wall. And Claire just says, okay, I mean, I don't need flash. I got the mobility. Good as dead.
Certainly is as good as that. It's just wild to me there that Violet flashed the wall because they realize they're in such a weird position that they have to try and continue the uptime, and it's a high risk for a high reward, but on this occasion it falls just a little bit short there. Claire finding his first bit of a participation into this game. 2 kills so sorely needed to allow this champion to pop off and showcase what it can do in the OS region. But hold that thought for 2 seconds once again, because Gunkrab, he just doesn't hold on. He's looking for hooks on repeat. Carrot once again in trouble. Burns the Prowler's Claw and the Flash going to get dropped down to 20%. And Halo pays the ultimate price. And he dies, but Violet finds a kill. A trade onto Only. Now it's all about who has the CDs and who has the damage output to try and make this one look good. Requiem! He's going to come out the golden stopwatch, and it's just not going to be enough. They're burning. They're dying. Leandries is the clutch. It's the hero. Appy hunting for more underneath the turret, but the Sonic Wave would be risky. Despite the turret being low, they turn their attention towards Baron.
Yeah, and I thought that fight was almost Direwolves, right? I seen Claire in the back line. I saw Shock pick up Halo very early, but it's almost just unplayable for Kalrock, right? Halo's just got a mark on his head. Anytime he sees him, he's instantly flashing for him. And Shock's here.
Shock doesn't have flash, nor does he have ultimate. And yeah, they were looking for maybe some scraps. Not going to find anything on this occasion. Peace still very low. He's still unsure as to whether or not he wants to try and go for a kill, but Ultimately, he's going to sacrifice this one and have to wait out the DoorDash Baron buff.
Yeah, and Lee Sin's just relative strength, I think, is a little bit too much in that particular team fight, right? Appy has just been sitting in side lanes all game, collecting farm, collecting solo EXP, and look at the level differential now, especially with the Baron buff. He's 2 levels up on this Gwen.
Bit of a disaster, to say the least. And
gold lead.
You look elsewhere, right? And you say, oh, hang on a minute, there's a Carthus that's 4-1 and 4, so 7 stacks, and maybe the first ultimate doesn't meet its mark, but they are starting to hurt big time now.
Yeah, and this is the point, and we might see a fight break out.
Dragon's already gone, and the fight, it doesn't look too committal. Don't think Direwolves are keen to try and turn things around either. Back off away from this one, and wait another 5 minutes until Dragon Soul.
Yeah, and this is the point I wanted to talk about with Karthus in terms of this is the point of itemization where it's really no return. Because as a Hecarim, sure you have Sterax, and if you want to consider a Kali as well, if you ever do take Babip down, and that's a big if because he's got stasis now, you will die. It will be a 1-for-1 at a minimum. And then the Requiem's just going to chunk your Kalrock to half health anyway, so it does become a little bit of an uphill battle, especially with, you know, the relative strength coming through from Appy, Halo, and Violet.
Oh, Peace know they're ahead now, and it's not by a 1k gold lead, it's up by 4. Direwolves playing to the bushes, looking for an opportunity, forced to use the ultimate to get away. Oh, that's a beautiful solar flare there by Aladorov, stop it. That's clean, and that's quite clutch. But can they find more as a result? It's a fantastic 3-man ultimate from Gunkrab, but it's just no follow-up. Shock's late to the fight. Claire's already dead. Shock? And Carrick zoned away. Shock, surely this is the biggest execution of your life right now. Dash into a minion! Oh, he can't take out Violet. And Carrick can't find the gun range there to hit the arrow to take out another one. He sees 2 members low. The clone might be enough to try and cycle through the cooldowns of the Q. He's going to jump in and hit one to the face. Bit of a disgrace.
Yeah.
And instead it's a 26-minute ace.
And it's just, this is why Peace is so good, right? It's always the mechanics. It's always the mechanics that come out big for them there. Like if Shock gets R2 onto Violet and he's able to take Violet down, who had no flash at the time, you know, potentially we're talking about a different game, different gold lead, and some big shutdowns that go across the board. We have the replay here. This looks like it's going to be a wash for Direwolves, right? In the sense that they're just going to get clean. You see the Karthus ultimate come down. It looks so good. But then on the back end here, Claire's just able to do so much damage. Gunkrab ultimate out of the Nautilus. Multiple members. And keep your eyes on Shock here. You hate to highlight it, but just misses R2. It would have been, you know, Violet would have been as good as dead. Potentially get the Triumph, kills Halo as well. And then we're talking about a different game. And it's, again, game of millimeters, game of centimeters.
And it's just crazy to me how close it was, given the fact that, first of all, Direwolves are late to the fight, that they get collapsed upon it. As you say, looked like a bit of a stomp, but Gunkrab just buys enough time to lock them in place to try and find that kind of turnaround. And you know, these are what define these sort of championship-winning teams, right? Taking those small millimeter moments and running with the wind.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more. And now we look at this outfit and we look at pieces, or we look at Violet's items, and we start to think, okay, how do you win this team fight now? If you just want to play traditional front to back, you got the Karthus sitting on Violet, and when Violet feels comfortable enough, he's going to get backline access, and you have to think like this lethality Varus is maybe just a little bit too far behind to be relevant at this point. The gold deficit isn't big, isn't big enough that a team fight win for Direwolves is out of the realm of possibilities. But they definitely need these. They definitely need to win the next fight because they're starting to fall behind a lot in EXP.
Yeah, they certainly do. And we were wondering, okay, maybe it'll just be playing passively until that next dragon spawns. But Peace with the Baron buff had other ideas in mind. What is worth noting, though, is there is going to be a nice little overlap between the spawning of both the Baron and that soul point. So there's a potential chance for both teams to posture elsewhere and hold each other ransom as to what the best idea might be. And Direwolves, no doubt, going to be looking to try and pray that that is the opportunity that presents itself in catching somebody off guard. Looking to try and play towards that idea. Now, Direwolves, knowing that those things are up in 60 seconds, they want to go now. Claire's jumped in, already hit both charges of his mists, and now he's in a fair bit of trouble, but can skip and slash across back into the safety of mid lane, and no harm, no foul.
That's okay. Disengage coming out of Direwolves, good force there. They didn't get, you know, any crucial summoner spells out, but they did get Appy's TP. So you got to be happy with that. Use the Ghost on the Hecarim, but that will be up shortly. Halo is hunting.
Aladoric. He's been called.
He doesn't want
He's on
that.
his own right now. He's going to go for the flash. Had to pop Locket as well. The component of their engage has been removed. Now Appy. Ooh.
Look,
The
wouldn't
hook was
matter.
close.
Wouldn't matter. Look at the itemization coming out from this.
Oh, for
fucking
sure.
Big tanky boy. But this does give a little bit of time for Direwolves. Claire's able to maybe pick up that 16 on a few more bot waves. Dragon is spawning. Again, maybe not the worst dragon to go across. Like, if you're going to lose soul, this is the soul you do want to lose. But we'll see what Direwolves decide to do. Claire on the flank. Keep your eyes on Claire because it is going to be you know, it will be what Direwolves want to be, sort of a front to back with Claire on a flank. So he is basing though. Maybe has the Zonyas in base. Yep, watch for TP.
Well, here we go. 30 minutes in. A soul point to play for Peace with 42 Cloud Dragons to the name. This will give them a fair bit of cooldown reduction, ultimate ability, movement speed, and above all else, it just doesn't matter because only can Smite steal that one away. Add insult to injury. Out comes the Requiem. How low will this get members right now? At least 10-15% has been taken off their health bar. Shock already down to 50%. So he's out of the fight straight away. Job done. Prevent the soul. Buy more time. Halo looking for a bit of an all-in right now. Gets exhausted. Denies and jukes out. The onslaught from Hecarim.
Oh, miscommunication.
And now huge miscommunication. Absolutely there, Juves. He's gone in. Guncrab forced to flash away there from the magic missiles that were coming out from Violet's Kaiser. It's just a bit of chaos.
It's chaos, but it's a little bit of, it's like structured chaos for Peace, right? You know, Halo knows exactly what he's doing there, knows his limitations very well. And now all of a sudden, if we're talking about health bars being a resource, Direwolves aren't really in a good position to contest this Baron. And with a Kaiser, with a Karthus, it's going to melt.
Feels like it's as good as gone. Direwolves focused and fixated right now on clearing out the vision more so than anything. Only just being kicked away. You can't steal away 2 in a row, mate. Out goes the miss once again. Claire looking to try and find a solo kill. Halo on the flank takes out Karok. He's unprotected. Where's the support? Where's the team? He can just retreat back to his original form. Now, how many buffs of this can Direwolves look to try and remove? Can they find anything? It doesn't look to be the case right now because it's the Violet Show who picks up a triple kill. And he said, have you forgotten about me? Because I've got so many more items than your Varus.
It's pretty astonishing how Halo's found Calrock access and might be a kill here.
Ult goes out again, and
okay.
That's a shutdown.
Yeah, big shutdown. Happy with that one if you're only. But it's astonishing how Halo's just found Calrock access one-on-one. You know, 9 times out of 10 this game. Right, I think maybe 5 of his 6 deaths, barring the 2v2 bot side, has just been direct access to Calrock. The Direwolves need to do a better job in identifying their win conditions in these fights. So, about to go to a replay here. Obviously, crucial cooldowns are down for the side of Direwolves. Like, no Gwen ultimate, but look at Calrock. He's just no help whatsoever. They're more focused on contesting the Baron and the CC. And Peace are just pretty much playing front to back to a T, right? They have 4 members standing on the Karthus, standing on the wall, standing on the Defile, and Halo just playing Disruption in the backline. And that's exactly how you're meant to execute this composition.
And you can see what it all basically means. We've got a bit of a glimpse as towards that damage spreadsheet. 5k is how much Violet put out that time around, and he was mirrored by a lot of high numbers across the rest of that roster. And that's what it means in terms of gold sheets. It's the same story, just another day. He farms up a storm, he finds the kills, he's got the trust of his team, and he's got 15k off the overall team's economy.
Yeah, and you know, you start to wonder where does, because again, we look at the goal deficit, 6k, 7k. It's not great, but in a 32-minute game, it's definitely not as bad because they've survived to a point in which itemization has come through on everyone. Like you look at Gwen, 3 items, Hecarim, 3 items, Akali about to pick up 3 items. So if you mis-execute, the team fight for Direwolves is winnable, but they haven't been mis-executing. And that's the problem that Direwolves are running into. They haven't identified yet how they win a team fight. They need Akali out on a flank or Claire out on a flank, but it's just all been front to back with Calrock getting picked off. Look at Claire.
Yeah, I mean, Claire, right now, I'm just watching the minimap, as the fact is that he's looking to try and find a trade, and so you can go for the push, but I'm going to look to try and open up a win condition of our own. He's going to cancel out the Sonic Wave. He's, yeah, freed up a lane for a backdoor potential. He's got TP. He might try to reset, but I'm sure Appy has ideas in mind to prevent that. It's going to be a full 4v4 base defense, as it's going to be only that gets locked in place by the ult. Doesn't seem to matter, though. And now it becomes a case of a 4-1 split, but in very long lanes.
And Appy knows he can't win this, but he's just using the Baron to usher Claire out of base, right? They're not going to lose the inhibitor, but that's good heads-up play from Direwolves. To know they can win the side lane, and there's nothing Appy can do. So in terms of generating pressure, stopping the push from Peace, Claire's done a very good job, and he's honestly given the Direwolves another chance to win another team fight, because if you think about the Dragon fight that's coming up, that's one way you can create a little bit of chaos, and you can get your assassins backline access. If they're sieging in a lane, it's a lot harder. So now Direwolves have kind of bought a second chance. They've bought a ticket to a team fight at the Dragon, and they'll probably have the death cap on Akali, and they'll have these item break points where, you know, it'll just be their best shot. Nice poke.
A lot of good poke. Oh, fantastic ultimate there to prevent the CC chain. There were a lot of members in play, and Peace were ready to pick that one apart. And can't afford to be as the jungler dead at this moment of the game, because another dragon is spawning up in 10 seconds here now. Chance number 2 for the soul point to be picked up. And, well, without a flash, without an ultimate, going to be a little bit harder now to try and find an entry.
Yeah, I mean, and they're doing the smart thing, right? They're giving this one up. It's kind of what they had to do before the Baron they gave up before. Only without the Hecarim ultimate is pretty much not a champion. Not going to be able to find access to Violet, especially with those double summoners. So they'll just farm. And you know what they'll do? They'll be wanting to hold on until Elder Drake, because that's just a flip that can win you the game.
That's if Peace let this game go that long. That's another 6 minutes away.
Yeah.
And they seem to be geared up and ready to rock and roll and take this one down. Claire once again on split pushing duty, saying, well, I can push bot lane. I can open up top lane too. Buying time, but is time a quantity that Direwolves have available to them? And Chain of Corruptions does not connect there, despite the Prowler Claw best effort.
It's cute, though. It's cute. I like it. You know, Kalrock's not afraid to make plays in the late game here. 35 minutes in on a Varus, running at a Z like that. Claire's getting collapsed on. He might need to teleport out here.
Yeah, he needs the comms and rest for his team, because as you can see, the TPs are coming up from the top side. There's no CC that can come out here from the Karthus. He's good as gone.
No.
Back to the safety of his base.
Yeah, I was going to say, he can't kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I like Gwen in this game, because you can win the side lane, you can stop the Karthus ultimate from coming on through, and that's a big cooldown down 40 seconds before Dragon. Sorry, Baron.
TP for Requiem, and just a passive ability, really, more than anything, right? Just cancels out a global champion. So, interesting situation now as to how Babbitt looks to try and navigate this one. As we've already talked about, the fact is they've got a lot of Cloud Dragons, so that cooldown reduction surely going to be coming on through and really helping him within the next 20 seconds. So maybe not all doom and gloom if you have a Peace fan.
The hard part about this game now is the GA has been picked up by Kai'Sa.
Everybody's just jumped upon going. Gravitas is gone. Far too squishy. A 2-man onslaught. Only looking to try and do whatever he can in the backline, looking to try and be a Z in his own damn fashion. He takes out one, Leono's gone, support's removed. They missed it down once again, and Claire's looking to try and find as many people as he can with those scissors. Edward Scissorhands, is it a movie remake? What is happening right here? Because the arrow does not connect here from Karok. He falls on down, the cleanse goes out, it achieves absolutely nothing. And Violet with double buff, max level, and a GA2 will just run you down and find an ace that may just end this game.
Yeah, that's game there. The team fight out of Violet, out of Appy was just too good there. I wanted to have a bit of an emphasis on that fight on Appy. He just kited back. I mean, he has 0 kills because he knows his job. He's not playing for Lee Sin Q executes, you know, Dragon Rage executes. If you watch that team fight back, he just sat on Violet's head, kicked people off.
Look at the damage!
Oh, wow.
He did more than the entirety of Direwolves.
Wow.
That is why we hype up Violet.
I didn't realize he did that much. I thought Karthus maybe helped.
Unbelievable. 10k damage in one team fight. Violet, the player to watch. He talks a big talk, but he can put out the big walk as well. And at the 37-minute mark, Peace will take down the Direwolves.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane. There's only one time I remember an 80 carry doing that much damage in a team fight, and that was King at Worlds. And he got drafted to Cloud9 after it. So Violet, if he keeps this up, puts up numbers like that, the sky's the limit for this Peace team.
That's a screenshot, make it as wallpaper, inspiration every single day. A fantastic victory, really, as a whole there for Peace. Sure, a few blips in the radar. I'm sure them having that Dragon stolen away, they're not going to be too phased about it because it didn't really feel like they had ever truly lost control of the game, despite Claire's best efforts to try and target the side lane to open up win conditions. When it did come to a full 5v5 and, you know, whilst you said, sure, 6k, 7k gold lead isn't that much with the time state we were in, they were just running riot.
And I do think that that Direwolves, as we bring Mac back in, Direwolves have done a very good job in putting up a very competitive performance, right? If you think about the Cupcake being someone that's been missing for a few games now, the value that he brings, the experience, the leadership, and just the skill. I mean, maybe Direwolves are up in the mix now, right? In terms of being one of the elites. So for me, they did no harms to themselves in that game. It's going to be disappointing, but I think they put up an amicable performance.
I just want to point out, I'm so happy we finally got to see some Gwen. And as you mentioned, some interesting mechanics there as well, dropping out the mist, whatever the ability is called, just to counter the global from Karthus. Thought that was quite interesting. And, props to Claire for trying to keep Direwolves in the game with the split push, just drawing a lot of attention. And almost worked out until one unfortunate team fight where Violet was able just to completely mop him up. That was a huge amount of numbers, almost 5 figures, all on his own in one team fight that won Peace the game. But again, there was many opportunities all across the game for Direwolves to get back in. And I feel like there was multiple times where Guncrab was definitely doing a very good job, but then there was also a couple of times where maybe there was miscommunication and he got caught out of position, and then it was just a 4v5 team fight that could have been won by Direwolves, maybe if it was a 5v5.
Yeah. I think there's just times where you could see his inexperience in the role, right? It's a traditional support. Like, if you think about Nautilus and then the champions he's used to playing, they're not even in the same realm.
Yeah.
You may as well just be loading up a new game. You're not playing League of Legends anymore. You're just playing, I don't know, I don't want to plug another game on broadcast. But, but anyway, yeah, you know what I mean? So I think he's done a good job. He's played extremely well, and I think, again, it's a performance Direwolves can be proud of and take a lot from, but Peace outfit looking scary.
Certainly is. Now, I guess in the context of things, again, shows that Peace are, the pole position team. 3-0 now, staying undefeated. Maybe they are setting themselves up for what Pentanet couldn't do last split, which is the undefeated groups. So I'm excited to see where they end up as we keep going forward. But again, even with the sub here for Direwolves, I was very impressed by what we saw. They're looking like a very solid roster, very well-rounded. And as you mentioned, should be in contention for those top 4 positions. Now, looking at the stats here, Skimmy, anything that stands out to you initially?
I mean, it's interesting to see that Gwen was top damage. I think Shock will be a little bit frustrated with himself, as we sort of talked during the game. A lot of close quarter opportunities where he could have, got the second ultimate charge off, or he could have found that extra snipe, and it'd be a very different story. We could have a very different result. So I think for him, he's going to be upset that he wasn't able to do more, in the fact that, he was crushing Zed in the early game, and Zed really came out of that laning phase with nothing to his name, then just got access to a free Varus on repeat and said, oh, well, if you're not going to give me stacks, I'll find stacks here instead. So it was a game of 2 halves for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly was. Now, that brings us to everyone's favorite segment, the Nat interviews. Now, Nat, let's get you back in on the panel. How you doing? Did you enjoy the game? And also, who do you have down on the sidelines?
Yeah, absolutely loved the game. And to take a bit of a deep dive into it, I'm going to be joined by Violet. Congratulations on the win. How do you feel after such a great performance?
Thank you. I think my team played really well that game. I don't think I performed too hot. Like, a lot of my deaths were pretty troll, but it's good to know that my team always has my back.
It seems that you guys are always going to be there for each other. Now, I want to ask, with the draft phase, we saw the Gwen get picked. How did you guys react to that? Was this a bit of a surprise for you?
Nah, I think, like, when it comes to, like, Akali and Gwen, we weren't very worried. Like, we knew they were going to play it if they were open, so pretty much draft went exactly how we planned. Like, Gwen is only good in, like, the player has to be, like, a really good carry player to pull off Gwen, in my opinion. And I don't think any else top laner should ever play that champ in LCO. It's pretty embarrassing, so.
All right, well, maybe they'll take a few notes, and maybe we won't be seeing Gwen as much. But I want to ask why that game felt so passive. It went on for a little bit longer than I think most people thought. What would you put that down to?
I think our team was just, we were just taking the game slow because we know pretty much, like, the game is won. Like, I don't think they, like, outscale us anyway. Like, if we were playing against, like, Cockwood or something, like, we'd obviously feel, like, a lot more pressure to, like, make plays or force engages, but, like, we were confident that we had, like, 3 Drakes, I think, onto, like, the Soul, so we were just confident that, we scale like pretty even with them, and we're gonna out team fight them anyways. So it was a free dub.
Was that your main game plan, just to sort of prolong it and outscale for as long as you could?
No, it was just how the game went. Obviously, like if we were like a lot more ahead early game, like we'd force a lot more plays, but the game didn't feel like too like one-sided in the mid game, so we just decided like, you know, take things a bit slow and just win the game later on.
Well, it turned out to be a good call, and congratulations on the win from that one. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. Nice interview coming up from Violet. He did say that he was not happy with his performance, but I'll tell you someone that was. DoorDash, because they are going to put him as the player that delivered. Yet again, the man has been absolutely popping off there in the bot lane, and he just had so many numbers. Look at this, 50% kill participation, 33% damage share. The man was just absolutely popping off. So he's won himself a $100 DoorDash voucher. So big congratulations to Violet, and he's going to be able to feed himself up a storm. What are your thoughts on the stats here, Juice?
I mean, yeah, it's like he died, what, 2 or 3 times earlier, like you said, wasn't happy with his performance. But then after that, he decided no more inting, and he put on 22 kills without dying. So, you know, you got to be happy with that. Able to come back into the game. Yes, he did get help from his team. They all played extremely well, but, I mean, he's the player that delivered. He's the one that got them over the line at the end. 9k DPS, in 9k damage in the last team fight. Did get peeled really well. Peeled like a banana, I say, but, you know, nevertheless, had to put out the numbers.
Look, it was all right. He was getting dove in those last couple of fights as well, which I guess is the same as peeled, you know, just pulled off to the side. But managed to survive and managed to turn the fight on its head anyway. So very good effort coming out there from Violet. So we have to get to another break just to stay on schedule. So I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm just going to let you all enjoy some more fun tunes from Warner Exclamation Playlist if you want to listen to them on your own time. We have one more match coming up this evening. That is going to be Gravitas and Order coming up just after this.
Steal away 2 in a row, mate. Out goes the miss once again. Clear looking to try and find a solo kill. Halo on the flank takes that Karok. He's unprotected. Where's the support? Where's the team? He can just retreat back to his original form. Now, how many buffs of this can Direwolves look to try and remove? Can they find anything? It doesn't look to be the case right now. This is the Violent Show, who picks up a
I don't got time for this bullshit, loose lips. I ain't never playing by your rules, kid. Ay. Back then, didn't have the traction. Now they wanna cut. Ain't that a fraction? Yeah, I'm a monster with a flow, that's a crackin'. Don't focus on numbers, I ain't even here for hacking. Gotta keep it fly, paper plane. Put respect on my name, don't flow like a drain. I'm the dog, great day. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, ayy, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Pop it, I ain't never no day ones. Don't like the heat, better get your apron. Used to hate life, had my shade on. Used to watch that moonshine, Akon. This the shit that I don't like and it ain't ordinary. More than scary, all these birds up in my sanctuary. Never hit me up burden deep, I was feeling buried. Found my colors and started flying, ain't that canary? Got pain in my soul, I ain't here to toast. Champagne problems, I was feeling like a ghost. On the lane, switching roads, got drive, no control. Beat me up, I'ma need some space on the go. What? Okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light, okay. Gravity gliding got me, okay. Floating through, but I still paved my way. Stargaze tripping, but I'm okay. Gravity gliding light. Why y'all cheap like coupons? I get bread like croutons. Take a seat like futons. Don't say a peep, you been one. KD, I'm back in the league and I'm back in the league. Do this in a P4O with a sweep. Yeah, second that sheet, the taste of the feet. I've been ballin' ever since my calling. I've been flowing, water falling. I beg your pardon. I ain't never claimed guns, but I be drawing. This picture clear my image more than, yeah, my decorum. Wait. Mr. Nice Guy hit him with a light like she want me next to her like a nightlight. You can go bye-bye like night-night. She want a man something like white knight. Take a verse spin like old English. That's that cool alley-oop like finish. Can't see me, that window tinted. I broke out, there ain't no limits. G-Easy, believe me, I needy. I was knee-deep, no freebies. Still spat that shit out, something like bulimics. You see me, you need me. Dreaming, thinking you can beat me. You ain't on my frequency, aerial or TV. You 2D, I'm 3D. You 4G, I'm 5G. read you all like psychics.
Thousand miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and then 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the final match of the day. Of course, it is going to be Gravitas taking on Order. Now, let's see if Order can keep the undefeated streak going and keep themselves neck and neck in contention there with Peace at the top of the table, or if Gravitas can pull out another one of their famous tricks and maybe cause one of those upset victories, because we've enjoyed what we saw from them last week. Let's see if they can continue this form that we've seen from them so far. So, are we going to get a backdoor and some winions again? That's the first question I'll put towards you there.
I think that's unlikely, but I do think this Gravitas team has the potential for an upset, specifically into Order. For some reason, they always have good games against them. Like, they always just back it up and have some blinders. I think Akano's been a very good addition to this roster. Kyose and Safa have stepped up for sure. And then Thomashin and Floppy, we'll just have to keep our eyes on that bot lane, because it's something where Thomashin hasn't had the most regular playing time, right? In terms of they have a very big roster. It's been Piglet for quite a while. So I just want to see Thomashin find his feet, get some rhythm, and have some big performances.
Yeah, we enjoyed what we saw from him last week. I still want to see a little bit more of what he can do. Of course, Kyose there, and mid has always been a very solid player for Gravitas as well. And Safa, the superstar that was the ultimate distraction last week. Let's see if he can enjoy his time up in top lane there again. And also, I did give Floppy a shout out last week for some very large, confident gameplay. If you remember that one, Skimmy, where he just backed in the bush in the dragon pit rather than running away, and they tried to hunt him down. Yeah, that was very, very, very interesting. Now, let's turn the conversation over to Order. We've enjoyed what we've seen from them as well so far, with the slight change in the lineup. Of course, that is X-Pieces Kevy coming over here, and he's now wearing the black and pink for Order. So he's been doing all right. He had a good job last week, and what we've seen from Order so far is some very squishy lineups in terms of the draft, but they've made it work for them, Dupes.
Yeah, I mean, they have, generally the squishy champs are mechanics max champs, and this is a roster that I think, have the mechanics to maximize, known for the carry top laners. Kevy got, I think rank 1 in solo queue, and he's notoriously known for his, his Kane and specific, carry type junglers. And then Puma and Beats have just been, from all reports, spamming solo queue in the off-season and impressing some people. And leaves Chungy left, who, again, young mechanics kid. And it's just a young roster that has a lot of mechanics.
That's all you can really ask for, isn't it, Skimmy?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to draft, like Juice said, those kind of compositions, you better have the the ability to back it up. I think Puma, for me, had a fantastic week one, only player to get, back-to-back MVPs. So he's showing that, hey, whilst we heap the praise on the likes of Praetif and Violet, don't forget about me, because whilst Order didn't have the best run into playoffs and get the actual performance in the playoffs themselves, they're basically saying, look, people are discounting us, but we still want to be that dark horse that causes a few upsets and gets ourselves revenge, I'm sure, for Split 2.
Don't mind me. I'm just
you getting the
scanning away.
Yeah, do you get it? I got mine. I've did the sign up, and
I have to check the VODs, guys. I'm too slow.
Yeah, I think it's
doing it live, dude. Who cares? I get paid.
You're just too clean, mate.
DoorDash. Yeah,
you're just too clean, mate. He's ordering food right now.
Yeah, you get the, what is it, the 60-day free dash pass, I think it is. Anyway, I don't want to ruin terminology, so I won't go down that rabbit hole. But, you know, use that QR code, even though you missed it. You know, you can go to the past broadcast, quickly scroll back and jump on it. Anyway, let's have a quick chat. So, head-to-head, what would the win condition be for Gravitas going up against this squishy lineup, which we could assume Order are going to go for again, Juice?
Gravitas need to get a priority matchup topside. I think Safa, again, he's worked on his champion pool, but has a smaller champion pool, right? Known for his Camille, known for his Aurelia, not necessarily known for much else. That doesn't mean that he hasn't been working on things or have things that we don't know about, but I think if they can secure him a matchup where he's comfortable, confident, and can take over, you know, and potentially push Maximize to the limits, then Akano has some freedom, you know, and then Kyose has some freedom, and then I think Gravitas will really thrive. So I'll be keeping my eyes on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think anything that really gives them any early game agency, right? You know, you talk about the fact that, you know, you want desirable matchups first of all. Fantastic for sure. I think they're going to continue down this road of early game junglers. They played 2 games, both times they've been the Zinzao, right? You're just hunting out opportunity. I say that word a lot, but, you know, it's something that it just encompasses so much, right? So any champion that allows them to do that, champions like Ezreal and so on, even the Ashe that they play too, champions that aren't too gold reliant, so not having to wait for, you know, 2-3 item spikes, that they can get stuff done early and not have to wait for Order just to slowly take down, you know, skirmish wins, objectives, and then suddenly, you know, 5-10k against them.
Look, I need to put it out there. I want to do an interview with you two.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to know why?
Can I have a question? Can I ask you a question though?
Oh, you can. Yeah, well, you can be the interviewer.
No. I just have one question, and it's been on my mind, and I let it go, and I can't let it go anymore.
Okay.
Did Maximize get a perm?
A perm?
I think he got a
perm.
perm. Like a perm.
Probably.
I think he got a perm. I saw it in one of the videos, and I want to ask him if Nat's interviewing him, if he's ever interviewed, I want to ask if he got a perm.
Well, we do have Nat that we can bring in, and you can ask her to ask whoever is there if they have the knowledge of the answer that you're looking for. Hey, Nat, how you doing?
Good, thank you. I did hear the question, and I'm going to say I'm not interviewing Maximize, so do you want me to wait until I'm interviewing Maximize to ask?
100%.
Yep.
Because I did notice extra curls, and that's why I'm curious.
It is extra voluptuous. So, speaking of Order, though, I am going to be interviewing Puma from Order and Thomas Shen from Gravitas. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Puma, you've had an outstanding performance over the last 2 days that we have seen you, but some would say that they've probably been 2 easier matchups. You know, how are you guys feeling coming in up against Gravitas tonight?
We are confident, but I do think the first week we really had it easy. I mean, I guess our first 3 matches are, in theory, like pretty easy, but we still didn't perform that well. But I do think that against the top teams, we still do have a chance to like beat everyone.
So what's the mindset coming in if you guys are like, this is a bit of an easier game?
Well, we do want to win, but I think translating what we learned in scrims and putting it on stage is like the most important thing that we're trying to do this week.
Now, over on Gravitas, you guys have gotten a win already this split, which is an amazing showing. So what do you think has been the biggest improvement for you guys so far?
I think everyone just knows how to play the game better, and we want to bring out what we've been doing in scrims, which is like stomping everyone. So yeah, we want to prove it over here.
What is the biggest focus for you guys coming into this game to bring out those scrim sort of games?
If Order sees us as an easy opponent, they might need to FF at 15.
I love it. I love the confidence coming in. That is exactly what I want to see from you guys. So Puma, I will ask you one last question. What is going to be your focus to try and show Gravitas that you're not going to FF?
I think when Thomas Shen joined the league, it was pretty much a meme, but I still think it's a meme. That's it.
All right, well, there's only one way to settle this, and that's on the Rift, so I will let you both go. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, and good luck for the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, credit to him. He just took it on the chin. He's just like, yeah, that.
Is it getting hot in here? Is it bloody steaming up? That was spicy. Not many words said, but the ones that were there certainly got
impactful.
Heated up. So it looks like Thomas Shen is going to be hunting for some blood in the bot lane after the spicy words said from Puma there. So, well, interesting interview. Now, let's have a quick look at our predictions. So, this one could go one of two ways, as most games in League of Legends do. And we have all seemingly chosen Order for the first half of the talent. Probably no surprises. Oh, Nat, you've gone for Gravitas. You believe. We have a believer. Thank everyone.
I was the first one to put in my predictions as well. And surprisingly, I thought maybe Rusty would have sided with us, but I don't know. I saw confidence in Thomas Shen in that interview, which has given me confidence in backing them. But they have really put on good showings, and I feel like whilst Puma's really stepped up for Order, I can't say the other team has been on his, like the rest of the team has been on his level. He's definitely just played beyond belief. So it's like if they potentially shut him down, then maybe there's a win for Gravitas in the future.
Okay. Well, anyone else want to put their 2 cents in? Do we just think Order look like a higher skill team at the moment, and we believe?
I think Order just look like a better team overall, but I think that Gravitas just have the upset potential. Like, they're good enough to snatch games from good teams. I just don't think that Gravitas are yet have all the pieces to be consistently good, if that makes sense, like all of the time. So yeah, there'll be some games where they have some rough ones. There'll be some games where they have some blinders. You know, only one person knows to be the blinder.
Let's see which way it's going to go, because my dog's in the lounge room. She's just pulled all of my clean clothes and she's rolling in them, so I've got to go deal with that. But you guys got champ select, so I'll see you after the game.
Well, fantastic. What a beautiful segue to close out the night here. As, yeah, there you go. Gravitas up against Order. As Puma kind of mentioned, has been a bit of an easy introduction coming into Split 2, right? Legacy and Mammoth have been their opponents so far, and they'll be looking to try and obviously draw on that ability, I suppose you could say, to continue this run of form. So when they do go up against one of the teams that made it in the top 4 of last Split, then they are at full strength, you'd say.
Yeah, and the thing, what would you call a full strength Gravitas roster? Because they do seem to rotate, and is it rotating based on opposition, or what? You know, like, do they have a style? They gonna play this style one week, this style the other?
Well, that's the interesting question, because they haven't changed anything from week 1, right? They've actually kept the exact same roster, but we did see throughout the entirety of last time they were changing pieces all the time, right? And with a 10-man roster, I mean, there's a lot to consider, and I don't envy the coaching staff having to make those decisions. But as far as this game goes, obviously, right, you're looking at what we've got here. A lot of bans towards what's getting in charge. There's no surprise there. Kyo's probably one of the most outspoken in terms of saying, I can lock it in whenever I get a chance. But Gravitas opting for a first pick Diana.
First pick Diana, I definitely like it. I actually, believe it or not, had updates from Pabu after the game, straight into the DMs, because he actually, he watched back the VOD where I said that he said Diana wasn't good, and he started DMing me. I haven't read it all yet. He just like DM'd me this whole wall of why Diana's good now. So I'll read it to you later if you want, but for now we don't have time.
Maybe if there's a bit of a boring moment in the game, we can bring up storytelling.
Thanks, Pabu. But no, Lee Sin locked in. Something that's been, I think, 100% picked ban tonight at least. Center being picked up is an interesting one, because that'll be Puma most likely playing the center, and he's been the MVP for Order, at least in recent weeks. And putting him on something that's kind of, it takes time to get going. You can 1v9 the lane, but it does take time to get ramped up. You need the souls, and then you also need to have a lot of faith in this particular case, Beats, to be able to play something that can farm, that can CS, that can keep you afloat whilst you're ramping up to get your items. So it's going to be a nice surprise and change of dynamic from Order.
I've just been scrolling through his match history in competitive. I can't actually find the last time Puma played. So it's been a hot minute, that's to say the least. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to pair with it if we are going to get the fasting center, which is what this Tom Kench hover would suggest we're getting, because they're going to be going into the Ezreal fresh. So maybe just saying, you're scaling, we're scaling. Let's just play laning phase and go group up with the rest of our team.
I do like the center time in this game. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I like center time almost every game, but particularly because you're not going to get punished by the Ezreal, you're not going to get punished by the Thresh. So you do have a very solid laning phase, and that doesn't look like a perm from Maximize. It was maybe just in the clip, maybe his hair was wet or whatever, but anyway. So
asking the real questions.
Yeah. Anyway, I just had to. I had him on camera. But so the Senate and the Tarm, they're gonna have a very good time, especially because Diana has AOE, but ultimately wants to assassinate one person, right? And that person 9 times out of 10 is probably gonna be the Senate, but the Tarm Kench is just gonna deny all of that. So far so good, looking good, the order draft.
Certainly is. You've got Protection and Engage being offered on all 3 picks so far. Question is, though, where do Gravitas look to try and pivot from here? Because they banned away the Gwen, Order responded with the Viego, and it seems to be a case of looking to remove all those champions that just offer a whole bunch, be it recent potential, insane damage output, or just being oppressive by their very definition.
Yeah. And they're actually, pretty common theme of ban Skimmy that we've seen for the whole night, right? Like the Akali, the Nocturne, the Gwen, Karma, Lulu's in. Like it's just free real estate. It's just always banned.
Yeah. Certainly is. Those are champions. I mean, they just offer so much. I mean, it sounds boring to say, but they just do far too much. Enchanter's OP. Despite us having a bit of a Hex Flash disable on last week, it wasn't enough to try and force these players to go into it, even in support role, unless absolutely forced to. Evelyn in the set, the final 2 bans. Remove the AP jungler that Kevy showcased when he came into this role, and said that, look, if we are going to pick an AP jungler, forget about the likes of Lilian and so on. I want to be the carry. I want to be the sole focus.
Yeah. And the Eve ban is a target, but it makes you wonder, what does Kevy play now? What have we seen from him? Right? The Hecarim's there. Yeah, they have the Galio now, but you can't pair Galio with a jungler that traditionally Kevy likes to play, in the sense that what's he going to opt in for? Is it the Rumble? Because then if you draft Rumble here, your 2v2 mid lane's not that great, but then you don't have anything to get the Galio backline access. And Order with the Galio pick are kind of in a weird point in their draft where, like, they got the center Tarm, so they know they want to kite back and they know they want to disengage. But then you've got the Galio who, yeah, it can disengage, but traditionally wants to just dive backline. Lee Sin can help facilitate that, but it's not reliable. It's not reliable like hard CC that can stick to someone. So it'd be interesting to see what Kevy rounds the comp out with.
And it's a good point to continue, because the Camille's been taken away here, denied by Gravitas, given the fact that we know how strong the Galio-Camille ultimate duo can be, and obviously there is the ability for the Lee Sin still to go into the jungle position. And Maximize is fantastic at that as well. So a lot of curveballs being thrown. Silas also removed, another big AP source that potentially Kevy could have played. He's done it in his history before. But we're now going into pretty much uncharted territory for a competitive match history's sake, and drawing inspiration from his solo queue instead.
Yeah. And ooh, okay. Broxah. We have Broxah in the LCO if this one gets picked up. And it makes a lot more sense now, right? Vi has an R button that literally facilitates backline access. And I'm excited to see it. Like, this was just literally Broxah, pocket pick, won a game on it, won another game on it, and now we're seeing it here in the LCO from Kevy.
There we go. And it feels like a very long time since we've ever seen a Vi, right? With the introduction of Set, it just felt like a more fluid champion. The kit felt like it offered just a little bit more, too good to pass up, but Vi's back, and Kevy says, well, if you pinch my champion pool, then I'll dig deep and throw you a curveball in the final pick of the draft.
Yeah. And so you look at both compositions, you look at Gravitas, and you look at and it's a very, like, they have side lane pressure, but they can also win the skirmishes. Whereas you look at Order's composition, and it's more of a traditional, like, front to back, get backline access with the ultimate. Chungy will follow, Puma and Beats will just kind of play off each other. So it'll be interesting to see how these ones play this out. Like, both comps suit the way they like to play the game. Gravitas, more of a skirmish heavy, opting in for the Xin Zhao in previous weeks, and they won a game through minions hitting the Nexus. So if that doesn't tell you enough about what the team's like and how they like to scrap, I don't know what will. Whereas like Order, I think, especially because I know they coach very well, they're more structured and very rigid, and that's not a bad thing, but they got a lot more discipline in how they like to play the game, and they got processes and in place on how to execute.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about execution, a lot of that's going to fall into Beats' hands, I'm sure, right? Playing the Tarm Kench to deny not only the Diana, but now a Silas that can pick pretty much any ultimate. Could just quite honestly steal away the Vi ultimate and say, you can bait out one, but he can't stay consumed and devoured forever, right? So there's question marks there. I want to go back to your original point going into the draft, which was make sure that Safa gets a strong champion matchup. He's playing Camille into the Lee Sin. Well, we talk about Camille and being sort of the case that needs 2 free item
to really become super relevant, be it team fights and split push. Are you happy with what Gravitas have got to really bring it in terms of skirmishing and order denial?
So in terms of Safa's champion pool, and in terms of what I think that he'll 1v9 a game on, Camille would be top of that list. Like, Safa's made his name in solo queue for being a Camille player. So even if Camille's not in the meta, I would feel comfortable putting him on that champion and saying, hey, do your job, right? Create pressure, generate picks with the ultimate. Because even if you fall behind or you're not the strongest, you still have that ultimatum that's going to be able to lock someone in place. And the cute thing that the Camille ultimate does that might be trouble for Order is if Camille ults Senna, as an example, and Tahm Kench is nearby, Tahm gets knocked away. So it's not as easy as just eating the Senna. So you have that window of opportunity to one-shot Senna. Now, if Senna falls down, where's your damage for the rest of the comp? Because everywhere else across the board is sort of Bruiser-esque, but it's not really a high volume, high damage. So Order need to be careful because they can run into the problem of lacking a little bit of damage come mid to late game team fights, or particularly if they fall behind. So the tools are both teams have tools to start fights, disengage fights, stop fights, and it's honestly just going to come down to execution. You know, is the Silas ahead coming out of laning phase? Because think about the Silas, steals the Galio ult, steals the Lee Sin kick, steals the Vi ultimate. There's so much lockdown. And that's
he certainly doesn't have any bad options, right, to pick up. He can pretty much do whatever he wants to be fluid, to suit the nature of where the game's currently at, be it if they're ahead, behind, forcing a team fight, setting up for a siege, or going for an objective, right? So as you quite rightly put, it's a situation where I think you say, Gravitas are going to be comfortable. They've got champions that can scale up, but they are quite comfortable to pick them regardless.
And it's probably like a little bit of a broken record in the sense that I feel like tonight it's if this person finds backline access, but it's as simple as, right, if you fight in a choke, if you fight in a river, if you fight in a very narrow corridor, Order's composition is going to take over because the Galio ultimate is just going to zone that whole choke. Vi's going to get backline access, Lee Sin's going to be able to play front to back, and then Senna's just going to do so much work. However, if you're fighting around buffs, if you're fighting around, the 4-1, and you collapse on the Camille, and there's terrain, and there's vision denial, and there's things that you can use to your advantage, obviously the Thresh is going to shine, Camille's going to shine. Having that mobility is just going to allow you to create an extra headache that Order don't need. So, again, my eyes are going to be on this Vi pick. Because it's actually the unknown quantity, right? If you draft the Diana, we say, okay, farm till 6, farm first mythic, going to look to team fight, going to look to get backline access. But, this is probably a champion too where it's not Kevy's most comfortable. And when I say probably, I know for a fact, like, he doesn't have an account where he's got only Vi play, right? On his journey to rank 1, it wasn't through playing Vi. So, not the hardest champion in the world by all means, and someone of his caliber will be able to execute, will be able to play it. But there's those differences, and we talk about those like millimeters, those centimeters, where you almost fall in love with your job. As a Vi, it's to engage. It's to use the ultimate to get backline access. But if they dash away, if they hop away, if they flash away, you follow.
Yeah, and you're 100% committed, right? There's no like, I'm just going to be poking, I'm just going to be looking to try and bait out summoners. No, you're in.
And that's why Vi has always fallen out of meta, is because her numbers get nerfed. She's not as strong, and she only has one way to play the game, and that's in. And every champion that has one way to play the game often falls out of meta when their numbers get tweaked. Like, once Vi goes in, what do? You either won the fight or you've lost. So again, it's gonna be a lot to think for Kevy. And again, like the prospect, the young guy coming into the league, it's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to pull the trigger. But I'm super keen to see it happen, to see it play out.
Yeah, it's a lot of responsibility, and unfortunately, a bit of a delay trying to get into this one. So no, we're not just a talk show. We know you love to see action. We don't want to keep talking and have a camera in our face. We would obviously give you the action, but as we wait for this lobby to get up and running and ready to rock and roll to close out the night, I do believe, I've got word from the producer, that we're going to do another bit of an OP.GG review. So if that slides up on the screen, Juves, I know you like to go down your little monologue talk show, so hit us with some fire as to what's happening here.
Oh, so first I'll tell this guy, James, I'd say that your Rumble, your Hecarim, your Zac are really clean. And it seems to me like you're a jungler. But for some reason, in your recent days, you've decided that you want to be a top laner, you've decided you want to play Elise, and you want to play other champs. Now, if you're just playing for fun, all good. You do you, and I'll support you the whole way. But if you want to climb, there's some very obvious statistical things you can do to win and climb. You play enough solo queue, so that's fantastic. But all you got to do is stick to your Hecarim, stick to your Rumble, stick to your Zac, play those champions, and put the other ones in the bin. And statistically speaking, you'll be in platinum in no time. Like,
he must just be a nice guy, though, because I'm looking at the fact that the caption mentions he reckons he's the best jungler in all of O's Gold. I assure that my losses are entirely the team's fault. I mean, that's the age-old classic, right? It's never me, it's always somebody else. So maybe, just maybe, he's a little bit too nice and giving up jungle if he doesn't get it.
I literally don't read captions, and that's my problem. I'm in trouble now. Comes to be the jungler in Gold. I assure the losses are entirely his team's fault. I mean, there's not many jungle games there, though, Skimmy. And, like, to be fair, if you go 1-11 and 8, I don't think it's your team's fault. That's like let's be honest here. Yes,
of course.
If your KDA says 0, I'm gonna buy you a mirror, and we're gonna look in that mirror together. Because I've done that before. I've died 11 times, and sometimes the mirror is hard to look at, but we got to look at it together, brother.
Bit of self-realization, right? You know, look at the adversity head on and say, okay, yeah, maybe I did make a few mistakes.
Maybe I was the problem that game.
Maybe I was. You know, but if you can't point a finger elsewhere, it's probably you.
When my head hits the pillow at night, I think, nah, there's no way I was the problem. And I wake up and it's a new day.
It's a problem of yesterday. It's gone. It's erased. Yeah. It's been removed.
Reality.
I think we might not be too far away, if I heard correctly, from jumping back in. And there's the logo, there's the transition, and there is the draft. So let's get familiar once again with what we're playing for here. A composition built around Puma. He got 2 MVPs from week number 1. He's playing the center. His composition is bolstered around protecting, peeling, and just allowing him to get ultimate damage. Surely looking for the stacks to really match what Gravitas has gone for here. Sure, they've gone for a scaling matchup in their own with the Ezreal, but elsewhere, dive threats like you would not believe it. All about locking him in place and trying to get another upset win over Order.
100%. 100%.
Well, as we get ourselves in, one more final coach interview with Alexis from the side of Gravitas to try and coach us through some of these decisions and what it all looks like and how they've been going. Mate, it's been a hot minute since we last spoke. First of all, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Enjoying the night. Pretty good game so far and very excited for this last one.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, we're looking at this one, right? A few curveballs thrown against you. First of all, the fact that, you know, the Vi comes in as the final pick. Talk to me a little bit about that as a bit of an isolation, but in your draft as a whole, we were talking about during the pre-show, if Gravitas were to build a composition that wants to be skirmish heavy, wants to be scrappy, wants to get in your face, are you sort of sharing that same idea?
Yeah, definitely. We definitely want to skirmish, especially like post level 6 when Dana can really turn on. The Vi pick was an interesting one. We kind of did calculate that. We noticed that in solo queue, Kevy doesn't actually have much priority on like the meta junglers, in my opinion, like Rumble. He actually doesn't play the champion at all, and he has showcased that he loves Diana. So we were like, okay, if we're B1 Diana, flex it mid and jungle, I'm interested to see what he actually is going to pull out. And I think he's not very practiced on the Vi pick, so it'll be interesting to see how well he can execute on it.
So it feels, if I understood correctly, then a bit of a conscious decision of saying, welcome to the team, Kevy, but we're now going to target you and look to try and expose your champion pool to say you need to do more.
100%. 100%.
Beautiful. I love that angle. Talk to me then. So about this team comp as a whole, right? 5 members have stayed together from week 1 through to week 2. We talked about it to open up this second split, right? With how expansive your roster was, with competition in literally every single position.
Yeah.
How many headaches does that cause you personally and the rest of your coaching staff in terms of, you know, juggling these players and their scrim performances and, you know, meta reads and so on?
Well, it always feels bad to, like, you know, tell a player, like, sorry, like this week, like you aren't going to be playing. But at the same time, I hope that it gives them the drive to really take the solo queue, get to improving, get to level each other up in the whole process. And I feel like that's what's happened from split 1 to split 2. Our roster has definitely changed like quite a bit in jungle and bot as well. So we're constantly looking for people to constantly level up their own gameplay. So yeah, it's hard, but it's a fine line.
So it's a fine line because I can imagine there's varying ideas of what you're strong and what's not. Are you quite happy now with the identity of the team as a whole? We've seen multiple variations of it across, well, from the start of the year to where we are now. It seems to be that skirmish heavy is kind of on point as being your brand now.
Yeah, definitely. We love, especially with the introduction of Akano, like he is in love with these skirmish. Usually turn on a lot sooner. Like he loves his Xin Zhao, he loves his Jarvan if it was, you know, decent in the meta, but our identity is very skirmishy, but at the same time, we still have the option of putting Safa on his Notorious Camille so we can play sides. So yeah, we have options with our current lineup, which is what we love.
Beautiful. All right, mate. Well, the game's ready to rock and roll, so we'll jump into that one. I wish you guys the best of luck, and
No worries.
we'll catch up next time, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Hi, Jubes. Well, we're finally into the action, and I'm glad to hear, right? You know, big roster, but the identity and what the coaches are working towards seems to be all on the same page, and I'm sure that's all we can hope for.
Yeah, it seems like they got good attitudes, right? Willing to do, or willing to put their egos aside and just play what the team needs in terms of personnel, champions, and whatever it is. But
let's see. Really, how does game plays out, right? Because we've been harping on about sort of the, I want to say the static nature of what Order have got here, with this big emphasis on center. Is there any sort of key talking points on the side of Gravitas now as we look at a potential engage? Cut myself off there, and oh no, Akana's been called out, and Kevy, maybe actually hearing our interview there, says, "Watch this, I can play Vi."
Yeah, and I think like that play there is actually made by Chungy. I think he's actually a very underrated and very good Galio. Maybe the best Galio in the league, because no one does play, like not many players play Galio. But if you see what he did there, right? He's against the Silas, not really a favorable matchup for the Galio. USA is just getting out of danger. But if you see what he did there, he walked topside, dropped the ward on blue buff, secured vision there, saw that Diana was playing for bot crab with priority, walked over to crab, stopped Diana from doing it, and just spoon-fed the kill to Kevy. So I mean, when you have a champion like Galio, you need to make stuff happen early, and 3 minutes in first blood, I can't ask for much more than that.
I certainly can't, and you've got yourself online nice and early. You got yourself with a different champion against the grain here. We talk about meta being so important, but we know that these players will value comfort any day over that of what the meta suggests you should play. Nice early kill like this, and that means that if he is going to go for these ultimates where he has to commit, then maybe, just maybe, he's got enough power, sticking power above all, to do the job on his own.
Yeah, and he opted in for Aftershock instead of Predator. I thought he might have the boost here, but the Aftershock gives you that extra survivability and those extra few seconds that let you trade back onto the Silas, where you're not really taking any damage, because you can proc the Aftershock with two abilities on the Galio. So you know, there's no real excuse not to proc it. If you miss, then something's gone horribly wrong. And this might be an early dragon. This is something Vi does really well, by the way. And we haven't, you know, there's not many champs in the meta that do this. Level 4, you can actually solo the dragon on Vi. Just because of the % HP shred you have on your Vi W, as well as the shields that you get and auto resets. You know, bot lane's helping because it's just a tempo game. But yeah, it is something Vi can do on her own.
And that's going to get the wheels turning, if they weren't already. Only 6 minutes into this one with the first blood, first dragon, and all the early game tempo that you just love to see to try and calculate how this game's going to go by the 15-minute mark. Chungy looking to try and keep the wave against him, as Kyosei is just trying to keep himself nice and topped up and sustained. Not going to go for an ultimate reveal just yet, as Akano hovers, but he's not level 6. So there's definitely dive potential, but the all-in might not be enough to take down Chungy.
Might not be. And top lane, I don't know how it got to this state, but Maximi's got a sizable CS lead.
It's interesting.
Like, for sure, it's Lee Sin favored early, and Kyosei might be in trouble.
Oh, he's just flashed that one to try and buffer it between. And Kyosei will just flash away, and the wave will stay exactly as it was only moments before. Flashes have been burnt, but unfortunately no kills have been found.
If we're being brutally honest, that's that little bit of inexperience from Kevy on Vi. Like, missing the Vi Q flash there. Yeah, it was flashed by Kyosei as well, but it could have been a little bit cleaner. It could have been, especially when you set the standards Kevy has, right? We expect him to be able to execute on that. But nevertheless, Akano might be in a bit of trouble.
He certainly is in a bit of trouble, and there's no reinforcement because both top laners have already burnt their TPs. Good lantern across the wall there. Floppy making sure of it. Out comes the ultimate from downtown, and trying to get a bit of mitigation shared across the team. But by that point, it looked like Gravitas had already disengaged.
I'm surprised Kyosei didn't pick up Vi ult there or Galio at level 6, right? Because you know that Chungy is going to be trying to make a play, you know, any minute now. And he could have followed that, and that potentially is a big turnaround and a big skirmish in the boss side of the map, but he's valuing having the choice over being prepared, right? Like, if he gets ganked by Vi, maybe he wants to steal Vi ult, and...
Oh, here they go. It's that man again who starts to play, picks up the kill, and spoon feeds a few assists across to his bot lane in the process as well. And, well, so far 2 kills all to him.
Yeah, he's quite big, you know, 2 kills, bouncy, up CS. Going to be... It looks like he's opting in for Divine Thunderer. See if he picks up the Sheen here. Opts in for the boots instead. Oh, okay, we don't know. But, you know, most likely.
Let's go wait and see.
I mean, the Merc trait is good, right? Like, you're playing against the Silas, you're playing against the Diana. So, you pretty much negate that mid 2v2 instantaneously with that pickup and with that purchase. And it already looks like Kevy's got a big emphasis on that mid lane. So, you know, definitely itemizing for that.
You'd like to think that Divine Thunder as well as Sterix and GG just engage wherever you damn please.
Yep. And then if you feel like you might die, just get the Galio in the back line.
It's as easy as that. Gravitas going to pick up the Hecarim as, well, I should say the Hecarim, the Heralds. Both start with H. But it pretty much does the exact same thing because it charges on forward. So they got the ability now to try and find a lane where they can unlock and get some turret plates. Questions are obviously going to be arisen in terms of where that may go towards. As you said, Sapphire fell a little bit far behind to start off things, but has shortened the gap just a fair bit.
He recovered. He's recovered. Maybe there was a minion wave that was coming that we didn't see, but yeah, with that Herald, he's got a lot of time, right? He's got so much time. He doesn't need to drop it. Sit on it. If you win a skirmish, you can use it to break a tower. Worst case scenario, just use it to grab 2 plates. So I think Akana is just going to sit on that for a while, at least the, you know, nearly times out.
And there you can see from the predictions that people very much so in favour of Order. I know there's a lot of Kevy fans in chat, been spamming furiously away. And he's definitely a player with a lot of fans, not to be rivaled or outdone though by from what I've seen off the Thomas Shen fandom.
Yeah, we did. Remember the classic? Oh, I wish these casters would stop talking and let. What was it? Do you remember when we did OCS?
And just show Thomas Shen. It was something along those lines, right? Yeah.
It was a good copy and paste.
I think you've made it surely as a player, right? When you got a copy paste, that everybody's just on board with.
I had a lot of copy and paste, but they weren't good ones. They were like, this guy's hard stuck.
Those are the ones you just put on mute then.
That's fine. It happens.
It happens.
Comes with territory. Not much happening here. The game slowed down quite a bit with the 2 kills being picked up, and now he's opted in for the Galio ultimate. So I want to see Kyose try and make something happen. It's just so hard. Like, if you look at the side lanes that Gravitas can attack right now, like, you attack the Lee Sin, he's got flash ward hop, right? And a disengage kick. Then, okay, we'll target bot lane. There's a time Kench eat, double sum center, who's had to use the flash just then.
Yeah.
Offensively? I think offensively. Yeah, because Thresh used the flash to get out there. So there's just nothing on the board. And I think Kyose used it.
No, it's just been burnt. I think even he understands that.
Timed out.
How do I target these side lanes? It's not looking too good so far. So Order will take full force of that and say, well, thank you very much. We can just pick up the second dragon just like that. Even before 11 minutes, well on course for a very early soul point if they so desire. And Sapphire's just going to do a bit of work now to top side, picks up a turret plate.
Yeah, and Sapphire coming into his own in this matchup now. You can see the Camille proficiency coming out there. Q to the minion, hop off the wall into Lee Sin and getting the Q trade off, especially with the Camille passive. That's just a non-negotiable. You can't trade back on that combo. But the window in which Sapphire doesn't have that, you're able to trade. Now the Roof Turret's getting dropped topside.
Yeah, maxed out Q, especially the second charge of it, just does so much damage. Nothing that Maximize can do to respond to it. So he takes down 1 turret plate. The Herald is summoned to take a few more. 3 members show up topside in what looked like a bit of a turret dive, potentially. But then Order say, well, we'll just do a cross-map play, go down bot side, a flash away from the lick tongue of Beats. And nobody falls on down just yet, but maybe now Sapphire looks to try and re-engage as the wave crushes on through. He goes for the ultimate Locksman place. You can flash, but you cannot hide.
Oh,
but he's living. He is somehow living. The Iron Whip is just enough to clear out the wave, add the damage, and give him the Triumph proc, and basically welcome in Chungy to witness greatness.
Yeah, I mean, well played from Maximize. You have to feel bad for Ricardo. He's had a rough one, hey. I mean, thinks he's picking up a kill there, trading 1 for 1, falls down, doesn't get anything to his name, and it's time that he's dead, but it's also time Kevy gets to farm his jungle as well, so that is just absolute worst case scenario. And Chungy's just playing extremely well, right? He's everywhere. He's everywhere that he needs to be. Yeah, the TP cheats tempo, but you know, he's been laning to a point in which he's able to keep it. He doesn't have to burn the TP, so then he's just a forever presence on the map. And I thought that was the right play from Gravitas. Maybe it was mis-executed, but you have to give props to Maximize for playing the weak side, surviving, keeping his turret alive as well.
It certainly is. I mean, you know, when you're looking at a situation like that where you're thinking, okay, 2 members diving at me, how do I escape this one? The fact that he does, even locked in place with the Hextech ultimatum, even I was questioning it, even I was surprised. And this is what happens. You know, you saw it from one of the videos that Order put out there. He said, don't put me on Karma again, just let me see us, let me showcase mechanics. You know, Leeson is certainly one of those that can do it, and there's the proof.
Yeah, 100%. And he's in a spot in this game where he doesn't feel pressure to do anything. And I think this is like the evolution of Maximize, and you know, where we talk about his discipline. You know, I think if you rewind the clock, he's probably trying to 1v1 Sapphire, and it's just an ego battle in the top lane, right? Like playing for the 1v1, playing for the solo kill, thinks he's a lot better than the person he's laning against. But in this game, like, he's not really trading. He's not trying to win his lane.
Oh, well, there's the assault and battery from a million miles away, and it means that he might be in a bit of trouble. There's the Devour. That's what a Tahm Kench can do, as he may have just bit off more than he can chew down to 50%. Yeah. The rest of Gravitas were very keen, actually, to welcome that fight.
And that's what I was talking about with the Vi. Sometimes get baited. The Lantern just takes you into no man's land, and might be a solo bolo. Okay.
Oh, Maximize is in trouble now. Yes, he certainly went in for that little trade. He goes for the kick. In comes Kiyose. He's got a kick of his own right now. He doesn't hit the Sonic Wave. He has no escape plan. And now all they need to try and find something in the bot lane to find retribution for this one. They're going to take out Akana, who dived on in a valiant effort to protect his other two. Kills across the map.
Yeah, I do feel... I feel bad. I feel bad for him. He's dead again. But I mean, it's just the two polarizing playstyles, right? Feels like when Sapphire gets his Camille, Gravitas play top side. Now that they have the Ezreal Thresh, they're kind of a weak side bot lane. And Kev is just doing his best to... He's identified it, and he's just punishing it now, right? Like, three of Kevy's kills, rather, so all three, have been bot side of the map, whether that's in bot river, and then 2 on the bot lane, or 1 on Akano. And he's just absolutely taking over the game.
They certainly do know what their win condition is, right? We talked about how important Puma is to get online. If he's not, you know, with a gold lead or doesn't have any power, it does feel like the rest of this team composition is built to protect pretty much nothing.
And you know how we talked about the order composition potentially lacking a little bit of damage the longer this game went, or if they didn't, you know, if they weren't accelerated? Well, Vi's got a 15-minute Divine Sunderer. As well as a Ruby Crystal, just because why not? I mean, I think they were selling Divine Sunderers off the shelf with a 3 Ruby Crystal, so he got that.
Discount bin?
Yep. And now when this Vi gets backline access, or access to anyone for that matter, it is going to hurt. And it's the 3rd dragon at 15 or 16 minutes.
The really sole point, as we've already mentioned. Order now just looking to find Pyro in all the waves that matter. Maximize does have TP from top side, so he wants to find himself in the most advantageous situation before he comes on down. It's worth noting that Puma hasn't gone for the Divine Sunderer himself. He's actually gone for the Kraken Slayer, so even more damage now with the 1-2-3. There's the hook from Floppy, but that's not one he wants to take. And that's not a fight that Thomas Shen wanted to be a part of. He gets locked in place, and now for sure, that's the easiest 3rd dragon of the game.
Yep, 100%. And it's almost like there's not much Floppy and Thomas Shen can do, right? They've been weak-sided. And now, all of a sudden, they press tab. There's a 3-0, at the time, 3-0 Vi, just charging at your head, and you're just getting one-shot. Like, I mean, I think Thomas Shen and Floppy have done a pretty good job to remain relatively even on the weak side. But the Vi's just too accelerated.
Far too accelerated. He's been targeted in the draft there from the very first pick to the bans that came afterwards, but he's been a little bit unconventional. But the risk has paid off for him on this occasion. And as it stands right now,
TP.
He can't be upset.
There's TP bot side.
Well, we do see a bit of action. Pings on towards Chungi, who's stuck way towards enemy red buff. Maximize is going to take the opportunity now to do a fair bit of work towards this top turret as a result too. Kyosei now might be looking for the 1v1. The Everfrost connects. Beautiful is that one. The kick comes out nice and early. Kyosei still has flash. Whether or not he wants to use it, might not need to because the rest of the team are hot on pursuit. Could it be a 2v2 if he can just wait a little bit longer? He's got Vi waiting in the wings, coming up the river. He goes for the flash. He was trying to wait for Chungi to come through there with the taunt. Too little, too late. Fractions, seconds
Oh, and a true shot barrage that could have really added insult to injury there.
I thought that was actually a true shot barrage that was assisting them. I thought it was an Ezreal ulti that was going for the execute, but Kevy's picked up another kill. He's got 5 kills. He doesn't have any assists. It's a statement game, isn't it? Right? We were questioning the Vi pick, not questioning it, but you know, we had a few questions at how warm he is on that Vi. Right? Has he warmed up? How many games has he played? And just the cheeky 5 kills at 18 minutes.
Big statement game. And, I mean, you just love to see it, right? I'm sure it's personal at this fact when everything's been thrown against you to say, I can play more than just that. So he's going to feel good about it. Unfortunately for Gravitas, what looked like a fantastic opening to start that playoff with. It only amounts to being a 1-for-1 trade. And at this stage of the game, when Order are steadily going towards very strong power spike, 21 minutes very early on into this game as well, with an Ocean Soul and a 4K lead. They don't need to really do anything too crazy.
Yeah, and I was going to say to you as well, I mean, you took the words out of my mouth that it's the soul you want, right? Like, it's the Ocean Soul. I don't know how you kill the side of Order's composition with an Ocean Soul. Like, you know, potentially when this dragon rolls around, the deficit is only, you know, 3 or 4k. And then if they pick up that soul, it'd be weird to say that it's almost unwinnable, right? But, like, if you think about the center, the Tank Tarm, like the Lee Sin who's just got, you know, healing for days, the Divine Sunderer, it's like, well, you know, where's your damage coming from that's going to burn through that?
They're searching for something, and you hate to say maybe they need to default to split push tactics, but they brought in Sapphire. The Moonfall does not connect because he's gone golden. He's gone for a 1v2 right now, waiting for the time that Chuggy can go down with the hero's entrance, and it may just prove to be enough here as Sapphire is forced to flash away. Hook shot back into the bottom side river. Kyose gets a kick, needs to kick someone away, needs to protect his star top laner. But he chooses just to run away instead, and gift Order a couple more kills.
I mean, they have 3 teleports. There's just no way you can make a play that's not 5v5, and might be a kill here too. Yep.
You can see from the play cam as well. Look at Thomas Shen. Looks like he's screaming there for help. Not going to come across. And, well, the map really just does belong to Order at this stage. The Baron spawns, and the Baron may just go down as quickly as that.
Yeah, 20-minute Baron. It is quite slow, though, because, you know, Senna is probably, or arguably, one of the worst ADs at taking Barons. However, you got a Vi to make up for that. And it is going down quite quickly for 20 minutes.
It's just gone.
Yep.
They can reset, get a little bit more power, and then play for the soul point in 50 seconds. I mean, the timing is just sublime.
It's just so clean. It's like one of the cleaner Order performances we've seen. And I did think, you know, maybe Gravitas would give them some problems, but they've really just shut up shop. Like, Kevy, off the bat, put on a bit of a clinic. You know, him and Chungi have worked so well together, and you can just see that in their kill participation, right? 5-0-2 and 2-0-5. You know, where one's gone, the other one's been, and it's just been a very dominant mid-jungle 2v2, and just, I mean, clean is just the best definition for this game. It's a 6,000 gold lead, Baron being picked up, and slowly choking Gravitas out of this game.
Question is, what do Gravitas decide to do? Because I don't think that is the positioning you want to find yourself in. They realize that just as well, so thankfully for them, the golems are up, they can disengage away, a lantern to get both of them out. And, well, big question now is, do they decide to contest for this Ocean Soul?
I think you have to, but then also you can't. So you're in a weird predicament where, you know, potentially, and they might look for a steal. That
Okay, Chungi face checks. He's been locked in CC for a fair bit right now. He's down to 20%, but he's going to pop that ultimate just to get out. Floppy forced to flash away. A stopwatch goes out, a lantern away. So nobody dies. Both sides forced to pop some form of fashion to make sure the fight was won on their end. And Maximize is going to take the gamble. Forget it, no 50-50 flip needed. There's the teleport. They look to try and burrow him through like a pond. Pop up somewhere else. The Dawning Shadow nearly was enough, and Kevy might just be looking to try and hit an ultimate, but it's on CD, so he cannot. And Gravitas never truly looked like contesting that one.
No, they didn't. It was just a steal, right? That's all they were playing for. That's what they were hoping for. In the meantime, Safa's been able to split push topside. You know, no turret taken, but got the wave in. So a little bit of pressure created there from Safa. Not much else though. Not much to write home about.
Probably the best he could have done on that situation, right? Given the fact that they weren't looking for too much more than more time, more money, more opportunity.
Sorry, pings on the way in the mid lane, but amounted to nothing.
A lot of power. Very early on too. Chungy, the man with the most gold in the game. That's surprising, given how far accelerated Kevy is. But he has about a 700 gold lead across and ahead of him. Very tanky, very hard to take down, as we saw in that tri-brush face check. He's got himself the Hex deck as well as a Banshee, so just a ton of mitigation to shrug off anything thrown his way. And, well, when you're going up against a double AP mid-jungle, it's proving to be pretty much invaluable.
If you want to know how far behind Akano is, just take stock at his itemization and tell me what he's missing.
He needs boots, he needs a stopwatch, he needs help.
No, he doesn't have a mythic.
Yeah. But we've seen this happen before with a few champions. I think Ezreal back in the day was one. We saw Shyvana also when Pabu played it. Not opted into a mythic and just went down the on-hit route.
Yeah, I do think Diana, though, is like one of those champions where you really need to have it in terms of, you know, the Proto Belt or you're a Rift Maker if they're a heavy, like, melee range type tankier composition. But,
yeah,
you know, Proto Belt being the most common, and not having that, you lose, like, the mobility to follow with your ultimate if need be, like if they've dashed out of it. And you also just lose the extra burst and magic penetration that you get from it. So what that build says for me is, like, it's a weird build because it's the Nash's helps you clear faster, like your auto attacks are up, like faster auto attacks. But then you've got the Zhonya's for survivability. But then you're just sitting in this in between where like you don't do enough damage, and you sort of don't survive either. And that's just obviously, you know, his income's not the greatest, so you can't really blame him. But you know, potentially, and hear me out, maybe more damage would be more useful because if you're gonna die, you're gonna die. So go out with a bang.
Yeah. I guess what I'm getting from that is you've kind of itemized towards being a bit of a jack of all trades, but you're not really excelling at either.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty methodical from Order though. You know, they've slowed the game down completely, even with the significant gold lead and the Ocean Soul, right? That's not gold we can equate for, but
yeah,
they're just taking their time with it. I mean, they're almost enjoying the process, like prolonging the suffering and enjoying it.
I'm sure when you build a composition like this, you've been giving yourself an Ocean Soul as well. I'm sure if anybody, it's probably Puma saying, let me just continue this game. There's a pause, so that will continue this game just a fraction longer. We'll get word in a second. Apologies for all the delays. It's not been a good one for OS Internet, if that is indeed what the problem is. But I'm sure we'll get word from production in just a second. Just want to reframe the conversation because we talk about the Ocean Soul. We always talk about how important Healing Cut is. Well, there's one executioners on Sapphire, and there's one on the Ezreal too. So surely Ezreal was nice and easy to try and hit it with. But apart from that, is there only going to be a time when that uptime is going to be enough to even shut down these members from being able to soak it up and just laugh?
The problem that you have is that, and I think a lot of players fall into this trap, is that when you have the heal cut on the Ezreal, let's say, and the Camille, they can't apply it to all members. You know, at best case scenario in a team fight, they're going to apply it to maybe a backline member, but it's not like a Diana having the component of a Morello where you're able to just use the ultimate or like get into the backline and apply it to everyone. So they may, and might just be a 1v1 in the top side.
Yeah, Sapphire, he's buying time now. Oh, it's a fantastic flash. And now baiting it out on towards Sapphire, which is even better because that's a stolen ultimate. Hero's entrance just on the other end of the stick. Now, that means that Sapphire's now playing the Great Chase, and if he can, might just look to run down the timer and hit and execute. But he's actually chosen Greed. He's opted for a recall, and he said, Kiyose, you can die for my sins instead.
Yep, and that timing there's no timing for anything, right? Like they're not losing a crucial neutral objective yet. That might be the Baron buff or the Elder Dragon. However, that is what they're posturing for now. Once this wave crashes top turret, they take that one down. They will fall back to the Baron, so they will lose the Baron from that death. Yes, my apologies. I love that, dude. That's actually one of the best dances, hey, in a skin.
Unbelievable. Look, I used to be impartial to I used to favor, I should say, the Victor with the Melbourne Shuffle. Big fan of that one. But
you know about the Melbourne Shuffle in New Zealand? Surely you
look,
do.
mate, absolutely. Big hardstyle fanatic.
Oh, yeah? PhD
Yeah.
jumper and all?
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Yeah.
why, that's how you become a play-by-play caster. You hear the music, you get yourself amped up.
Cat jam, cat jam, cat jam, cat
100%.
jam, cat jam.
Bit of a word of inspiration and advice for any aspiring casters out there. But there you go. I think the dance there from Kevy, not too bad as well.
Love that from him. Might have to get him to do. If he ever does an interview, we'll have to get him to replicate that one.
Live on cam, I'm sure. Maybe live at LAN.
Maybe.
If they can get there.
I hope I can get there.
True.
So it's just going to be 5-man in the mid lane, it looks like. Oh no, they're going for the Elder. And this is the flip. This is the flip of all flips, right? Like, Gravitas have had a rough game. No denying it. 7k down, Ocean Soul, right? If they manage, and it's a very big if, to steal this Elder Dragon, maybe there's a realm in where they're able to turn this one around. And again, I'm just trying to be optimistic. Scenario. Because Akano might be dead before it starts.
He certainly hopes not, as the waves are crashing against him. The Elder has now spawned. Gravitas putting up a bit of an effort to wrestle back mid lane control. They have no vision, so it'd be very hard for them to actually just walk in blindly here, so they might just take the long route.
Yeah, Senna has too many souls. He's just harassed people from like half the lane. And they're trading what looks to be their base for the Elder Dragon.
It looks like the Elder is the gold at the end of a rainbow. It looks nice, but it's a bait towards the ultimate prize, which is ending this game. So they're just going to commit towards the Nexus turrets themselves. One falls down. A beautiful engagement from Akana, looking in as many members as possible. Down comes Chungy, shields across for the boys here, protecting him and peeling him, hoping that they can try and do something about this one, but Senna's already dead. No Senna, no chance to output damage. Is that the case? In this situation, it might just be because Maximize trying to put up a valiant effort. The Gore Drinker with the sustain gets himself a double kill. The rest of Gravitas survive. A shutdown, all importantly, picked up here for Thomas Shen. And a bit of cash injection to hold on as the Elder is there.
I unironically think that this is an Elder Drake angle. I think Kyose needs to go home, teleport to that ward, and they flip it at Dragon. So this is just a really good team fight from Gravitas. Akano gets access to Puma there, pretty much takes him out of the fight, and I want to keep your eyes on Kyose. Watch Kyose on the backline. Kicks, executes, and then he's just wreaking havoc, falls back to his carries, and he just plays that team fight to a T. Safa does really well playing disruption on the backline too, and I think we just saw what Gravitas' composition can do if they're not at a significant deficit. I mean, that was through on Baron and Ocean Soul.
I know. That's it's wild to say the least to think that we truly get to see what this comp can do when they're really backs up against the wall, right? You know, one Nexus turret and that game could have been pretty much wrapped up and everybody be off to bed and ready for day 2 tomorrow. But Gravitas have bought a little bit more time now. The Elder is still there taunting them. The case is, can they still find a way to get in? Because they've cleared out the vision, but they've got wave states pushing against them.
In terms of contesting the Dragon, they're not in a bad position because the inhibitor that they're down is bot side, and that's the shortest track to the Elder Dragon. So Safa, and they might look for a hard engage.
He's the one to lead that. He's got the Frostfire and a Thornmail, so very hard to take down. Very annoying to try and deal with.
Yep. At this point too, with Senna having this many souls and having the rapid fire cannon, they're just outranged. So if they ever want to get in, they're just want to hold it. I think there's going to be an engage.
Wouldn't this be the biggest upset if Gravitas could try and steal this game away?
That would be wild.
They've begun the Elder. Order now saying, we've got pings, let's just backdoor. There's a TP. Forget about the Elder Dragon, it's down to 50%. Maximize buying time. The Dawning Shadow comes out to try and delay those recalls. There's 2 members in the base. They're going to end this game. 3 members in the base. What is with Os and backdoors? I will never know. But Order nonetheless will end this game at 31 minutes. And despite a very strong early game start, felt threatened that a backdoor was their option.
That got scary, huh? That got a little bit dicey. Like, Order played that game so cleanly up until the end. Up until the ending, Gravitas, you know, they threw down and they said, that's it, not giving our Nexus and we'll fight for it. And you see I guess the faces of Order, right? Beat's probably the happy one here, but it almost looked like a hint of disappointment. Happy that they won for sure, but not happy that they couldn't cleanly close that one out. Nevertheless, so many positives to take away for Order from that game.
Absolutely, and I mean, I want to go back to your point midway through that game, as you were saying that this is such a clean performance, probably one of the most clean performances from Order to date. But then, as you say, it got a little bit hairy there. They're looking to end the game with every buff unlocked, and you're thinking, if you can't win now, then hang on a minute. And as you saw there, even they thought the same. Let's TP and end this game and wrap this one up before we start to run to dangerous territory. Mac, BPM heart rate check. How are we feeling?
Oh, mate. Never worried at all. You know, good to see some Vi in there. I do love seeing a little bit of Vi gameplay. Haven't seen too much in the LCO. I think it might be the first time we've seen Vi.
First time, yeah, for sure, first time.
Yeah,
first time in a few years, I reckon.
Reckon? All right,
Close.
very good, very good. So, you know, shouts to Kevy for bringing Vi back and doing a very good job with her as well. You know, getting the 5-0 start and then a couple of assists. Did he die? He did eventually, right?
Who?
Ooh, Kevy.
Oh, Kevy. I'm not sure.
Maybe he
I remember.
did the perfect game. We saw that from him last split too. The one game that he did get to play, he didn't die, played perfectly. So looks like he is setting himself up for victory here with Order. Yeah, crucial piece of the puzzle there in jungle, trying to help out everyone all across the map. And of course, you've got some solid CC with Vi. So everything that was said at the start of the match by Velixis, is that the Gravitas coach?
Yep.
Yeah, he unfortunately was incorrect because Kevy seems to have had a couple of reps there with Vi and certainly has done his homework. Now, Order, that puts them 3-0, neck and neck with Peace, and that is just a fantastic job. All things considered, all across the board, Order looking like a very damn good team. And the whole time, I just kept looking up thinking, oh, this game is looking pretty clean. Jubes and Skimmy both saying, oh, this is a very clean game, and I think this was probably the only point where it got a little bit scary, and then they managed to just go for the back door anyway. So
it was like famous Lard's worst, wasn't it? I mean,
yeah.
you're looking at this one and thinking, hang on a minute, surely not, right? When Elder's there, every buff, as I mentioned, is available for them. They've truly got power unlocked, but that was the one thing that Jubes mentioned during the draft, that like if there is a way to get towards Puma, you take him out of the equation, and that's a very winnable fight. I think if you're looking at a game where the gold was similar, where Akano's build maybe a little bit more damage-oriented, as you mentioned, then that could have been the engage of his life.
100%. And I think, you know, there's lessons to learn, even though you need to take lessons from victories, right? And I think Order will take some lessons in terms of how they've drafted this game, because, again, how they played it almost to a T was perfect. But you see that, you know, when you're that far ahead, even if your center falls down, you should have an option somewhere else to really take over that fight, and they didn't have that. So, you know, maybe they tweak a few things there. But again, got to give credit to Gravitas fighting their way back and making a contest of it.
Yeah, considering they didn't get any objectives there either, that was a very rough situation. Objectives in terms of the neutral runs, of course, they did take a few towers. But look, all across the board, Order doing a very good job with the damage. You can see the damage was pretty up there as well, over on the sides of Gravitas. You know, could they have done more?
Look, and
looking,
yeah. There's no easy way to say this, but Akano had a very rough performance, and when your jungler has a very rough early game like that, you almost are just playing weak side everywhere because you don't have agency to your river, you don't have agency to get vision. So I don't think, like, collectively there's a lot to learn for Gravitas in terms of what crab to contest. Scuttle Crab is the biggest killer of 2021. It has just ended so many junglers' careers.
Well, look, I think we've still got about 19, probably 18 games now for Akano to play.
Well,
so hopefully his career continues for a little bit longer.
Let me rephrase that. I don't mean careers. What I mean is
getting
like,
out nice and early.
No. I mean the memes that started, like Pabu flashing for a Scuttle Crab, like Blabber NA Scuttle Crab. Like, I meant those memes. I didn't mean literally ended career. I said I like Akano, and I think Akano's a good player.
He did say that. Now, someone that can get some information straight from the source and have a chat to the players is Nat T. We love Nat T. Let's bring Nat T into the conversation. Who you got down on the sidelines?
Hello, I'm going to be joined by Kevy himself. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on that win. How does it feel to get a flawless no-death game in tonight?
It feels pretty good. I wasn't really thinking about my KDA until like the very end, where I almost died to Diana, and I was just like screaming for Max to save me. So yeah,
I
feels
love that.
pretty good.
That's awesome. I also want to know, is Vi a comfort pick for you, or was she just something that you've been practicing a little bit lately?
No, okay, Vi is definitely not comfort. Like, I was asking people like what to build in Max like in the game, but I don't know. I played the champ like ages ago, and like it's a pretty easy champ. You know, you just press R. There's not much mechanics to it. So if it's good, I'll pick it. You know, it's pretty fun. So, yeah, also have
So there you go, a little bit of insight on a little bit of insight on how to play Vi. How do you guys have such amazing dragon control? Right, we didn't see Gravitas take a dragon at all.
Honestly, it probably just comes down to bot gap. Like, my bot was just gapping theirs even though they leashed. So, also if Diana died early, so she can't really contest any neutral. That's pretty much how we got every Drake.
I love it so much. You know, you're just like, it wasn't really down to the team. It was just down to what happened. And I want to ask for the last question is, were you guys worried at all when you were in the base for the first time against Gravitas that maybe they could have swung it back?
No, not even for like a moment. Like, we knew they couldn't like do Elder or anything. We were just chilling. So yeah.
Well, look, you guys had an absolutely astounding performance tonight. So congratulations again on that win.
Thank you.
There you have it. So straight from the horse's mouth, Vi is easy to play. I will now be playing Vi because Kevin made it look so easy.
Just
and
press
it should
R.
just be some free W's. Just press R at the right moment and you're golden. So congratulations to Kevy. And again, he will be the DoorDash player that delivered because he had just too spectacular of a performance. And on a champ that he hasn't played in a very damn long time, 5-0-4, the perfect game coming out from him. So, what is it? It's like an infinite KD at this point, right? Because there's no one to define it. And you've got 41% kill participation, just all over the map, really helping out Order today, Juice.
Yeah, done very well this game. Obviously hasn't died, so that's a perfect performance. That'll be very nice for the KDA tally. Kill participation, 41%. Damage share, 21%. So damage share is obviously, you know, as a jungler that builds, you know, kind of off-tank bruisery items. Not going to be the biggest, but that is quite a bit, like for a jungler in this specific game. And, you know, again, KDA I don't think necessarily does justice, or these stats in particular, to the game that Kevy had. He really shut Akano down, made him kind of a non-champion for majority of that game. And I think, yeah, it's just a really good game for him, and see Order rally around him and pick a champion that he hasn't played.
Yeah, so big congratulations. And Kevy is going to be feeding himself with a $100 DoorDash voucher.
I hope he splits it with Max. You know, he's saying Max was helping him with item builds. Hopefully he at least gives Max 50 of it. I think he owes him a little bit of that.
Yeah, it needs to be shared. It really does in that scenario. So going in fully blind, doing a spectacular performance. And that brings us one step closer to the end of the show. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the play of the day. And again, I'm going to open up the floor to what the panel thinks is the play of the day. Scratch your head, Juice. Come on. What do you
Can I go last? I always go first.
All right, well, Nat, we're going right to left today. Left
so
to right.
I probably only really paid attention, like memory-wise, I only have 2 games in my mind. I've either got, I like Frost's kill on Predit. I thought that was good. It's probably not going to make it, but that at least deserves a shout-out because that was absolutely insane. I loved it. And then Violet got a triple kill as well. So I think it's one of those 2.
Okay, and Skimmy?
I think the Frost moment for sure. Maybe probably, as you say, probably not the overall one, but I think it's just confidence that you'd love to see from a team that feels like they have nothing to lose. I think for me it was the one when Violet did 10k damage in the team fight. That for me, man, like sure the math isn't perfect, but you just compare the 2 together and it's just like, how is he doing more on one single champion and Dire was just like, this is a strong opponent. It just could not match him.
Yeah, I think mine would be the Violet 9k. That's the one that stood out. Trying to think. Yeah, has to be that. Has to be.
Has to be?
Has to be.
Well,
I'm
happy to tell you that you 2 are wrong and Nat's right. So here we are. Play of the day. It was Frost with the snipe onto Pradith. Now, we actually have Jubes and Nat here. So who's going to be doing the play-by-play?
I think we'd give Jubes. Nah, Jubes, I gotta take some lessons here.
We'll get the replay.
True.
Ooh! Okay, we've got MSI participant Pradith here. Actually beat Cloud9, can't believe it. Frost here, landing the Chain of Corruptions. We've got to zoom in. Thank you so much, Spectator. LCO absolutely smurfing. DoorDash, LCO absolutely smurfing. We'll get another replay on the back end here. I can't believe it. Frost coming in for the team fight. You know, this is the play of the day for a reason. Biped lands it. Oh my god, Puppet goes in. You think it's a bit of a team fight turn, but it's not. Frost comes in. Slam, welcome to the jam. Nectar absolutely slams him on down and...
Wow, we were.
Well, we were. Praetor was egoing on that play a little bit. I'm just wiping my
was.
screen because I got a bit too excited. I got braces. So I can't hold the. Anyway.
Saliva.
There's like royalties on the frame, on the phrase of saying like "Space Jam, welcome to the jam." Like I swear you get paid like $5 every time you say it. Eh?
Yeah. if anyone wants to pay me to shout out their movie, feel free. All good.
Well, that was interesting. Thank you, Jubes, for that performance. I always love it, and I'm glad you're here for that. And Nat, look, you'll get your chance tomorrow, right? Because Rusty will be back on the desk. Well, there you go. So hopefully you picked up some pointers quickly there before we do go to tomorrow. But let's have a quick look at the standings and where all the teams are currently sitting. And if it's going to be a bit different to what we saw earlier on, it looks relatively similar. Pentanet's still there in third, but of course with an extra win on the board. Chiefs similarly up there as well, 2-1. Of course, up the top, you got Peace and Order still undefeated currently. And Mammoth and Legacy are still both hunting for a W. So, are we expecting that the ladder is going to change a whole lot more, maybe a little more? What's the thoughts here, Jubes?
I do think Pentanet overtake Order. I think the way that Order played in this game in particular, they definitely rivaled the Chiefs. But then I think it's too close because then I look at the way Direwolves played against Peace and I think, wow. So I think it's Peace and Pentanet still in their own league. And then it's Direwolves, Chiefs and Order that really can make that push for that third place position, particularly how they've been playing.
It feels a lot like Split 1, but just progressed that much further through, right? You know, you talk about the practice, the performance, the execution, all the rest of it. I think, as you say, quite honestly, it is still those two in a league of their own. And you can say, look how close the games were against Chiefs and look how close the games were against Direwolves. But, you know, they took those 50-50s. They took all those opportunities where it looked so crazy and so close, but they came out ahead. So, I mean, that's what allows them to hold that banner of being a top two team. So I'm really excited to see how Order Chiefs and Direwolves look to try and wrestle for who is that third best team in the league as it currently stands.
Of course. Now we will have a quick look at what games are coming up tomorrow for the Wednesday edition of the DoorDash LCO. At 6 p.m. we have Order and the Chiefs going head-to-head to kick things off. That should be a banger already, just looking at it. And the rest of the games, you got 7 p.m. Mammoth and Direwolves going head-to-head. Then you've got Pentanet and Legacy. This is an interesting one because Pentanet did rate Legacy the other time when they did go head-to-head last season. Sort of caught them off guard. Will Pentanet leave that Katarina open, or are they going to give it the respect ban at 8 p.m? I guess that's a big question that we will have answered tomorrow. And then Peace and Gravitas there at 9 p.m. to close out the night. So, pick of the bunch. Nat, which one are you looking forward to?
The Order Chiefs one for sure. I mean, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but Order have seemingly had, you know, the easier games at the start. It happened last split as well. They had some really quote-unquote easy games at the start and then sort of ended up falling down the ladder. So Chiefs is going to be one of their biggest opponents they've come up against to date in this split. And Chiefs are looking really good. I've got to say it. They're looking really good.
Yeah, doing such a good job so far. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on the desk, any final words before we do wrap up the DoorDash LCO for day number 3? Anyone want to stick their hands up so I don't have to throw it? Put you under the bus?
I'll just say that it's been lovely and being back, and thanks for welcoming me into your humble homes. and it's been fantastic. It's great. And Rusty, you have my word. Rusty will look after you guys tomorrow.
Oh, so hospitable. Anyone else, or are we done? We're on the bus.
It feels like a bit of a solo cam. Like, good night, Australia. Goodbye.
Okay. I'm going to steal this one, sorry, really quickly. Rusty said it, but I like the fact that we had Jubes back on a Tuesday because we did. What did he say? It was Jubes Day Tuesday. It really worked. I really liked it. So that's just absolutely cherry on top of today.
Beautiful. Well, Jubes Day Tuesday is coming to a close. Thank you all again for watching the DoorDash LCO. We'll be back tomorrow with much more action, same time, same place. Look after yourselves, and we'll see you then.
Shinky, but forget about that. I want to go for the all-in. He actually takes out Praetor. Forget Shinky. I will ego onto you. Now, that inhibitor's still topped up. It's at 50%. Biped looking for the ultimate. He shoves it right into the way of Deagle. He goes in, and Praetor picks up that kill. A second kill here for the Pentanet bot lane. They might just try to wrap this game up. 25 minutes on the dot. That's what they're playing for. You said it, a 7th kill now to his name. He really is the king of this roster. Here goes the Glacial Fissure, looking to lock these members in place right now. Sledge damage coming on through as the trend of corruption spreading like wildfire. A seed that just cannot be put out. Liv jumps in to try and slow down the retreat. Is everybody going to fall on down eventually? A Sonic Wave doesn't connect with a Mail, but that may be the first ace of this game. But the message has been staying, and this ace says, oh, it's up to 2 seconds, Gilly. I'll still give. And Chop doing the situation. He's got the flash, and he's going to look through for that miss straight away. Now, there is no death mark. It is, actually, sorry, it is back up. So now that he comes out of this one, he's in a whole world of pain. He might just get one shot like this underneath the turret. How much HP does he have? Excited right now and clearing out the vision more so than anything. Only just being kicked away. You can't steal away 2 in a row, mate. Out goes the miss once again. Clear looking to try and find a solo kill. Halo on the flank takes that Karok. He's unprotected. Where's the support? Where's the team? He can just retreat back to his original form. Now, how many buffs of this can Direwolves look to try and remove? Can they find anything? It doesn't look to be the case right now because of the Violet Show, who picks up a triple kill. There's 2 members in the base. They're going to end this game. 3 members in the base. What is with Os and backdoors? I will never know. But Order nonetheless will end this game at